はい。 FEI Endurance World Championships here in Monpazier in the beautiful region of the Dordogne in France. The weather, well, it's not great at the moment, but with a lot of rain in the air and also some lightning, but the weather is due to improve at around about 11 o'clock local time today. So it is a very warm welcome to the FEI World Endurance Championships. There's the weather, heavy rain forecast, 19 degrees, and the wind speed, well, it's not a lot of wind, but the venue looks amazing, and we have got a world-class field here for the next 12-14 hours or so in Monpazier in France. They're out and started at 5:30 this morning. The the huge number of teams, 20 teams are listed, and the reigning world champions Bahrain have sent a very strong team, so have Spain, so of course have France, the reigning world champions, and Great Britain as well, very much in there for our team competition. All the way through, Estonia, remember, they were placed in 2023, the UAE, as always, strong. The United States of America, where the sport of endurance began all those years ago. And it is all about the team and the individual today, with the team scores counting and also the individuals. Huge number of individual nations, some 39 nations represented here at the World Champions. There are 118 that crossed the start line at 5:30 this morning, with some very good riders in the field. Australia, very much the top family, the forefront of endurance in Australia, with Bahrain, the reigning world champion, with His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa and Everest de la Marie. And don't forget the Spanish, the Chinese, very much sending a strong team here, and from the Eastern European nations as well. Chile, Spain, and of course the reigning world champions for France. And very much all summer the world, the eyes have attended to France. So there are the starting individual nations, with 118 crossing the start line this morning. So we started the race 32 minutes ago at 5:30 this morning, and let's now have a look at some of those incredible highlights from the start of the FEI Endurance World Championships. Yeah, so Harry Ingram is alongside me. Harry, not the weekend that you were planning for, but you're alongside.
What a tense moment this was just 30 minutes ago at the start line. All of these horses approaching that start line in this very inclement weather, and having to give this track the respect that it requires at this time of the day, in the dark, lit only with headlamps and glow sticks on that first blue loop of 37.5 kilometres.
And Harry, how do you settle a horse down for this busy 120 or 118 horses crossing the start line in the dark?
I think it is just takes a real special athlete and horse that has practiced this time and time again in order to get there. But we saw horses in the leading pack, and then we saw them some taking their time and getting a bit of space as well to let the horse calm out and be safe.
So away they went through the start line, and they're off as the lightning comes down. They're right on the blue loop, 37.5. There's the animation on the graphics that we can see. The first of the loops, 37.5, and the dots are the GPS, and we'll try and keep you up to date as the morning progresses, but this is all about tactics in the first loop on the blue loop.
This is absolutely right. I think if we look back at previous years, of all championships really, in the sport of endurance, you can safely say it can be won or lost on that first loop. And I think that is never more the case here, because this is going to be a very, very challenging first loop in the dark with the ground conditions the way they are at the moment.
Yeah, it's beautiful soil. I mean, it's light land here in Monpazier, but, you know, it's twisty, it's turny, it's undulating,
Absolutely.
as it should be, true test of endurance. But it is going to be a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, and, you know, that wetness that we've had overnight has just meant that the ground is that bit slippy, so riders are going to have to be really balanced over those twists and turns. And I rode out onto that blue loop in training for the last few days just to navigate where the start was, and you go from being very wide tracks round the hippodrome here out into some quite narrow tracks which are undulating and twisting, and the camber actually is one of the most important things, because the camber is not flat, so you really need to be balanced and have that horse with you and listening, because at this point in the competition those horses are raring to go and they're all riding together in one big peloton.
Yes, and it's one big peloton, but there will be specific team orders. You know, you look at the Spanish team, the Italian team, the French team, and the Bahraini team and the UAE team, and all the teams, they'll be riding to a specific team strategy, won't they?
Oh,
and
absolutely.
we remember from Boudip that Team Spain, yes, they lost a horse on the final loop, it was vetted out, but they rode to a pattern, and they came back.
Yeah, and I found it fascinating when I was watching the start just moments ago. The teams trying to vie for position to get into the right place, to make sure that their riders were still together when they crossed the start line, because they want to keep that formation. It's very much they're riding and supporting each other on this first loop, putting the horse that they think perhaps is the calmest at the front and sandwiching one in that's a little bit more wired. But as you say, the leading teams around the world are here, and they will be trying to get a hold on this competition from the get-go.
If you can use the analogy of the Tour de France, it's the general classification riders that are now at the front, and the superstars are at the back, aren't they? They're being protected.
That's right. Yeah, that's right.
So there are the loops. The blue loop 37.6 kilometers, the red loop 21. The orange loop at 31.2. The red, this is normally a five loop ride, Monpazier, because it's a championship, it's 6 loops. Then they go back on the red loop, and then the black loop at 21.5, and then the cheeky little 27 at the end for the green loop. And that's unusual, because normally it will be your lowest distance last.
Yeah, it's a bit of a sting in the tail of this 160 kilometre competition to have that green loop at 27 kilometres. There's also a little bit of elevation on that loop, so I think the key here is leaving enough fuel in the tank of those horses so that they can tackle that final loop, and it'll be interesting to see. We may see well, we saw it in Boudip, the leaderboard change at the very last moment.
Totally changed, didn't it? Because His Highness Sheikh Nasser was lying in third and then just came up. He'd left enough in the horse's engine, hadn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And we should probably add as well that, you know, after they have navigated each loop, they come back here to the hippodrome, where their horses will be under the supervision of the veterinary panel, and the clock is still ticking up until the point that they present the horse to the veterinary panel. It's all about here riding within the means of the horse and not pushing too much.
I'm just wondering, Harry, with these weather conditions that we're getting here in Monpazier, it's a bit like being back in the United Kingdom, isn't it? What will that do to the horses?
I think horses and riders will have their mind firmly fixed on the job at hand. They will be focused. They will be looking at the meters, yards ahead of them. They may not be noticing the bigger picture, but I think when they get back here in the dark and they are presenting to the veterinary panel, and there is quite a lively electrical storm going on at the moment in the venue. The sky is lighting up, there are rumbles of thunder continuously. These are really interesting and challenging conditions for any sport, let alone equestrian sport.
Any sport, and particularly when you're dealing with with horses that need to have, under the regulations, have to have a heart rate under 64. Everything is there today, isn't it?
Yeah, you know, this is you've got to calm these horses down. And we had a huge crack of thunder there, and that is enough to potentially spook some horses and increase their heart rate when they go into the veterinary inspection.
One just wonders, and there is the ability within the rules to get the grand jury to look at things, and they're probably going to have to look at issues here.
Yeah, I mean, there was precedent set, Euston Park in 2012.
2012, when it
was called off on the last loop because of the weather conditions and the severity of it and the warnings that were in place at the time. You know, just the unpredictable nature of running a sport when the weather's as such. So we wait and see, and you know, those riders, they knew that the weather wasn't going to be great. They'll be focusing on the job in hand. They need to be really careful. I spoke to Sabrina Arnold just yesterday, reigning European champion, and she said the key tactic here is being safe on that first loop, just getting round safe and sound, and then you take stock, you move forwards, you make a plan.
I mean, they are going to be going slowly.
They're going to have to. They have no option here but to play it really safe, because if you are charging ahead here, I think it's pretty risky on this ground. You know, slipping and sliding, you pull a muscle or something on the horse, you come here, it's going to show later in the day. You've got to play it safe in this first loop, especially in the conditions that we are seeing in Monpazier.
Especially as we're seeing the conditions in Monpazier, Harry. I mean, we'll just watch this space in the next hour and a half or so, because they'll be back with us, if they're doing 15, 16 kilometers an hour. They could be back with us by 7:30, 8:15, something like that. Not before, I can't say.
No, and I think it's very likely that we'll see the leaders emerge without sunrise, having the sun coming up.
I mean, this is, dare I say it, almost biblical.
It is. The heavens have truly opened here, and the rain is thundering down now in Monpazier. Those riders will be soaked through.
What do they do, Harry? Will they have a new pair of breeches, a new pair of overalls? Will they have a new pair of coveralls?
So this is where the crew come in. You know, there's a team here of 4 who can support the rider, and the restrictions in place. 2 out on course and 2 here in the hold. Once the horses and riders have passed through the veterinary inspection and the clock has stopped, they then pass to the hold area, and that is where the crews have to step up and look after the horse, but also the rider, and make sure that they are ready and dry, I guess in this case, to go again on the next loop. It's no good having wet tack, wet numbness, and wet riding clothes to go out again on the course.
Will they wear, like in racing, will they wear jockeys over breeches and things like that?
You may well find that, you know, that they're wearing, you know, sports material that's wicking and drying. They might have multiple changes of clothes. I saw some horses warming up this morning with exercise sheets on, waterproof sheets, just so that those muscles could warm up before they got wet. But keeping the horses warm and moving, and the riders, so there's no stiffness, no cramps, it's going to be really important in that hold area.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Well, you can see on the pictures, you can see the leading groups. We'll try and get you some information on that as we see on the GPS, but they are going steadily on this first of the loops, and that is absolutely right.
So what it looks like from the stats that are coming through from the timing provider here, Emirates International Endurance Village, it looks like the UAE are leading from the front, which is as we expected. They're moving, we think, around an average of 20 kilometers an hour, but it's hard to tell because there's a little bit of variation there within the speeds. It's a live read, a live data, and it's dropped now down to 15, and it was up at 20 a second ago. So that would tell me that they're having to adapt their speed to the conditions You know, there are areas here where they can get a bit of speed and push on, but they are having to pull back and take it easy on this very challenging course, which needs respect on this first loop. It isn't easy. It is a World Championships, and this is a course which has been successfully run for many, many years here in France.
Yeah, it has. I mean, and the history. I mean, Bella Fricker has done some amazing stats, hasn't she? And well done, Bella. If you're listening, as the thunder. I mean, wow.
Rips through, tears through here.
Yep, the ground jury and the vets will be on their game today. There's no doubt about that, and the technical delegate, because it'll all be about the welfare and the welfare of the horses and the welfare of the riders, paramount, and the safety.
Absolutely. Going back to the course then, I think, and the analysis that Bella did, I mean, what it tells us, I think, is that the average speed here is not as fast as people think. If you want to be successful here, you're looking at the kind of high teens in terms of kilometers per hour. So 18, 19 kilometers an hour, maybe 17. And a lot of the field who are successful go slower than that. Wow. This is one hell of a storm.
Yeah. It certainly is. Not ideal conditions, Harry.
Certainly not.
Yeah, so images will
In that leading group, or will they have decided that actually that's too risky and take their team back, and so potentially lose out on that individual placing? So remember, it's the first rider is obviously the first rider across the line. Top 3 scores to count. You have to get 3 home to qualify for that team score. They're going to have to be really careful, and I think we're going to see those countries where potentially then they haven't got that leading individual rider taking a much more cautious approach here, especially on this first loop.
Yeah, and we're looking at speeds, average speeds of maybe 13, 14 kilometers per hour. And the first loop, the blue loop, 37.5. So you are looking at, yeah, give or take 2 hours, 20 minutes. So 5:30, 6:30, course to 8, that's what we said.
Yeah.
Course to 8, first horse is in. And then that's what we'll be seeing. That will be the key moment.
So off the course into the cooling area. The clock is still ticking at this point. The crews will cool the horses down, present to the veterinary panel where the clock stops, where the horse will be examined by the veterinary panel both for gait, lameness and full metabolic check.
And the metabolics.
And then into the hold area.
And the metabolics in this weather? And the heart rate in this weather?
It just turns everything on its head. This is not what we planned for as a team when we came here. We thought we were coming to the south of France. We thought it was going to be hot. We were heat training our horses back home.
I mean, let's face it, Harry, the weather that Great Britain have had in the summer, they're used to this weather. So.
Yeah. there is that. There's the small advantage to those nations who are used to the going and the weather. But it will throw the tactics on its head, because this was not what people were planning for. Not what they were expecting. I know, speaking personally, we've had farriers have to adapt to the way the horses are shod because of the grip out there. So very interesting.
So Harry, I think we're going to take a little bit of a break, leave you with the map, and then as you can see the thunder and lightning coming down, and we'll be back maybe in 10-15 minutes.
petite information concernant donc, le public, vous qui êtes à l'extérieur, en train de briller, merci pour des consignes de sécurité, de bien vouloir rentrer donc là à l'abri, donc soit dans la tribune, soit dessous, à côté, derrière les tribunes, ou dans un bâtiment quelconque. Mais éventuellement, donc l'organisation aimerait que vous ne soyez pas trop en extérieur pendant l'orage. Merci beaucoup de vous mettre à l'abri, s'il vous plaît.
Information regarding the spectators that have stayed under the venue. Please do not stay under the rain. There are lots of places in the hippodrome, either in front of the hippodrome or in the bar area. So please do not stay under the rain around the venue.
So welcome back. Welcome back to the FEI Endurance World Championships in Monpazier. Riders out on the first loop, but they started at 5:30 this morning in the dark, and they're going at about 15, 16 kilometers an hour on this, the first loop. And here are the highlights from the start, Harry. And it was a bunch start. It was a tricky start for some of them, but actually they're all away and they're all out on course.
That's right, Nick. It was an incredibly tense start. There wasn't a huge amount of space up until that start line, the large inflatable banner, and riders were circling as the tension grew before the start at 5:30 a.m. And then towards the countdown, riders got very bunched up, and then they went off into the darkness, lit only with head torches, with the pouring rain coming down as we see a very substantial storm hitting Monpazier here, and riders having to really define what endurance is about, digging deep, finding that inner courage to take on this very challenging and technical course in the darkness.
Yes, it is. It has been difficult over the last hour or so. It's been thunder, lightning, very heavy rain, electrical storms, and away they go. But all 118 individuals started with 20 teams, 39 nations, huge field for this celebration of endurance here in Monpazier, with the next, not only the World Championships here today, but also the next 3 days of endurance riding. And the weather, well, it has been inclement. There's no doubt about that. You can see the course map there, and you can see the huge lightning bolts that we've been experiencing here in Monpazier, and great big puddles, but the ground is good. And let's face it, the ground it will take the rain. Heavy rain, it's 17 degrees, very light wind, and that perhaps is in the horses' favour. A lot of horses don't like the wind, so we'll see. It will be testing, as you said earlier, Harry. It's a true test of endurance, and yes, you can see these huge thunder and lightning, and yeah,
and that's us,
and
Nick,
that's
bottom
us.
right. No one told
right.
us that there was a big lightning strike.
We were going to be surrounded by electrical equipment in the lightning storm, Harry. How's your insurance? So they're halfway. They're well over halfway through the first loop of 37.5 on the blue loop.
They are, and remember, these are incredibly experienced combinations. This won't be their first time starting in the dark. I would expect it's probably not the first time starting in inclement weather. Every endurance rider will have tackled this at some point. The key here is staying safe on this first loop. The ground, it is good, it can hold the water, but I think the issue is traction, and the camber changes, and it gets greasy and slippy out there, and they need to be balanced. They need to be up on the knees a little bit, and just making sure that those horses don't go too fast round a bend and lose the legs from the side and slip, pull a muscle, etc. They need to be really balanced to keep that momentum going forwards. They're riding a little bit slower than what we would have expected should it have been dry. I think that's telling, and we will expect to see those riders probably gain momentum later in the day when it gets a bit drier. Yeah,
and they're riding 18.5 kilometres so far over the 37.5, so they've got another, at that speed, at 15 kilometres an hour, they've got another hour and a quarter to come home. So with the local time at 6:45, 6:45 local, they should be with us in the first vet gate at around 8 o'clock.
Yeah, so the sun will have just come up by then, and we get a bit more perspective on things here after the storm has hopefully blown through, and the weather is an improving picture as the day goes on. We hope that the rain will cease at around midday, and then the ground generally absorbs the water and it will start to dry up. But these horses, they've got a long day ahead of them, 6 different loops, varying distances, making the 160-kilometre course with that longer loop at the end. So normally loops reduce in distance, starting with 37.5 here. The last loop, 27 kilometres, which is quite long. So horses need to keep a little bit in the tank to see them through the day and tackle that final green loop.
Yeah, and we're seeing that, aren't we? As you can see, the 2 on the red, 2 red loops of the 21.3, and then the 31.2 right in the middle. That's standard, but as you say, Harry, normally as an OC you would be looking towards the last loop, 21.5, 20, 1.3, but they've gone for 27.
Yeah, and I think there's probably some reasoning for that. They don't want people to sprint over a short distance. They want to put a challenge in there to make it that little bit more technical. We've seen it before as well, the scoreboard changing on that last loop. It's all to play for, and it, exciting finish we saw in Boudib, but it didn't pay off for a number of teams.
No, it didn't. And you would expect Team France have sent a very, very strong team. And let's face it, all eyes have been on France this summer with the Olympics and the Paralympics and the FEI Endurance World Championships and the Tour de France. So France really has been at the centre of sporting excellence. Team France will be one of the favourites.
Undoubtedly.
The reigning world champions.
Absolutely. France played a very interesting tactic in selecting their team, actually. They brought all the riders here. They didn't say who was reserve and who was going to run. They vetted all the horses in, and the selection for the team was made after pre-ride vetting. Yesterday. Yeah. So they bought 7 riders. They didn't know who, if you were a rider coming here with all your crew, with all your horse, all your kit, you didn't know if you were going to start. The chef de qui picked those horses who they thought was the best at that moment in time.
Unbelievably experienced, and he would have taken a look at the weather forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. It takes a certain type of horse to ride this course in, and this weather that does well. A little bit, maybe with a little bit more bulk and strength, as opposed to the lighter, Arab horses that we see potentially doing better on, say, a desert course. Horses for courses, Nick.
Horses for courses, and let's not forget that both the Middle Eastern teams have been based over here as well for the whole of the summer season.
That's right, often based in Europe, but we've seen M7 stables for UAE based in France for a long time and having various stables set up here, various UAE stables in both France and the United Kingdom. But His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa, he is the reigning champion, and he is here to defend his title, isn't he?
Certainly is. Yeah.
And of course, he's used to this weather, having ridden at Windsor this year.
Yes. And last year, let's face it. So he is used to it, and his horses have been based in France. They've got a big stable, 100 kilometres from here. So we're seeing that the distance now is about 1.1 kilometres in front. That's what we're seeing. You can see that Saeed Ahmed Al-Harbi and Kasabar Kadabra is the leading combination for the United Arab Emirates. And then Malaysia and Mohammed Rudian, about 1.4 kilometres behind. Those are the two leading horses. And then in third, it is Slovakia and Martina Oslankova and Fedora Kaberat. So, and they're trailing by about 1.73. So we've got the GPS up, and when the sun comes up and the weather breaks, we will be seeing some live pictures.
And what I think we can see here is His Highness Sheikh Nasser, always number 13.
Yep.
We can see number 13 on the map. We really look closely in the leading group there. Riders probably very bunched together, so we can't see all the numbers. But he'll be up there. He will be leading from the front. He is really into the tactics of the sport, and tries to play with tactics like cycling, like any other top end sport. Maybe he's thinking, this is really challenging riding. If I make a move now, I get some distance and a gap, the others won't catch him, and he can form some space, and then he can pull back a little bit and ride the race he wants to ride. Of course, with any tactic comes risk, and pushing on in these conditions, whether that pays off for him later in the day, who knows? But that might be one tactic that Sheikh Nasser is applying here with his team Victorious Stables from Bahrain.
Yeah, potentially. There is no doubt about that. And went really, really well in Dubai, and now going very well here in Monpazier. So, speeds are telling us that it's round about 15, 16 kilometres an hour.
And I think that what that will mean, Nick, is that actually there isn't a huge gap between our leader and the last horse out on course, say, because I think they will be quite bunched up into this vet gate. The speeds will be relatively similar. Obviously, there's going to be a gap. It's inevitable, and the leaders will be going quicker. But at this point in the competition, they are going a lot slower than we anticipated for a normal championships on good ground, not in a storm. So they will be bunched up. What that means is that the vetting lanes here are going to get full quickly. Riders and horses are going to be cooled off and go straight into vetting, and they will then the clock will have stopped, and they will be waiting for a vet to become available. This won't affect their position. The whole time will have started at this point. But again, tactics will play into it. Horses and riders will be thinking, if I get in the queue, my horse's heart rate will start to recover naturally in that time. So get in quickly, get in that queue. Don't waste time in the cooling area, just get in that queue. So we will see a busy vet gate very shortly.
Yeah, but that's always the way on the first vet gate on a major ride, and particularly a World Championships. And we talked about tactics, and the tactics are innumerate.
Yeah, I always think the tactics are very subtle in endurance. They're not as obvious as maybe a show jumper or a Venter rider or something, but it isn't to say they aren't there.
No.
So we see on the map here that the course differs between this kind of farmland where the tracks are very wide, and they often go around the perimeter of the field, and then into the forest. In the forest, the tracks are undulating, they are twisting and turning, and the camber is one thing which they really need to watch on this first loop. It isn't always flat, and the horses need to be really balanced through that wooded area.
Yeah, so Sheikh Nasser is leading for the Victoria stables, as Harry said. And then Spain and Omar Rodrigo.
On my old horse.
Your old horse, Harry.
Running again.
Running again. They were unlucky in the previous World Championships. And then I think it's 140. And that, lying in third, it's the United States, Jeremy Reynolds and Treasured Moments.
That's a really interesting story with Jeremy's horse. So they came over for the World Championships in Pisa. I think that was 21.
Yes, it was.
The USA stables had a horse that got sick in transit. Arrived here with a temperature and fever, and because of that, the USA were not able to start the race. They had to go and be in quarantine stables, which was a devastating blow to the United States team. And they decided we'll keep the horse in Italy, and they raced him then a month later, this horse, Treasured Moments, and won. But he didn't get his championship moment, so back to the USA they went. Jeremy is the rider who was famously pictured riding the Tevis in all but a neck strap, with no head collar or bridle on. And he is here again and has started his World Championship journey with a very special horse that is absolutely capable of great things here today.
And that's like anything in sport, and particularly horse sport, it's the little details, it's the little stories.
Yeah, and it's endurance is a sport where it's the biggest highs and the biggest lows, and it is how you pick yourself up from those lows and take on the next challenge. And I speak from experience in the last 48 hours of our own team not making the start here, and how we move forwards and pick off what is the next thing that we're going to set our sights on. But it's a great story of Jeremy and Treasured Moments of being knocked back through no fault of his own, but then setting their sights firmly on the next championships.
And endurance is that sport, isn't it? Because for so long you're riding 160 kilometers in a day, and you come home late at night after 12 hours in the saddle, 13 hours in the saddle. Your horse has done well, and then suddenly you might just get knocked out because slight lameness or a touch of metabolics or something.
First across the line is not always the winner. You know, it's always down to the veterinary panel to decide that. And we saw in Boudib, the top riders were eliminated on the heart rate, with just a few beats above the magical number of 64. And, you know, you put your blood, sweat and tears into this, and, you know, it doesn't always go to plan. And it's a huge endeavour. It's a huge investment of time, energy, and training at home as well, just to get to the start line. But to do the 160 kilometres and then not get a placing is incredibly hard to take. But I think all endurance riders, they've all been there at some point in their careers. It gives them true grit and determination. And that is what the qualities of a good endurance rider are, is the ability to take those lows and realign their kind of ambitions, I guess, towards something else. Find that next goal, work towards it.
Is there, in many other sports, there's sports psychology? Does that play its part in endurance, or is it just dust yourself off and pick yourself up and away?
No, I think psychology undoubtedly is a huge part of this. You know, not least being out there sometimes on that last loop on your own, just you and the horse. It is so easy for the riders to switch off, think that they are not capable of this, and that can be transmitted to your horse. And suddenly, if the rider goes flat, the horse goes flat, you will find you really struggle. It's finding that inner courage, and absolutely sports psychology comes into it massively.
Hugely, doesn't it? Hugely.
And also the psychology of the horses. You know, we talk about the metabolics, we talk about the gait, but the teams that do well here are the teams that ride together and help each other out on the track. So working together in almost like a peloton. You know, horses riding tail to nose.
Yeah, you can see there the grand jury.
Oh, here, and this is a blow here.
This
is that Maria Alves-Ponton?
I think it is Maria. 126, I seem to have saw Harry. Let's just check the list. No, I don't know. We'll find out who that is. But the grand jury, I think that's one of the horses. They have to come before the vets, don't they? Even though they're they have to just check, don't they?
I think what we're potentially seeing here is a horse that's maybe fallen, been brought back from the track.
Yeah.
They need to pass the veterinary inspection. They definitely have not arrived back from the course yet.
120, I think.
So 120, that is Maria Alves-Ponton with Cinetic de Bechuel. And it looks like they are out of the competition. That is a huge blow for Team Spain and Maria. And we talked about the safety of this track and the ability of riders to navigate it and be very cautious. You know, we are going to see some trips, some stumbles out there, I think, and some skids, and riders potentially departing from their horses. But a big blow there for Team Spain.
Just coming past us here, Harry, actually, and yeah, that is a big blow, because Juma will be out there, European champion, you know, one of the greatest in the world, and his wife is out.
And, you know, Team Spain, I know how much thought goes into the tactics of riding together out there. They place the horses so crucially within a pack, and they work out which horse is going to go best with the other horses. And losing one horse out of that group can change the whole dynamics.
Certainly can. Certainly can. So we're looking at the GPS, and still it is that 71 there, Harry? I can't. And
yep.
Sheikh Nasser's just dropped back a bit. 71. 71 is leading, and that is for the United Arab Emirates, Saif Al-Mazougi and Magic Glen Talk for the UAE, just getting the noses in front. And then 125 is Angel Soicali, Carl from Spain. Just getting behind. You can see that that bunch is going to be it's going to be a busy first 5 minutes in the vet gate, Harry, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like we've got the UAE in front, maybe by a nudge, and then if that's 1-2-2 or 1-2-5, that's Team Spain. And this is a formation we've seen before. We've seen in previous championships, Bahrain, the UAE taking a lead with Spain hot on their tail in the second peloton.
Yeah, just tucked in behind, aren't they?
Yep. And then we see riders who think, I'm going to stay close to the riders who are very experienced. So, you know, tagging on to the likes of Juma, Maria, others who they think are experienced. So they say, right, I'm just going to tuck in behind and follow what they do because they know how to ride a race. And they have done so many of these championships. And, you know, Juma, multiple times world champion himself. He is a pro at this, absolute pro.
Interesting. Last night, as I was leaving the venue, Jimmer was there with the clipboards and the folders and the loop maps, and he was with his whole team, Jimmer's team, and briefing them on their strategy at every single loop. And it was something else to see. It really was. It was a bit like listening to, I don't know, Toto Wolff and the team principals or in Formula One. That's exactly what it was like last night.
Yeah, and I think, you know, endurance can be easily compared to Formula One. It is very similar in that sense of, you know, the distance and the tactics and the team and you know, the pit stops versus the crew points or the vet gates. But the officials now starting to take their positions in the veterinary lanes. We have the vet writers there who are there to support the veterinary panel.
Just pushing up a little bit there, Harry. There's a leading group coming out. And the Bahrainis have just pushed up, but not Sheikh Nasser. It is Salman Al-Radi from Bahrain. And they're in the leading group is coming. And then just sort of separating the two groups is Sabrina Arnold, the European champion for Germany.
Yeah, and on the same horse, Easy Al Bohira. She has been very successful with that horse, trained in her stables with her husband JPF in France. So it hasn't travelled far to be here, which does make a difference. You know, those horses train locally, you know, potentially have an advantage. She is I would say she is a courageous and very determined rider. She is laser focused at the job in hand and is you know, really tough when it comes to it. She will ride well. She is a good rider. She will be cautious potentially on this first loop, is what she told me yesterday. But when it comes to it in the final moments, she can really push on, and she knows that horse. She knows what she needs to do. So we see teams starting to arrive in terms of the team support, starting to kind of congregate now. They're considering their riders coming back soon. They need to start to prepare and brace the elements.
Yeah, what are there? Maybe 12 horses in the leading group. And then a bit of a gap, maybe half a kilometre, 400 metres, something like that, between the two groups. And now they're riding as a pack. Now they're riding as a group.
I think finding space out on this first loop is important. You're in the dark. You only can see with a head torch and the luminous markers. You need to find a little bit of space for your horse. When you leave that hippodrome at 5:30 this morning, they were all bunched up together. The horses are fresh. They want to get running. You need to try and find a bit of space so that you can see the ground in front of you and adapt as necessary.
So you see the distance that they've got to travel. They're, what, 7 kilometres away, I would say, Harry, something like that. And top right, the red square is the venue.
And we can see, you know, 120 showing is back here, as we just confirmed.
Yeah.
Maria's horse. we'll try and get you an update on that. But she is now showing as eliminated.
What was it for? Lameness or brought back in the horse ambulance? And the organisers, you know, fair credit and credit to all the organisers around the world, but particularly here at the World Championships. There's huge traffic measures outside on the loops. There's horse ambulances, massive control network. So
she's showing as eliminated metabolic. So it may be meiosis, you know, tying up or something like that, a muscle problem. Well, I don't know. We don't want to speculate, but the horse has been cleared, checked by the vets, and we've seen it. It's literally been led past us here. There was no obvious issue, but she may, you know, she's a very perceptive rider. She may have just thought, actually, this horse doesn't feel right, doesn't feel like it normally does, and pulled up.
Yeah.
And said, actually, it's not worth it.
You see bottom right, the lightning is still, I mean, for the last hour and a half, it has been torrential. But the rain slightly easing now, I think. Yeah, great big puddles of water. Good weather for ducks, particularly in this part of France. Just seeing in the distance those huge electric storms. And we still don't really see, you just see the packs closing on the GPS.
Interesting that in the World Championships in Budapest, we saw Estonia clench that fourth place in the team. There were only 4 teams that actually got a team round. So we've got 20 teams running today, but only 4 managed to get 3 combinations around in Budapest, and they played it very, very safe, but still managed to get up there.
And I think, if my memory serves me right, Harry, that Estonia they rode as a group in Budapest, and they came home really, really late into the night, didn't they? But they came 4th.
Yeah, they thought they took the view that to complete is their aim, and that others would take more risks to be further up the field, and that they would be eliminated. I think, you know, the completion rate here is roughly around 30%. Are we going to see that?
Is that what it is? That's the averages, isn't it?
And, you know, that is low. So only 30% really are placed at the end of the field. Are we going to see it drop even lower?
Another bolt of lightning in our electrical warehouse, Harry. At least we're earthed on the ground, on the grass. This is when, what is the time now? Local time, 9 minutes past 7. They'll start to get motivated, the crews. They'll just start. The information will be coming back, and they'll start to get interested. The cool down area is going to be interesting, I think. It's not one of the widest, and everybody will be vying for a position in that cool down area, won't they?
They will. So there's interesting rules here applied. The normal setup of a vet gate is not what we're seeing here. So instead, we've got big bowsers of water, and each rider is allowed 3 buckets. And 3 only.
Oh, really?
And they have only 2 crew, as opposed to the normal 4 that are allowed to cool the horse. So they are allowed to unsaddle the horse in the unsaddling area, and then the crew must take their 3 buckets in. They can use the bowsers that are provided by the organising committee. Once they have cooled the horse, they then need to clear their buckets away, and so it will constantly be cleared after each vet gate. So it hopefully, you know, there shouldn't be loads of buckets and detritus in there, but you crew your horse, you present it to vet, and then you clear it out.
Well, we'll watch with great anticipation, Harry, won't we?
We will.
Because...
but the French, of course, are used to this.
They're used to it,
This is a rule for, I think, all French riders have only been allowed 2 crew per horse, and it's part of their water restriction measures, actually, to try and reduce water usage.
And that's very good news.
Because contrary to what we're seeing here, a lot of areas in France, and especially over the last couple of years, have been experiencing drought conditions, and they've had to try and work out how to avoid wasting water, but without compromising horse welfare. And that's the balance they've had to strike.
So they're coming closer, there's no doubt about that. Grand jury are getting ready. Crews will be getting ready, and they'll be with us maybe half an hour.
Maybe. Let's see again what the speeds of those leading groups are. It looks like they're averaging still quite slow, about 15. We'll get an update, of course, when they present to the veterinary panel. We can work out the timings at that point. We're relying at the moment on GPS signals, which can be obviously a little bit variable.
And you see there, Harry, that group has now bunched.
It has. We're seeing that there's a huge number of riders in that group.
Yeah. Maybe 15, 16.
Yeah. Potentially, or I would say all in single file.
All in single file.
Yeah. And this is what we're going to see all day. We're going to see riders going for the pushing on, and then we're going to see other riders who are here to complete and are playing it safe, and they want to get round, and this may be their first World Championship. It may be part of the team tactic to get round, like we saw Estonia in Budib. But we will see the elite, and then we will see people who are honoured to be on their first start line of World Championships and want to just get a safe completion. And as the skies just turn from black to grey, the rain starts again.
Yeah. This is where the crews, the vets, the physios, everything will come into play in the hold, in their 40 minutes rest.
Et maintenant 7h14, les concurrents viennent de passer donc au point numéro 4. Le point numéro 4, 31 km, donc 900 du départ. Nous allons donner donc un groupe donc d'une trentaine de chevaux qui est en train de passer là aussi donc au point numéro 4.
Leading group just coming up towards the final straights. What are they, 8 kilometers away, something like that, Harry?
Yeah, not too far now. It looks like they've just got to navigate through this part of the forest, and then they come hit into the final straight towards the vet gate, where they have to go around the hippodrome before entering the cooling lanes. Showing that number 5 is actually back here as well. We saw Maria Alvarez Ponton has been eliminated for metabolic. She was brought back from the course. It looks like we also can see number 5 showing back here.
Yeah, one of the Bahraini team, one of the victorious team, Salman Al-Radi and Elmer de Bouzou.
We await an update there. We will let you know. But potentially we've lost 2 riders from 2 of the leading teams. And we knew that this first loop in the dark, in these conditions, was going to be very challenging, and that there would be slips, slides, riders might depart and need to be brought back from the course. And this is where those teams who are taking it a little bit more sensibly and taking the time a little bit on this first loop, that might pay off for them later in the course.
What are the tactics of the other nations? You know, the French will ride as a team, there's no doubt about that. The Spanish, okay, they've lost one, the Bahrainis have lost one. But somebody like Estonia, somebody like Italy always ride as a team. Great Britain, team orders?
I think there is a degree of team orders, but there is also the balancing of what the horse is capable of and where that horse is happiest. What I think we'll see a lot of the teams, and Great Britain is an example of this. We have a leading rider who is capable of riding at the front, who will be going for Rebecca Pinder. Yep. We saw leading in Boudi before being removed from that final vet gate for being underweight. And then riders who will ride more cautiously towards the back. Obviously there's 5 riders out there for the full teams who've got a full contingent out on course, and they can work together. You know, they can help each other out there. They can take it in turns to lead. They can pick the way. The horses work so much better together as a group.
Yeah, they're herd animals.
Absolutely, goes back to that natural instinct. Can see, Nick, some images from my social media feed of horses and riders going through crew points, busy crew points, lots of quite narrow with lots of crew lining each side in the pouring rain with this electrical storm going on. But it looks like Team Spain, with Team Bahrain, with the United Arab Emirates, they're all bunched together in a leading group in a peloton, in single file going through there. These tracks not too wide, they can't always be 2 abreast, 3 abreast, they need to be behind each other. But that leading group is now not substantially too far away from the hippodrome here in Monpazier.
I wonder what the crew points are going to be like, Harry, in these conditions. That's what I would be saying. I really do, with those trucks coming in and out and the water going down. I just think it's quite perilous for the crews as well out there.
Indeed. And I think that was another part of the reasoning for the organisers limiting the crew out on course. So
is it 1 crew per car?
It's one crew car and 2 road crew. And that can be increased after loop 3 to 3 people if needed. But for this first 2 loops, when it's riders are all together, those crew points are going to be very busy, just 2 crew per horse.
Getting some pictures of the venue. You can see there's the vet gate on your bottom right. And you can just see the conditions. The sun is, well, not the sun, the daybreak and is just coming up now.
So our leading group of riders making the final approach now to the first veterinary inspection. Rider number 83 leading the way for Italy, Daniele Ciroli, with Conan Di Gioctrio. In the leading group. What we're going to see in this leading group is a bunched up riders representing different nations. The favourites will be there, of course, representing Spain, France, Bahrain, UAE, but also the individuals from other nations who want to stay with those more experienced, potentially, groups and be in with a chance of finishing on a podium. The speed's not as high as we anticipated because potentially of the weather. The rain still very torrential out there. So that will have brought the speed down. The field will be bunched together. We can see from where we're positioned now, the crewing lanes are densely packed with crew, imminently awaiting the arrival of their horses.
Donc il est bientôt 7h30, 2 heures de course.
And the spectators fill the grandstand here in the Hippodrome de Marseille. I think they are enjoying the dryness of the Hippodrome, of the grandstand, looking out at the crews and the officials in the pouring rain. But for the horses, I think this type of weather, in terms of keeping them cool and hydrated, is obviously perfect. But well, not perfect, but it's not going to be to their detriment in that respect. The cooling shouldn't be too hard. We can see them now coming round the final last few turns before they go round the Hippodrome and then into the veterinary inspection. Remember, the clock does not stop until they have presented to the veterinary panel. They have up to 20 minutes. Once they present to the veterinary panel, the clock stops, subject to their heart rate being 64 or below. They have a 1 second chance though. If the heart rate is too high, it's as if the clock never stopped and the time still runs and they can present one more time. If the heart rate's still too high, then they are out. And if the second time the heart rate's okay, then the whole time immediately starts. So they have 40 minutes in the rest area. And that's where horses will eat, they will drink, riders will take it easy. So just one right turn to go, then around the race course and into a very packed cooling area.
Yeah, but Harry, not a cooling area as you were describing earlier, not a cooling area as they would have seen in Spain or in Great Britain, or there's only 2 and 3 buckets and you're straight in.
Yeah, it's very different. It's a different approach. To clear everything out, only 3 buckets per rider and only 2 crew. I mean, that means that the rider themselves are going to have to get pretty hands-on here to help, because that's only 3 pairs of hands. You know, the rider may be leading the horse or helping cool the horse or taking the horse's heart rate.
And one of the crew will be a vet, won't it, in the leading teams?
The teams have
or
their
trainer.
crew, but they also have a chef to keep and a vet potentially as well, and a farrier. I think that the chef to keep and the vet are allowed in the cooling lanes, but they are not allowed to actively cool the horse. Rider number 122, Omar Blanco Rodrigo, with Warren Silchase leading the field.
Favourite of yours, Harry?
I must say, I do have a soft spot. My previous mount, Warren Silchase, I had the pleasure of backing him and doing all of his qualifiers. And there's Team Bahrain.
Look well, don't they?
They do. Riders breathing a sigh of relief at this point, I think. They can see home. They have navigated the dark and the thunderstorm, and they've got back safe and sound. Now it's down to the crews to do their bit.
True endurance.
Absolutely. True grit and determination to get to this point alone, let alone the rest of the fields. There's Team France.
Just as a group?
Yep.
All together? Spain there as well?
and Spain. So that's interesting. So they've let Warren Chase with Omar go in front, but the other Spanish rider's back. And I know Chase, he's a very strong horse, and he can get carried away with the momentum of everything. He needs space.
And in there is Alex Toft, very experienced Australian rider. Looks to me like the Saudis coming in as well.
And in second place, Daniele Soroli for Italy, with the green noseband. But leader Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain.
Look at the rain.
Look at the mud and the splashes coming back.
There won't be grey horses for long, will they?
They will not. And we can see Bahrain with the red and the stripes on the shoulders riding together as a team. And rounds of applause from the spectators as they pass the grandstand. And they just circle under where they started at 5:30 this morning before coming into the veterinary inspection.
And you look at that group there, it's going to be awfully busy in that cool-down area.
It is indeed. And they're off.
Here we go. So, we'll take you through it. They go into the cool, they break the beam, and then they're going into the inspection.
Yeah. So that's what we refer to as the recovery time, the time it takes from when you go into the cooling area to when you present. But for all intents and purposes, the clock is still ticking at this point. There's for Team France in lead there, Virginatka.
And the optimum, isn't it, is 2 minutes.
I mean, the optimum is as fast as you can possibly get in, because the faster you get in, the faster you get out on course.
But interestingly, because it's a packed cool-down area, recovery area, you know, the clock's ticking, but will they just hold back once they've got through into the presentation area?
It's going to be very interesting to see now, because this is where, theoretically, you can overtake somebody without any additional exertion. You know, if your horse has a good recovery and it's fit and it's been trained for this, then it can be in that veterinary area in under a minute.
Portugal
Whereas
are in.
Some horses take 5-6 minutes. That's a big distance on the next loop that the horse that's recovered more slowly is going to have to make up. There's Faiz Al Turkmani for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And you see this, we will see this as other riders come in now, they will slow off the pace, because they will want the horse to just start recovering before it gets to the cooling area.
So where does the clock actually start, Harry?
So they've gone under the arch this morning at 5:30.
Yeah.
That's their riding time. They've come in and they've come off this loop. The clock, their riding time is still going, but we call their recovery time the point at which they enter this cooling area. When they enter the veterinary panel, like here, and wait for the vet, the whole time immediately starts. That's the time that they have to rest, that 40 minutes.
Random vet lanes here, so they'll be given a number of the vet lanes.
The coloured horse there for Spain, and in the middle there we have number 67, Rebecca Jane Pinder for Great Britain. In that leading group, the whole of Team France are there. 52, Clementine Chaud, Doha de Artagnan.
38 is for Chile, René Fuentes, Alcazar.
These riders in now. There's going to be a queue for the vet, so you can see there number 87, César Donnet, trainer. Juma Pontidax with his team. It's a tense moment in any veterinary inspection, but you can read the tension on their faces.
But beyond the wooden fence is the presentation area, is the vet gate. And that's a really busy vet gate. So those vets and grand jury are going to be working overtime for the first 20 minutes, aren't they?
They are indeed. And we can see horses here already starting to do their trot-ups for the veterinary panel. And the group approaching here in the middle there, Constanza Lalicia, the leading rider for Italy.
So the first one into the vet gate. We can't quite see it, but we'll see if we can see the heart rates as well. That all-important heart rate of 64.
So riders now, we see this nice aerial view. I think it's this Team USA cooling the whole rider. There's a rider for Bahrain looking at the board, waiting for his number to be called forwards to the vet.
And that all-important 64.
Yep. So once riders have passed the metabolic and gait analysis, then they are allowed to exit the vet gate, and this is number 137 now for United Arab Emirates exiting. Rider Zaid Mohammed Atiq Hamis Al-Mahari with Al-Shamaim. So now the crew's work doubles up. They have to now look after that horse for the next 40 minutes in the hold area. This is where they need to eat and drink. And you see a vet there, Kieran O'Brien, with the electronic heart rate monitor, which is placed on the side. That's taken for 1 minute, but if the heart rate's under 64 within 15 seconds, then it's a pass. In the middle there with the grey horse, Daniele Ciroli for Italy. Riders still coming off the course. These riders taking the time a little bit more, have perhaps ridden a little bit carefully, but nothing really separating the leading groups at the moment at this stage, just minutes.
No, they've ridden 37 kilometres. They've got another 143 if my maths is right, 23 kilometres to go. So, you know, they've got a long, long, long way to go.
They have. 71 is Magic Glen Talk, representing the UAE from the MRM stables. Chef d'Equipe Mohamed Issa in the middle there, with Team Vet Mariano. Team Spain in the foreground here, waiting for their time to present.
So at the moment, 2-3 through, it looks like, ready to go on loop 2 for the UAE, Bahrain 2, and Australia, the Netherlands. Marika Visa is all through and ready to go. And the UAE getting 4 through. France, first one through of, as we saw, Virginie Acher. And then your old horse of Warrens Hill, Chase and Omar. Rodrigo for Spain also. Italy, Daniela Cerioli as well.
And here more riders coming in for Portugal, rider number 108.
Yeah, that's Miguel Brassau, Spirit de Cruzou, Portugal. Do you know, this has played out better than I thought it was going to, Harry. It really has, this the cool down area.
Indeed, and it, you know, those, because they've got this rule that you've had to take those 3 buckets out once you've presented to the vet, then it's left pretty clean, and they've put down hardcore hard standing in that area so that the drainage is better, and I think that is a huge improvement, because we can see, just looking at the ground there, it's absolutely saturated, and as soon as you start cooling horses, that's going to cause problems. So if a horse shows any gait abnormalities, it is 3 vets to remove a horse from the competition. It doesn't matter if it's gait or metabolic, and it's a 3-card trick. So they can't confer, and they simply judge the horse on its action, and it's either a pass or a fail. Majority wins.
So just looking at the heart rates, good heart rates, 60, 52, 52, the Australian horse So some very good heart rates coming through.
Our leading rider is Saeed Ahmed Rashid Abdullah Al-Shamsi, riding Monpazier, a heart rate of 64, so bang on, with a recovery of 1 minute 24. And we can see now that the average speed of our leading rider is 17.98, which is, I mean, if we compare that to Badib, Nick,
Yeah.
you know, the leaders there were doing 22, 23. I think they did the first loop at 25. So considerably slower, which I think is going to play to the advantage of the European nations here.
Yeah, so all 5 through for the United Arab Emirates. Just to give you a brief summary, France through, 4 for Bahrain, Australia, very much in there. Spain have 2, Brazil, and 2 for Germany at the moment. Portugal just got 1 through. And remember, Portugal, the silver medalist from the World Championships in Badib. But there's an awfully long way to go.
There is indeed. It is still early in the day, but these riders have potentially done the most difficult part of this competition. This first loop in the dark, in the storm, which is now cleared through. The rain has stopped. The sun has come up. We had a very, very eventful electrical storm here first thing this morning, if you're just joining us.
Yeah.
And you can see the aftermath of that with the puddles on the trot lanes.
And Rebecca Jane Pinder. Rebecca Pinder now through with Oso Irazu. Just coming past us here, actually, in our commentary point. And then the second one through for France, Clementine Shaw.
After this first loop, the first position has gone to Saeed Ahmed Rashid Abdullah Al-Shamsi riding Modi.
Current world champion, His Highness Sheikh Nasser, lying in 3rd place with Everest Lamajeri. That horse was 2nd in the test event last year here in Monpazier with a speed of 18.7. So not massively dissimilar to what we're seeing now. And the speed, the way that was broken down on the day was that they did that first loop last year at 16.6, but they did the last loop at 24. So they got incrementally faster, what we call negative splits. Conserving that energy for the more competitive final moments of the competition.
27 in the vet gate. That's Renato Salvador for Brazil.
Brazil have a very strong team, trained in France and Italy at the moment. The horse is over here permanently.
Second in the picture is Ishajad, Uruguay, En Avant Bezu.
Again, on a French horse. We've seen that with quite a few. They've come over here, they've qualified on French horses rather than bringing South American horses to Europe, which is quite a journey.
It's a very, very busy vet gate, isn't it? Just waiting to get them in. There's Jacques Martial, the chief steward here.
He's got his work cut out to
Hasn't he
police
just?
that busy.
Police that busy. It does get easier as the day gets longer for them, as the field spreads out. There's Stefano Osip, Croatia. Horse looks well.
Horse looks great.
Looks really well, full of going, full of running. And you just see that, even with the what can only be described as biblical rain that we've had this morning, 117 in the vet gate, the ground is very much holding up. It is light land in the Dordogne, and that 117, Slovakia. Martina Oslankova, just in the vet gate there. They look all right, those vet gates, don't they?
Holding up
Yep.
so far.
And it is raised.
Yep. These are Isha Jordan, number 37, coming in. spoke earlier, Nick, about the kit that these riders have, and you know, keeping everything clean and dry, and having new kit for each loop is going to be really, really important. You know, the girths, the numbers are going to be saturated at this point.
Can they swap tack, Harry?
Yeah, they can. Remember, they must meet that minimum weight criteria, though, 75 kilograms.
75 kilograms.
So if they do change tack, they'll need to keep that in mind. And a great view here, great shot from our drone from above of riders coming into the arrival point and the unsaddling area where the tack is removed.
So one of the French riders, high heartbeat, so they've asked to represent.
So they do get two opportunities here. Son of the organizer.
Yep.
No,
second one, the Malaysian athlete Abdul Latif Rani and HK Tyson. Another high heart rate, 65 that one. So they've been asked to represent. As Falo de Barbas, 81. Well, at least we can see things now as the sun is, well, the daylight is with us.
We're just looking at our top 10. In fourth place, we've got Catherine Bailey representing Australia with Razorback Targaryen.
Italy there. Remember, they ride very much as a team. And that's Piero Campanini, Perrine Campanini and Elliot J.
And in seventh place for the UAE, we have Seed Ahmed Al-Habri with Casablanca Cadabra. And the interesting fact about that horse is it is the son of previous world champion Corillon Concord, or otherwise known as Yamama, sorry, who was the mount of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan in the 2014 World Equestrian Games, I believe, where he won the gold medal.
Normandy.
And the offspring has gone on to do very well.
.144 in picture now is the second of the Uruguayans. It's Christopher Borges and Meva Mejia.
Stallion. We don't often see stallions competing in endurance. If you can get a stallion that keeps their mind on the job, then they do it, can excel, but often it's mares and geldings here.
Yeah, there's a definite re-inspection for Julien Lafleur.
I mean, that's really interesting, and you know, potentially he's going to change the dynamics a little bit. He is a very experienced rider. He lives in this region and trains on these very tracks. So something maybe a little awry there with his mount.
And another one for Malaysia and for Mexico. Two more re-inspections.
And I think rider number 97 there realising there is a problem, and she's waved her hands. She can see there is a lameness, and she can self-certify that the horse is removed from the competition. No need to trot that horse. She's withdrawn.
Very impressed with this cool-down area, how it's worked. That 47, another of the Croatians, it's Barbara Surcic's ride, Kadir.
And 109 is for Portugal.
Joao Pedro. Very strong in the world of endurance.
Yeah, and Portugal have actually grown a lot in the endurance of recent times. They've worked so hard on the international aspects of the sport. They've been training together for a long time as a team and really going places, both in terms of the level of competition that they offer in Portugal and also the level of competitor they put on the world stage. On the left, Matt McGuinness for Ireland.
Tell me, McGuinness. The oldest competitor in the field, he won't mind us saying.
Still going strong.
Horseware Ireland.
And his horse, Horseware HLM Fontana. Experienced horse. Here he comes.
We've just seen the Malaysian horse going in there for another of the re-inspections. Number of re-inspections coming up because of the high heart rate. They can have 2 attempts, wait for the heart rate to come down. Does mean that the clock's still ticking, but they'll get a second inspection.
I think it's so interesting, Nick, that we're seeing some high heart rates here, because one of the problems with this weather is that, you know, what you would normally do is throw loads of water on to immediately cool those horses. But actually in this weather, the opposite could happen.
Yeah.
The horses could get too cold, they start shivering, the heart rate goes up again.
Up again.
And, you know, finding that balance between getting to the optimal temperature to reduce their core body temperature from the exercise and exertion to bring the heart rate down versus overcooling, horses shivering, getting stiff. We might also be seeing horses that are just too pumped full of adrenaline from that first loop and are just too excited and the heart rate too high.
So, 2 nations, Malaysia and Argentina there in the front.
So far we only have 1 elimination showing on from bet gate 1. I'm sure there will be a few others, but Talia Frank representing Australia with Rosevale Park Bay Sarin has been eliminated for a regular gate
Max
at
altitude
1.
reached.
And we have Maria Alvarez-Ponton, who we spoke about earlier, but if you're just joining us, Maria Alvarez-Ponton her horse was brought back from the field earlier on and was removed on metabolic grounds, and walked past here was absolutely fine, we think, but she obviously felt something wasn't quite right with that horse. A big blow. Previous world and European champion removed before even reaching the first veterinary inspection.
It does happen.
It does.
139 is the United States of America, Heidi Perot, and Favelas Merashar.
So 43 ready to go onto the next loop. They're now in the hold area. We've got 3 currently pending a re-inspection because of high heart rate. We saw Isha Judd come in. Her heart rate was 71 on the first inspection, so she has 1 more attempt at getting the heart rate below 64, or she will be removed. Again, Carmine Padin for Italy, heart rate 77 after 2 minutes. So they have to now work on that horse to reduce the heart rate. Another large group of riders returns from the field. You can see her coming round the hippodrome here into our cooling area.
17.98. We'll go on to his
and if you look there at the horse's hooves as Belgian come in, and if you look, they're not breaking through, they're not cutting the ground, they're just, it's sitting on top, which is bodes well for the rest of the day, I think.
Yeah, and I think we spoke about this earlier. The risk is that the ground becomes slippy, I think, because you don't sink in, you'll glide along the top. And you know, keeping traction is really important, obviously, when you're riding across this undulating and uneven ground and twists and turns at speed. So we've seen our leading group come through, and the pace, the tempo, it changes now. These riders coming in, taking a little bit longer to cool the horses down, not riding as competitively. Representing Norway here, Olaug Espelli Carstensen.
Well done, Harry.
Here we see
Constanza.
The vet is now taking the heart rate. Not sure that is Constanza. So this may be. This is Parin. Yep. Okay, heart rate is fine. Now trot.
Loose rein.
Yeah,
There it is.
A new rule. It's got to be loose. It's got to be by the shoulder. The person trotting the horse, if they get too far ahead and they're considered to be dragging the horse, or they get too far behind and they are perceived to be chasing the horse up, then it's immediately a panel. That means 3 vets will assess the horse straight to a panel. Okay. A little stumble at the end, but otherwise looks okay. So now the rest of the metabolic check. The vet will listen to the gut sounds, they will check mucous membranes, dehydration, various other things. Riders from Malaysia and China there in the middle. Great to see all corners of the world represented, and in the foreground Barbara Lizarag, previous champion herself in days gone by. And the cooling area so far working really well. This hard standing they've put down means that it's not getting too wet. And for the United States of America, currently trotting Heidi Perrault. With horse Fevalis Mascherel.
So they leading Saeed Al Shamsi 18.18 kilometers, Harry. So totally different. And then you look at Sheikh Nasser, pretty much the same, 18.18. So it is 18.18. There's the Brits.
James Dickinson.
James.
Representing Great Britain with Magdi. Just coming off the loop now.
Once you leave the car park, you need to follow the sign saying Red Loop Crew. So make sure you follow those signs as you leave the car park.
So probably about 2/3 of the field have come back in. Still a good number out on course though. And here we see the crew just checking the horse's heart rate before they present. And I think that's for China, number 44. There's Barbara. For Switzerland, number 130, trotting for the vet.
Straight onto that loose train.
Yep, beautifully done. It's very easy, you know, it's easy to kind of critique the trot, but it's actually very easy to get ahead of the horse if the horse is being hesitant trotting away. And this new rule it was tricky, I think, at first for people to adapt their style, but now we're seeing these combinations manage it very well. And a beautiful trot up there for the Chinese combination.
China, yep. Strong team from China. We'll have to wait and see how they'll fare. One of the emerging nations in endurance. Here comes James.
James and Appleby for Ireland. So Great Britain and the Republic of Ireland there riding together, side by side. I think this is our Chinese rider coming around. And it does look pretty wet out there still. You can see the ground's just got a bit muddy at that top end of the hippodrome. Team Belgium then, number 19.
Laura Langus, Belgium, and you see the graphic there. That's the number of riders that they've got in a team. So Belgium will be looking to get onto the podium tonight.
Okay, they're happy.
Yep. In. Get in there. Trying to think, trying to work out. You know, I look at the recovery times here, Harry. Some very, very good. You know, 1 minute 24, 1 minute 32, 1 minute 34, 1 minute 31. They're posting good recovery times, even in those conditions earlier on this morning. Shows the real attribute of the horse and the rider. Real athletes.
Absolutely. They haven't pushed those horses out of their comfort zone at this stage in terms of speed. If anything, the ground's probably played to their advantage, and it's meant a slower, more steady first loop. I'm sure the pace will pick up from here on in, though.
Yeah, there's the current standings. United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, UAE have got all of their 5 team members in. Bahrain, having lost one early on this morning, that of Salman Aradi, down to 4, but very much in contention. And remember, always got to remember that it is the best 3 scores that count.
Indeed. UAE looking very strong there, and Bahrain. But look, not a whisker between them.
Any of them.
17.9, all of them. And even onto page 2 here, we still see 17.9 feature up to 15.
Yeah, and their riding times 2 hours 4, 2 hours 4, 2 hours 5. You know, that minute is nothing.
It's seconds, yeah. They'll be out in no time at all.
No time at all.
Yeah, and then they will aim to re-establish those groups. So Spain, for example, will look as soon as they get out to re-establish that working group, the peloton and the chasing pack, to work together on their second loop.
Rebecca Pinder, leading of the Brits.
Just 1 minute behind.
And the count, Carmine Vellani for Great Britain, 2 of them. United States in there, and you can see, I think, have they, without the total and the average speed, have they passed their re-inspection? We'll just wait and see.
Here's June Tate for Great Britain then, just approaching the first inspection. And the horse just looking at that inflatable arch as it goes through. A little bit of encouragement needed from June. Rider number 3, Muriel Beatriz for Argentina. Just presenting. And now a busy hold area. This is the rest area. It's where the horses are rehydrated, they can eat, drink, and each horse will have its own routine, that the crew know what works with that horse and what doesn't. And as this is a World Championships and we've got teams here, there's also a team vet, a team farrier, a team physio. They'll all be looking at that horse with their specialist views. Might be the physio needs to work on a horse to remove a little bit of tension, soreness, etc.
So 3 out definitely, 2 for lameness, 1 for Australia, 1 for the Netherlands, and 1 for the metabolics that we saw very, very early on this morning, Harry, with Maria Alvarez-Ponton.
Yeah, I mean, for those just joining us, that was a very early and big blow for Team Spain, with 2-time world, 2-time European champion Maria Alvarez-Ponton being removed from the competition. I think that's going to change the dynamic of the Spanish attack at this championships. That's one of our Australian riders.
World Championships. As we were saying earlier, the first riders to go off on
James Sheehan. I think some of the Australian horses flew in a few weeks ago. I think 1 or 2 of them are based over here. A huge endeavour, though, to do that, of course. That's what this means to people, the lengths they go to be represented here. Our sole Indian rider, Nida Anjum Chelat, with Petra Del Rey there. June Tate for Great Britain, cooling Etihad. Taking it easy, a team rider here. Looking to get a score represented on the team. Carefully and gradually cooling the horse without trying to overexcite it. At this point in the competition, the horse is still pumping full of adrenaline. And team vet, Georgina Vaughan, looking on.
30 still out on the loop, Harry. 3 are going in for a re-inspection, 7 are going in for a re-examination, and 60 are ready to go on loop 2. And that's after what we saw this morning with Noah's Ark, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think riders must breathe a sigh of relief as they get through this veterinary inspection, take stock now, work out their plan and their strategy for the rest of the day. I think we all thought it was going to be wet. I'm not sure we thought it was going to be quite as wet. It has poured and poured. And we've had lightning storms, It's been pretty awful. But these riders, they've done it. They've safely navigated the dark with the head torches, with the occasional bright flash of lightning.
Occasional?
Yeah,
I don't think it was occasional. I think it was constant. So 30, just looking at the leaderboards, yeah, 28 now, ready to come back in. We have heard that Nikki Thorne, for those of you following for Great Britain, lost her stirrup. She's now back reunited with another stirrup and is on her way. So that's good news for Team GB. 11 there, just in the vet gate. Australia's James Sheehan and Minton East Chaucer. Daniel Bredo, Italy. Team vet Daniela just there, and
interesting. We're seeing that tactic play out, aren't we? We have those group of Italian riders up front, but it's almost like you've got your banker at the back. You need your steady Eddie to try and get round and get that completion and get that team placing.
Yep.
It's no good always running all your horses at the front and all of them taking a risk.
Bronze medalists at Boudib, and we remember Constanza just hanging back in Boudib, waiting for her team members.
Played off very well for her, didn't it? Not long to go now, obviously, until horses are re-tacked up, ready to go onto the next loop.
There it is, the red loop. First of their 2 attempts at the red loop, 21.3 kilometres up to the north, the other side of Monpazier, and away they go. So 21.3. They will ride this twice.
They will. A lot of twists and turns on this loop. Very interesting here that they're not using a lot of the same ground. They do this red loop twice, but they go off to the north, they go to the south, they go to the east. A lot of new ground. So it's not you see on some championship venues repeating bits of the same loop and then adding other loops on. This is 6 quite different loops, or 5 different loops, I guess, and a lot of twists and turns on the loop. Undulations. It's not hilly, but it's never really flat at the same time. So you have to be on the ball the whole time and really ride this course. For Great Britain then, reunited with her stirrup, Nikki Thorne.
That's good news.
In the middle there, still going, that's good.
So let's get them home, and then we regroup and we go again.
Yep.
So the first will go out 8:15. So in a little under 4 minutes' time, 8:15, and there is nothing between them. Nothing between them. The first 9, 10 athletes are all within a minute of each other. So they are that's the leading group.
Yeah, it's going to be one after the other, after the other, after the other. And then they will look to regroup as a team.
Funnily enough, as we see in the distance, Harry, the crew's now starting to run because they've done their work in the hold, they've done their work in the recovery area, in the hold area, and now they're getting ready to go again because in 3 minutes' time, the leading group will be departing.
They will indeed.
Out onto the red loop, 21.2 kilometres.
James Dickinson there, just finishing his trot up for the vet. But yeah, the crew out there, I mean, I imagine it was something else. The roads around here are pretty narrow, and in the darkness with the wet and the lightning this morning.
The thunder.
Yeah. you know, there were announcements here that there's a lot of spectators, but no spectators on that first loop, just crew, because, you know, they were really keen to make sure that those crew points were as safe as possible, with those rules being a little bit relaxed from loop 3 onwards. But crews are darting from point to see their horses and riders, to offer them water, to cool them down as quickly and as often as they can, to keep the core body temperature down.
25 still out on course, 71 now ready to go. So that is a very, very good percentage after the conditions that we saw this morning.
Now this is interesting. That is Julien Lefebvre,
I
who came in with our leading group.
And a re-inspection there, so let's see if we can find out.
So maybe there was a question over the metabolics, and they've asked him to come back 15 minutes before going back out again for another inspection. And that's really, if there was a little bit of concern over one of the parameters, they can reassess these horses. So a full check again by the vets before then going out again onto course. But a bit of a blow there for the French team, because he delayed going in. There was a heart rate, took a long time to come down. Carmen Roma representing the Netherlands. The horse was a good rub.
And Bobia will go off onto the first loop in first position. Sheikh Issa Faisal, Rashid Issa and Khalifa in second position for Bahrain. And in third position for Bahrain, Sheikh Nasser bin Amal Al Khalifa.
Just 1 minute to go then for our leading riders head out onto loop 2, the red loop. 21 kilometres to go.
So, just getting that for Julien Lefebvre. It's okay, Harry?
Pass. So face speed of 16.5. But a recovery of 11.56 minutes, which is just not in keeping with that horse or the level that Julien aspires to ride at. You know, that is a long time. He had a penalty, and what I mean by that is that he had to come back to the veterinary panels for a second heart rate, and then he had the re-inspection.
And then they got the heart rate down to 58, and then the re-inspection.
Yeah, but it makes you wonder: is something metabolically going on with that horse? Is it in peak performance? Is something going on that we can't see? And that's what the vets will be interrogating with their inspection. And if they have any concern, the horse will be recalled to the veterinary panel.
Chile, we've just seen the grey of David Aguilera and Chile. And then this in the trot lanes, 95, Mexico's Rodrigo Alascaga and Cancan de Finois. To be fair, now the sun has come out, or now that the cloud has broken through, Harry, we couldn't ask for a better view from where we're sitting.
It's not bad. It was a little bit touch and go when we were in a metal-framed gazebo earlier with the lightning strikes overhead.
With all our electrical equipment in here.
Yeah.
So 128. Florence Bertrand for Switzerland.
And our leaders are out.
They've gone.
They're out.
Yep. Sheikh Nasser there.
Team Spain with the red hats. Off they go, one after the other after the other. Now this is in the order that they presented to the vet. It's not the order that they came off the last loop, it's the order that they presented to the vet and passed the veterinary inspection. So they will quickly now look to re-establish those working groups, those teams out on course and work together.
And for sure, you know, they'll all ride together because it's a very friendly sport, and it's early days at the moment, so they've all got to help each other.
Indeed, and you know, as you say, it's a friendly sport. There's a lot of camaraderie here. You know, everybody to a degree is working together because they know that, you know, the real challenge here is between you, yourself, and the distance and the terrain. It only really becomes a battle between each competitor in the latter stages of the competition. But, you know, we all want everyone to do well, willing each other on for a successful completion. We see, I just saw from where we're sitting here, a kind of sudden rush of crew running to their vehicles.
So I say they've done their work in the hold.
Yep.
And now they're out to do more work.
Get back out on course to meet those horses and riders.
98, just coming in front of us here in the vet lane.
It's Carmen Roma, representing the Netherlands. Netherlands riding together. Carmen, I spoke to Carmen a few days ago. Her tactic here was team result. That's what the Netherlands are going for.
Team, team, team.
Indeed. And then we see our horses and riders just being re-tacked up and then warming up again. So they've been stood in the hold area. It's not that warm yet. I've got 2 coats on here still. So they're warming the horses up to get the muscles going again, and then they can go out on course.
This will be an interesting one, Harry, for the grand jury, won't it? Not wanting to go away from the vet gate. Now they probably loose rein on the way back.
Yeah.
That's Patricia Fekete, Hungary. Now look at that.
Looks okay.
Yeah. But a lot of horses, you know, they'll pass that.
Yeah. But, you know, as the
Don't want to
competition
go away.
goes on, you know, the horses' psychology, they are animals, you know, and they have an opinion on things, and there's certain things they don't want to do. And you know, running away from home, away from their friends, isn't instinctively what they want to do always. So, you know, they can look a little lackluster going one direction and then turn around and spring back into life. And, you know, the more experienced horses will be just programmed and having trained that they don't do that. But it's hard. You know, not every horse plays game. Right, what's interesting is that we've seen a few riders there, so they go round the hippodrome here, and then they hook a left, a very, very tight turn. And we've seen a few riders overshoot that turn or really have to hook a left in.
Yeah.
And I think that's, you know, I know that is only one bit that we're seeing, but that's going to be repeated elsewhere. There's a lot of 90-degree turns, left, right, left, right.
If we just coming out of here on one of our monitors is number 70, just leaving the vet gate. We'll see if we can pick that up on camera 4. That's Carmine Villani for Great Britain. And there is a very sharp left turn straight away as you're leaving the departure.
Almost turn on yourself. The riders leaving there, so they turn right out onto the hippodrome. So we've got riders coming in from one direction, riders leaving on the other. So they warm up, and then their starter will count them down.
It's here we go.
Off they go. Onto the muddy racetrack now. And there, I think that is Jeremy Reynolds for USA on Treasured Moments. Just getting ready to go. The rider that famously took on the Tevis, one of the, if not the toughest endurance rides in the world, with all but a neck strap.
Saad Al-Shamsi, Sheikh Nasser, Sheikh Issa, and then the Australians. That's what it stands at the moment, but what, 9 hours still to go? Something like that.
It will all change. I don't think we're going to have any issues with the heat today, but the humidity later might increase a little bit.
Maybe. Lithuania, another of the nations taking part here. That is Tavektik and Merlin. Estonia. What am I talking about? Estonia. Now, very much. You know, they were 4th in the World Championships in Budip, and not
That's
necessarily.
Constanza Lalisha.
That's Constanza, not necessarily an emerging nation anymore. Italy.
Off she goes. Powerful horse.
And this is the left turn that we were talking about. They've got to come up here and then literally go left. So they're going off, very powerful horse. They're going off at the gallop, and then they've got to turn left.
Yep.
Straight in through the gap.
Oh, there's Jeremy Reynolds.
Yep. There's Jeremy. Look at that.
So she's got to slow up.
Slow up.
And turn left. And I think this is what we're talking about on the course. There's a lot of hooks left, hooks right. You've got to have the right canter lead. So Jeremy's cantering left, but he's still going to break down to the trot to go round this bend, and that will be repeated out on the course. So it's hard to keep a rhythm. And the more times you break, you slow down, you lose momentum, you have to re-pick it back up again. That is going to take energy out of these horses and make it even harder. Riders leading one after the other, and you see they see their friend go, and these horses, they are eager for it. They love their job. Shanty Roos for the Netherlands.
Based in the UK?
Based in the UK. The first World Championships, I think.
Social media is going mad for you, Harry. There's the map on the red loop, 21.3, so maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah, a short loop, really.
Short loop.
And, you know, I think as a rider, my preference would be to get another 40k under my belt at this point.
Yes.
So that I feel that I've come back up to the second loop and I've already done half of it. But
certainly
actually,
30.
They're only doing 20.
Yeah. It's a really, really tactical game, this, because the traditional would be 40, 35, then go down into your 20s or your 30s, and then finish on your 20. But now they've got 2 attempts at the red loop, but they've got the 27 right at the end.
That's right. And I think the temptation here for the leading riders will be to ride this 21-kilometre loop fast, because it's only 20 kilometres and they're back here again. They could do that in an hour and they'll be home. But if they overcook it, the next loop's 31 kilometres, it's a bit longer. And I think after that third loop, we'll start to see the field spread out, and we'll start to see a few more be eliminated, and then the tables might turn, and we might start to see the field break up a little bit. So I've had some feedback directly from one of the riders, James Dickinson from Great Britain out there. He says it's tough. He says it's very tough. There are sections, he said, about 3 kilometres where it's going over agricultural land that previously been ploughed, and with this rain it has just been quite deep going in places and has made it pretty challenging. So these riders have got their work cut out now, because we had an absolute deluge this morning first thing. Riders starting 5:30 in the dark in the pouring rain.
Just looking at the stats, you've got 5 eliminated for lameness. Chile, Croatia, the Netherlands, Norway and Australia, and 1 for Spain for the metabolics, and that of Maria Alvarez. So 11 minutes behind and came in the leading group.
Yeah, this is not going to plan with Julien Lefoy, the son of the organiser here in Monpazier, trained on these tracks. He was one of the favourites to be up there in the leading group, but something's gone wrong in the first vet gate, and he had a penalty and took 11 minutes to present. But he's back on board, he's still going, and now he has some time to make up. Or will he decide, I'm not going to make up 11 minutes, change the tactic?
You're never going to make 11 minutes unless you push the horse, and that's the gamble, isn't it?
James actually saying the lightning was quite helpful to see the course.
Well, it wasn't that helpful where we were sitting, Harry, was it? Well done, James.
1 down, 5 to go.
So all the Brits are home.
Yep.
We're just trying to get you the team scores. It's just just looking at this, they're going round about 14.9, 15 kilometres. Malaysia, they've had a championships as well, back in the day.
Was that championships run overnight?
It was run through the night because of the high humidity. They had glow torches to light the course. They lit the course. They had the, it was, I think, if memory serves me right, Harry, they started at like 9 o'clock at night and ran through the night.
And the course was illuminated all the way?
All the way, with glow sticks and solar lights.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. I mean, because of the humidity, and well done to the OC and the grand jury and everybody for getting that sorted, and the FEI, and that was back in the day with Ian Williams and when he was director of endurance, and the great John Robertson as the technical delegate.
So 50 horses ready to go on loop, and 49 now, 45 on loop 2. We still have 5 on the previous loop ready to come in. So, I mean, they are quite spread out now. We've got the tail end of the competitors still filtering through the veterinary inspection.
5 in for a re-examination, Harry, just looking down the list. You've got Farine Campanini and Elliot, Barbara Sosic, Croatia, and then for Belgium, Nicolas Willems and Aida, Michaela Rosell, Germany, MK Crystal AA, and Nikolai Nikolov, Bulgaria and Tanzania. They're in for re-inspection at the moment.
So that can be any small cause for concern, and I think it's a useful tool actually. It's because, you know, what we want to see here is the veterinary panel working with the riders to try and do the best for those horses and help them get round. And actually, you know, the vet that says to you, do you know what, his gut sounds a little bit down, I think your crew need to work on getting him to eat and drink in the hold, giving you those little nuggets of encouragement and advice, and then being able to go and do something about it in the hold area and saying, actually, we want to see this horse again, I want to see if it's an improving picture before we let you back out. That is a useful tool, and it's productive, and it's not this, you're out straight away. Obviously, if they've got concerns, they remove the horses from the competition. But if there's just an amber light on the dashboard, you know, giving the crew some time to do something about it, that is really good. Yeah. And of course, you know, welfare absolutely paramount to this sport, and the vets will take no. They will be so hyper focused on all of those dehydration scores, all of the lameness and gait scores.
So there's the graphic out on loop. Now they've been out for what, where are we now? They've been out for 15 minutes, so probably another 45, 50 minutes of riding still to go on this second of the 6 loops in the FEI Endurance World Championships here in Monpazier.
And this, just 21.3 kilometres, the second loop. They do this red loop twice, so they'll be getting familiar with that going. They'll be going out again later on as the 4th loop, but a short second loop. So after the 2 loops, they will have done about 60 kilometres.
Just hearing, Harry, that one of the Italian riders eliminated for irregular gait. That is Campanini's Elliot J. So that's 1 out for the Italians.
We've got 1 out for Spain, 1 out for the Italians.
1 out for Bahrain.
Yeah.
We think, have we? Just trying to find that. We thought that that was the case very early on this morning, but not showing.
Not showing.
So
that was number 5, I seem to recall. It looks like they passed the first veterinary inspection, so that was probably just an error.
Just
on
an
the
error on the
GPS.
GPS.
Yep.
Yeah. 109's away. It's a lonely old thing, isn't it? When it starts to
That's the danger here, is that you ride very cautiously on your first loop, but you take yourself out of the rest of the field. You can easily end up on your own for 160 kilometres, and that is a true test of endurance. It's tough going out there mentally for the horse and rider. Heart rate there on the monitor, you can see 63. So they now ask that horse to trot for the vet member there. Look at the water, the standing water on those trot-up lanes.
No wonder the horses don't want to go away.
Yep. I wonder if she's going to call a panel on that.
Individuals and teams, remember, 118 starters this morning, 20 teams, 39 different nations. And it's all about teamwork making dream work, isn't it?
It is indeed.
We'll wait and see, but early days at the moment, very early days in the team classification. France, the reigning world champions, then Portugal and Italy. Estonia, who were fourth in Boudip.
We can see in this shot, you've got Danny Drogini in the middle there. He's the chef de keep of the Belgium team. And they've had, in the run-up to this competition, they lost 3 combinations through injury. So the reserve riders were called up time and time again. But here we go. Here's our team standing.
Yeah, Bahrain leading. But look at the time. 5 seconds. No, yeah, 5 seconds. And then Spain also. So there's 30 seconds between first and third, gold and bronze. And then France just tucked in there really neatly. Brazil, Italy, and we know what their tactics will be. We know what the Spanish will be. They'll all ride as a group. And Portugal. So Bahrain very much out in front by 4 seconds.
But obviously, if they lose a rider, they lose a couple of riders, and they don't get that 3 riders round, they don't qualify for a team place.
They don't get a team place.
So, the UAE, the Bahrain pushing on at the front, that's always their tactic. Lead from the front, be strong. But if they take those risks and they lose riders, then the Team France, who have done this time and time again, been a little bit more cautious, but crept up the rankings.
And Spain, Harry, will, having lost Maria right at the start in the thunderstorms and lightning and rain, Spain will be reassessing their tactics.
They will. Everything is so meticulously planned with Dumas and his team.
Yeah.
He has the benefit of not only being a rider, but having riders with him in Team Spain, but being in control of those riders. He is the trainer for a number of horses in Team Spain, so he can control everything, and they can practice together every single day.
And the owner.
So that means that he is so detail orientated. Everything will have been planned out, and to lose Maria at this stage in the competition will be a big blow and mean that they are going to have to change things up. So another trot now for the panel for this horse, for Thailand. I did wonder whether it was sound in front, but it's pretty hyped up, and it looks, actually that looks a bit better, but it's got an interesting action. Some of these horses you've got to kind of judge if they've got a bit of a dish, and especially when the trot-up lanes get a bit deeper, that dish can get a bit more accentuated. But she did drag the horse, so that if they said...
Asking to go again.
Sharon Duplessis
asking, saying go
loose
again, as the foreign judge.
Yeah.
You wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's hard. Really look at the way it moves. You see, I think it probably is sound, but it doesn't help the way it trots.
Do you know what I'd be doing? Tell you what I'd be doing, Harry, is I'd be pushing it into one of the outer lanes, maybe.
Where the ground is
less cut.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they'll go. They'll have another look.
So...
3 cards, do you think?
Yeah, this is the 3-card trick now. So best of well, the majority goes, so they pass their cars to the ground jury. No, I think the
Nope.
horses fail.
Do you think?
I don't know.
Don't know. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's it.
Sad, but horse welfare absolutely paramount.
Yep.
If in the vet's opinion there is no, they do not feel it fit to continue, absolutely.
And we can see the disappointment that that means to the crew there. You know, years of preparation for this championships to go out so early on is a big blow.
So there's the graphic. The red loop, 21.3 kilometres, an hour and a quarter, we reckon.
Yeah, not long to go on this short loop.
Donc on amène les salles ici.
Interesting view there of riders going out on the road or opposite the racetrack. Having hooked to left, they now proceed out that way.
Just shows, doesn't it, the sort of the narrowness of some of the loops here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, single file tracks across agricultural land. Picking their way, finding the best ground, working out where they should ride on that track. Do they follow the footprints of horses that have gone before? Do they pick a different route? We're just watching outside of our commentary box a horse having some shoes removed.
So here are some of the highlights from the FEI World Endurance Championships here in Monpazier, starting at 5:30 this morning.
il y a un véhicule italien donc, du cavalier numéro 85. Il s'agit donc du véhicule donc, de Katsem Khaled Al-Natseb qui gêne la circulation. Donc merci de le déplacer rapidement. Le véhicule du cavalier numéro 85 qui gêne la circulation. Et je crois que la police nationale française est autour. Donc à lui.
There is a car in the way of the crew area car park that needs to be moved immediately. It is the car for the rider number 85, Hassan Khaled Al-Natsib. It seems to be an Italian car, so could you please move this car as soon as possible?
Sur les 118 qui ont pris le départ, alors donc 7 éliminés, il reste encore quelques 4 concurrents sur la piste de 3. 4 concurrents sur la piste de cette première étape au 37 km, donc la boucle bleue, 37 km. Qui va, pour l'instant, on est parti sur la deuxième étape, la boucle rouge, c'est beaucoup plus courte, 21 km 300, la boucle rouge, c'est donc Saïd Ahmad Rachid Abdullah Al-Khamsi, pour le Gérard Mini pour repartir en tête, avec 5 secondes d'avance sur donc Cheikh Isa Fegdal Rachid Al-Khalifa, comment de Bahreïn, et Cheikh Nasser bin Ahmad Al-Khalifa, le champion du monde en titre, qui reprend en troisième position. 8 secondes de la quatrième place revient à l'Australie avec Catherine Veillet. Et donc Catherine Veillet qui emmène donc Razorback Takareli. Et il y aura 9 secondes pour Catherine Veillet. La cinquième position revient à Marèche Schulzer. Retour de Pays-Bas à 10 secondes. Il est maintenant donc 8h52, et puis 8h15, 8h15 sur cette boucle, qui sera donc très rapidement, le vent revient, le soleil est en train de se lever, et selon peut-être donc maintenant une agréable journée pour ces championnats du monde.
now 5 minutes past 9. The riders went off onto their second route at 15 minutes past 8. We are expecting them to be back at the venue at about 9:30. First position was Said Ahmed, Rashid and Shamsi with Mobi. Closely followed behind in second position to Bahrain, Sheikh Issa, Faisal Rashid, Issa Al Khalifa. Iran Al-Rawi and Sheikh Nasruddin Ahmad Al Khalifa was in third position. Catherine Bailey had the fourth position with raceback Tarneri. Sheikh Ali Sheds and Marish Kirgisa was in fifth position. Ja'afar Mirza Abdurazi Hassan in sixth position with Bahrain. And UAE Saeed Ahmad Jadir Hazal Al-Arabi was in seventh position with Abdullah Khalifa.
Les premières distances sont déjà de retour, donc quand les concurrents pour le deuxième équipe sont partis à 8h15, donc ce matin ils vont être de retour entre 1h, 1h10 de compétition, parce que c'est tout qui fait que 21 km 300, donc retour dans quelques minutes de premier concurrent, et nous serons donc au kilomètre 58 ou 59, kilomètre 59 de cette épreuve qui compte donc 166 étapes. Donc il y a un véhicule italien qui est très très mal garé, je ne l'ai pas non plus, il y a une numéro, je pense que 85, une numéro de commune, 85, 87, qui est très mal garé, et donc doit être déplacé dans les plus mal directs. Si toutefois vous faites partie d'une équipe Italie, vous connaissez ce véhicule qui est mal garé. Donc merci de prévenir le propriétaire, parce que donc la police risque de sévir dans rapidement le déplacer, s'il vous plaît.
There is a car that is wrongly parked on the crew car park. It seems to be an Italian car, and the number 85 is written on it, so rider number 85. The rider can Natchi, riding Alfredo Uskina. For Jordan, could you please move the car as soon as possible? There are police around, and the car is in the way of other cars. Please move the car.
Donc les chevaux viennent de passer donc, le point d'assistance numéro 6, l'assistance 6, au kilomètre 16, 1, kilomètre 16, donc de cette deuxième étape qui ne fait que 21 km. Donc, nous sommes à 5 km donc, de l'arrivée finale de cette deuxième étape. Il me donc en tête de l'eau.
Llegando al segundo punto de asistencia, al kilómetro 16. Some news from the riders on their second loop. They have just passed the 16.1 kilometre mark, so they've just passed the second crew point. They will only have 5 kilometres left before making their way back to the venue. I think some crew members are going to start making their way into the cooling area. As a reminder, the first rider that went out onto this loop was UAE riders Saeed Ahmad, Rashid Abdullah Al-Shamsi and Mobia.
So welcome back to this, the end of the second loop for the leading group of riders. And looking at the leaderboard, Italy leading, Bahrain second, Australia third, UAE fourth, but there's nothing between them. There really isn't first to fifth. Just picking it up, going at around about 18, 19 kilometers per hour. And we're expecting them back from the second loop, the red loop, 21.3 kilometers, in maybe 5-6 minutes time.
58.8 kilometers is the distance that they will have covered at this point. Still a long way to go. This is a short loop, the red loop. They do that again for the fourth loop. Due back imminently are leading riders.
Okay, so here they come. Here they come, the leading group in off the second loop, off the red loop, 21.3 kilometers, and it's going to be nip and tuck. The UAE just coming up in front, and Italy there, Bahrain, there's Sheikh Nasser Saeed Al-Harbi. He led from the first loop, and here comes the leading group in the FEI World Endurance Championships. Harry.
Jeremy Reynolds there of the USA at the end of that pack, along with Rebecca Pinder for Great Britain. They're hanging on to that leading group. And is that a Brazilian rider, 26?
Yeah, 26 is there. Just pulling for all their might. Out of Monica Graziano. Went so well indeed in Saudi Arabia, that combination, didn't they?
They did indeed, yeah. They are investing in the sport in all different corners of the world. They've got horses in training in Europe. Brazil really putting a stamp on the sport. And there's Constanza Lalisha at the end.
So just coming in, coming up on the outside, UAE there, Italy, Bahrain,
Kuwait, I think, on the
Kuwait
outside.
On the outside.
They will have completed 59 kilometers out of the 160
Now,
kilometers of
here we go. They all look steady away, but it will depend on the metabolics and the heart rate and the trot.
Look at the mud that they've flicked up during the course. They are covered on the underside there in the rain and the wet.
Still going.
Yep. Defending world champion there in the middle. That's Sheikh Nasser. And you speak to any of the Americans here and they all back Jeremy Reynolds' chances here with treasured moments. So that was the course that they were on. They've just come off that loop. Here's Team France, the home nation, with the remaining riders for Team Spain.
France all together. You notice that, Harry?
Yep.
They want to defend their world champion gold medal.
France 1, 2, 3. Then Sabrina Arnold, who lives and trains in France. Then you have Team Brazil in the remaining three riders there on the left of the screen. And then Team Spain. Interesting, Spain have got one rider in the leading group, two behind. They're normally always together, but maybe the plan was to have Maria in the leading horse, and they lost Maria, so they had to change things up.
So these are the vet lanes, and interestingly enough, after the heavy rain that we've had through the night, there's Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Interestingly, they have the Grand Jury and the Veterinary Commission, Uruguay as well, have taken one of the vet lanes out.
A lot of discussion going on up there within the officials earlier around which vet lanes they use and whether they are consistent and fair across each one.
And also what they can do, which I have done as an OC in the past. Here we go into the cooling down area. What I have done is saved some vet lanes for later, because it is a long distance race ride this, and into the vet area. Here we go.
United Arab Emirates 1-2. Mohamed Issa, Shefton. First one in, 1-3-6. Saeed Ahmed Jabbar Abdullah Al-Harbi, Kasaba Kadabra, the son of Korean Concord or Yamama.
Move forward, in we go.
The best of the pedigrees on show here in the endurance world, the best of the French bloodlines, the best of Australian bloodlines. Castlebar, a huge operation in Australia, led by Meg Wade. The offspring doing exceptionally well, both in the Emirates and in Europe now.
Just waiting to see if we'll get the heart rate, Harry.
Okay, so if in 15 seconds it's under 64, they are allowed to pass, and then they will trot. Castlebar Cadabra for F3 Stables. Now, he walked very early there, didn't he?
Yeah.
To the end.
They might ask him to go again, you know.
Yeah. A little bit cheeky. Oh. That's it, and he's got to get at the shoulder, you see. And it's a little bit awkward when you've got horses who don't want to go with you per se, or they want to go that way. And then for Bahrain, Everest Lamagerie.
UAE. Bahrain. And
His Highness Sheikh Issa Faisal Rashid Issa Al Khalifa.
UAE again. And just there, Bahrain. Sheikh Issa.
I mean, this really is the battle of the titans, isn't it? You know, you've got the powerhouses of endurance.
Let's go through it. You've got Bahrain, you've got the UAE, you've got France, and you've got Spain, all in the mix.
Yeah.
And that is the third one, Jafar Hassan's Bolt de Venel.
Looking good, looking fresh.
Does look good.
Yeah. And on the left-hand side, Rebecca Pinder for Great Britain.
Came in early, didn't they?
Yep. These horses have exceptional recoveries, combination of their breeding, the bloodlines, and also the training.
So another group coming in, led by Norway's Mari Era, 103 there on the outside, and Italy as well.
So 71, the United Arab Emirates, Saif Al Mazrui and Ismail Mohammed, the trainer for MRM Stables. All good.
All good. A lot of nervous tension there in the vet gate, always.
And you can see that on their faces, can't you?
Constanza Lalisha, European champion, when did we do it? 2019. The F3's Zaid Al Maheri for the UAE.
Nice horse.
Al Shamaim.
You can see as well the vet lane's already filled up, so people are coming straight into the vetting area to wait to get in the queue while their horses recover naturally. It's one tactic we'll see play out today. especially in these early vet gates. But you can see the waterlogged areas of the vetting lanes there. Hopefully they'll dry up a little bit as the day goes on. The whole vetting area is raised by about a metre or metre and a half off the rest of the field here. But it is pretty wet, and we did have
Bahrain, smile.
a big storm.
We certainly did have a big storm this morning. Sabrina's horse, Easy El Bahera.
That's the European champion. That type of horse, it's funny. It never looks amazing, but it's just consistent all day long.
So just waiting. There's a Spanish horse in the background, and that the Kuwaiti horse,
Trained by Cesar Donnet,
yeah,
who's leading it. A few hours away from here. There's a horse for the UAE, maybe? Oh no, Portugal.
No,
sorry.
Portugal. Manuel Ava and Najim.
We're seeing some really lovely quality of horses here as well. Lovely conditioned horses.
'61 just leading the way in there for Germany. Bernhard Dornsteppen. Bekel Elgem.
Philippe Thomas
For France.
with the very recognisable horse.
Sweet horse, isn't it? Biwaka de Chalandre.
Very sweet horse. Gold medalist from Boudib in 2023. And here's Julien Lefoy.
Caught up a bit.
Definitely caught up a bit.
I mean, remember, they went off 11.5 minutes,
Yep.
was it?
Here's the Q80 horse. I think, is it Be Good?
Yep. Elle voit. Elle voila de Saumon.
Here he comes. Here's Julien Lefoy for France. He had a bit of a problem in the first vet gate. Took 11 minutes to present. Has since made up that time. Looking good. Faizi Kabirat is the horse. That's his own breeding, Kabirat. His father is the president of the organising committee, so he should know these tracks pretty well. And there is Rebecca Jane Pinder, with her husband, Jairo Rodriguez, leading the horse.
So just looking down, trying to get the team classification, and we know that it's early days, Harry. UAE, well, they've got 3-4 through. Bahrain also. No, UAE have now got 5 through. Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain have got 3. We think it's very early days, but Germany as well. France have definitely in the medals at the moment. It's all about the team for France. They want to reclaim their gold medal.
For Great Britain, Carmine Villani with Baylor. Having a good crack at it, up there with the leaders. Horses come out of vetting and they go into the hold area, but horses are periodically and randomly selected for hypersensitivity, which we can see here. This is a well used protocol now at major rides.
See the water on those vet lanes, can't you? You can just see how much we had overnight,
yep,
and through the early parts of the morning, but thankfully there's no thunder and lightning like we certainly had at 5:30 this morning.
It's quite remarkable that we were looking at the weather forecast here, and last week the temperatures were in the mid-30s and blazing heat. A lot of people have been preparing for that type of weather, and how different it has turned out to be. And of course, certain horses will excel because of it.
Just looking at the Austrians there, Jana Cooper, Talisman, 15 there, just waiting to go into the vets.
And again, the vet gate, the cooling area looks well organised,
really calm.
Yeah, the process here that you take your 3 buckets, you cool your horse, and then you go. It's working very well.
So those horses that have already presented, they're going into the into the hold area, massage time, and then out they go in about, what, 35 minutes, something like that now.
Yeah, and you see, the problem when the trot-up lanes are like this is we just saw it then, that horse, I think, is sound, but as it came to a stop, it's trying to apply the brakes on the trotting, but it's skidding with the steps, and it just interferes with the gate a little bit.
A 4 segundos tenemos Saida Mat Rashid Abdullah Al-Shamsi montando móvil. En tercera posición, 13 segundos después tenemos Bahrein con Nasser bin Ahmad Al-Khalifa montando FRA Majuri. En cuarta posición tenemos Mariska Vicent montando.
So Vetgate really busy now as they're all coming in. And Juma in, 124 Juma. Puntas Dax for Spain.
Former world champion and European champion himself, and good number of spectators here as well. The following in endurance in France is very big. It's a big sport. We can just see Juma's got his children here with him supporting. From where we're sat, we can see him checking in with his kids.
I was going to say we'll try and have a word with him, but he's not the easiest to get on a microphone, Harry.
Just makes you wonder, doesn't it, Nick? That's the state of the trot-up lanes after Vetgate 2. What are they going to look like after Vetgate 4, 5? And what do they do at the finish when all the Vetgate lanes have been cut up? And who makes the decision there? Is that the ground jury that need to think about saving some of these lanes, perhaps?
Okay, so it is technical delegate who officially has handed over the competition to the president of the ground jury, who has the ultimate responsibility with the president of the veterinary commission, and it will be in conjunction with the president of the veterinary commission, president of the ground jury, and the organising committee. So, what we have done in the past in very heavy rain, in fact we did it in May this year in Windsor, is we saved 2 vet lanes after loop 2. We saved 2, and we actually, and I'm not sure that they can do one here, but we actually created another one as well. So it is up to the president of the ground jury, who has ultimate power, or is the ultimate responsible person, in conjunction with their team, with the chief steward, with the president of the veterinary commission, etc. So, and the organising committee, because you know that there will be a time today, if the sun does come out, that potentially they could get a hand roller on there, which we've done before, and to squeeze some of the rain out to save maybe 2 vet lanes for the day. but that's up to them.
And of course, this is because the vets want to be able to assess the horses fairly and consistently, and you know, it's hard when the ground is wet like this.
I mean, it's not unprecedented. There's no doubt about that.
But obviously, some lamenesses would show up more in the soft ground, maybe the soft tissue lamenesses, but the concussion or bruising maybe in the foot, more likely to look okay in this soft ground, I'd say. So it will play to some horses who have certain conditions versus others, won't it?
It's really difficult, but then that is the sport.
It is, absolutely. Yep. And Julien Lefoy here for France. We saw him in the first vet gate get a penalty and was in 11 minutes. I would say taking some time again in this vet gate to get the heart rate down and into vetting. But in they go. Let's see what the heart rate is for Julien.
At the moment, 37 have passed to go through into the third loop, and that'll be the orange loop. Longer of the distances, 31.2.
This is a tense moment for any rider when the heart rate monitor is placed on and you look to the board as the heart rate monitor flashes for the all-important 64 beats per minute.
Just have to wait and see, won't we?
There's Julien Lefoy.
So the heart rate's fine.
Yep.
Silver medalist at Euston Park.
Let's have a look at this.
Interesting that they're using the outer lanes there now, Harry, which to me, to my eye, look the better ground.
It's interesting that this horse has been chosen by the French because it's still quite early in its career. It's got a really good completion rate, but hasn't been pushed at the higher speeds. What it's done is the 17, 18 kilometers an hour, and so maybe the French have chosen horses that are tough, that are comfortable at that slightly lower speed, rather than going for the horses that are flat out fast and recover in 30 seconds. Because I think to be successful here, you need a bit more grit and determination. The horses need to be a bit stronger in their build and physique, given the technical nature of the course here. But obviously the French, they've competed here year after year after year in Monpazier.
They know.
They know what this ground is. They know how it's good on a dry day. They know how it's good on a wet day. They know which horses do well and they know which horses don't.
So I'm just looking at the early, and it's early standings. You look at the UAE, they're very much in the lead with first and second. Then Bahrain, they've got 3 in the top 10. UAE have got 4 in the top 10, Harry. So it's all to play for. Australia, the Netherlands, and Brazil in the top 10, but individually. So, and then you go down into 12th, and the French looking very, very strong. They are in very much medal contention with 3 in the top 20.
Smiles then around for Julien. Much better presentation this time. They're happy.
So departure time, the next departure time is in what, 22 minutes time. So, yeah, 10:07:31, that's the departure time for the 2 UAE riders. Well, there's 4 seconds between them. And then then there's 9 seconds for His Highness Sheikh Nasser. And then Marika Visser for the Netherlands. Catherine Bailey, Australia. Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa, His Highness Sheikh Isa Faisal for Bahrain. And then But just coming up, Harry, there is a re-inspection for one of the Bahraini horses.
Oh yes, I see. Yeah.
At 9:53. So that's what, in 4 or 5 minutes time. So they want to see it again.
And we shouldn't write off the Australian combination or the Dutch combination in that leading group. Both very strong, especially Marika Visser, previous silver medalist at the World Equestrian Games in 2014. And the horse, very capable, 2012 mare. I seem to recall that this horse was competing in Alula relatively recently, trained in Dubai by AQ Stables.
Different conditions in Alula when we were there in February, Harry?
Just a little bit, yep.
It was cold in the mornings.
It was. And Alula also supporting this competition, Nick.
Very much so. The Royal Commission very much here because the next World Championships edition is in 2026.
Yeah, and all eyes on that championship and what they are trying to build in Alula and how they develop the sport of endurance and the influence that the Royal Commission of Alula will play on the sport in the next 10, 20 years. I think we'll only see their influence grow.
It will grow.
And, you know, the centre of excellence, that beating heart in Alula is inevitable.
Riders have just completed 59 kilometers out of the 160 they will do today. In first position, Saeed Ahmad Jaber. Razorback Targaryen and Catherine Bailey are in fifth position, only 19 seconds behind the first UAE rider.
De perdre pour l'instant peu se retrouve, donc il a été perdu une carte bleue, une notation ARZH. Merci de ramener ce que derrière. Donc une carte bleue avec une notation.
We've got some clips that we are seeing on various social media feeds of the course this morning from crew points. It was as much a challenge for the riders, I think, as for the crews this morning to get to the spots and also drive onto some soft ground and get back out again.
Seeing those pictures, Harry, wow.
I mean, how many horses started, Nick?
118.
And they're all in the dark with only head torches to navigate.
So looking at the stats, 44 ready to go out onto loop number 2, the loop number 3 rather, the orange loop, 31.2 kilometers, the orange loop. 44 have been 12 eliminated. There are 56 out on course at the moment.
So this is the orange loop, the next loop for our riders to go on out on to. It is 31.2 kilometers, and this time going to the east of the venue, an area they haven't previously gone before, so new territory. The tracks were open for riders to explore in the days leading up to the competition. But I'm not sure. Well, no one will have tested each track, obviously.
Yeah, they won't have seen them.
No.
They've been out on the training loops. They might have checked out the crew points, but they won't have seen what the loops are.
Maybe where our local French riders have an advantage.
This is where the local
guess,
knowledge comes in, isn't it? France just coming in now.
This is our Mexican rider, Rodrigo Abascal Olascoga. For Portugal then, rider 109. Past the veterinary inspection, and then he moves to the rest area, the hold area. And this is where our crews are also working on the horses to help them recover.
Yeah, in Formula One parlance, this is the mechanic's garage, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, that's a good analogy.
This is where they get to really look after the horses, look after the athletes, get some fuel into both, get some sugars into both.
Yep. It's really important the horses are eating throughout the day. You know, they're grazing animals. They need some forage in the gut to hold the water that they take on to make sure they don't get dehydrated. We can also give them some carbohydrate supplement or electrolyte supplement, you know, to replace some of the salts that they're sweating out. All these things that the crew will have fine-tuned.
That'll be fed to them, won't it?
Yeah, or just orally syringed into them, yeah. And obviously the teams, they have team farriers, so in this sticky ground, Nick.
Will they change the shoes?
They might be putting lost shoes back on, I guess. And you might get feedback from the riders out on course saying, you know, if they've got pads on under the shoe, that might be very slippy in this ground. They might say, take the pads off.
Take the pads off.
Yeah, it's not worth it. You put pads on to kind of stop stones causing injury, but if you're slipping and sliding all around, take them off.
Tommy coming in. Tommy McGuinness.
He looks pleased to be back.
Genius he is. Loves his horses.
Horseware HLM Fontana is his horse. I believe trained in either France or Spain. And there we have the rest area. So under the tents, each nation has been allocated a bay, and that'll be full of all of their feed, kit. We'll get through a lot of kit on the ride like this, especially in the mud. Tack. The riders and the crews will be there for the whole time, which is another 40 minutes. So that time starts as soon as they present to the vet. The whole time begins. So it's fair because it doesn't matter how long the vet take to assess the horse. It's part of the whole time. And then the rest of the time they have to recuperate.
So the Bahraini horse, Harry, has had its re-inspection at 9:53 and passed to go out onto loop number 3.
So Bahrain's still in a good place.
Still in a good place. And here comes another group coming in to join us. Big group this.
Very big group.
Interesting that they haven't split yet, isn't it?
Yeah, we're very bunched up. We've almost got two quite distinct packs now with kind of a few stragglers in between. But this is definitely a considered group of riders here. Gently cantering around the hippodrome here in Monpazier. Real mix of nations, all working together, I think.
Nations. Uruguay, Italy. What's your feeling when you've done the second loop? when you've done 50 kilometres or 58 kilometres out of the 160, is it getting towards a relief stage yet or not? It's
I
still
think
focus.
until you've broken the back of it, you've done that halfway point,
which
it's
they
really
will do
hard.
on the next loop.
On the next loop, yeah, it's hard to get complacent. And
They're the Dutch, they're the Netherlands, the House of Orange.
so
Now, here we are, just getting ready to go, aren't they?
yeah, and you can see there you've got the feed stand, so you've got the hay on one side, hard feed on the right. You've got the big black buckets which are full of ice water, so you have the horses stood in ice while they eat.
So they're going at 10:07:54, with the time now, what, 9:58. So they're going in 9 minutes, and just putting a bit of cream on the back, Harry?
It's talc.
Talc.
Yeah, so the talc just absorbs a bit of the moisture, stops any abrasions. You don't really want to put cream or Vaseline on the back because it just starts to
rub, the saddle starts to...
Yeah, and makes them waterproof as well, which doesn't help.
So there we are, number 71. That's Monpazier and Magic Glen Talk for the UAE. They're going at 10:07:54. So that's in 8-9 minutes. Saif will have been down and had some refreshments. The horse will have had the fluids, will have had lovely hay and proper nutrition.
Yep. I mean, that horse is a champion, Nick, a real champion.
It is, there's no doubt about it. But do they ride it out a bit just to get the leg going again, or have they been physioed enough just to get...
So they'll have been stood there in that ice water for the legs, but then
40 minutes.
It's the crew's responsibility to start walking the horses, get those muscles limbered up again, and then the rider will hop on board and maybe do a little jog and walk around a bit for a minute or two, and then off they go. But Magic Glen Talk, winner of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed and Rashid Al Maktoum Endurance Cup in March of this year, with there's 160 kilometres, speed of 25.2, so
in the desert,
totally different conditions than we're seeing here. But he also then went on to win the Dubai Crown Prince Cup with a speed of 29. So that horse is fast, capable. Can it cope with the terrain here in Monpazier? No.
Yeah, but has ridden in Chantilly, has ridden in the United Kingdom, knows what the conditions are like. Different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's remarkable. These horses trained in Dubai, flown over to the UK for summer, often trained on the sand tracks in Newmarket, and then flown out here into totally different conditions. But so often they do so well because they are just so professional in their setup and their training.
So there's Tommy McGuinness in the background. That's the second group coming in now. Second real big group coming in to join us. 94. That is Malaysia and Tengku Mahmoud and Farouk du Cavallon.
And the coloured horse, very recognisable, is Mohammed Izzad Mohammed Ridwan with Amir de Flazin.
Also from Malaysia. So, Harry, what we're seeing is a lot of Arab-bred horses. Obviously, the standing sires of world horses come from the Arab stallions of Godolphin and Najif. But we're seeing a lot of French-bred horses.
We are, absolutely. It's dominated by French breeding.
There it is, as you can see. UAE, look at that. I mean, 37 seconds. UAE, Bahrain, France, just a couple of minutes behind, but we all remember what happens in the fourth and final. Brazil, as we're talking about, trained over here. Spain, Juma, you'd always expect Juma to be there or thereabouts. Dead level with Italy in 9:57.17. So they're only, first to sixth is 4 minutes.
Yeah, and the Brazil riders, go back 10 years, you would never have thought of Brazil. You never have really worried about them if you were a leading team. Nowadays, Brazil is a real strength. I mean, South America, the sport is huge, but Brazil have conquered different regions of the world. We saw them, Nick, didn't we, in Alula? I think these riders, in fact, Renata, being riding really consistent and just sticking to their game plan all day. And we're here at the World Championships. Let's see what they can do. definitely not one to rule out.
So we were talking about the breeding. We are definitely seeing that the French bred horse is more and more prevalent.
And I think that speaks to the system in France of breeding and
They
the
had a sale
support
here
they
the
have.
other night, didn't they?
They did, yeah, and the young horse sale, and they have this grading system where they assess young horses at different ages in different regions, and it culminates in a competition called Uzes in the south of France, where young horses are graded elite, excellent, very good, or good, and so much is put on that, and the breeders are supported, and there's financial incentives, and you know, there's a market. They sell these horses. They want to sell these horses, and I think they've created the demand for the horse, and therefore the quality of the breeding and the bloodlines has increased. And what we're starting to see, Nick, is, you know, the globalization of the breeding world, is them bringing pedigrees in from Australia, Latin America, and mixing them in with the best of French blood. So we're getting the best of both worlds.
And is the predominant bloodline the Celle Francais bloodline here? Or is it an Arabian bloodline?
It's more Arabian, so, you know, the Persic blood of the southern France is very, very dominant, and it breeds an incredible heart, and that's what people want in this sport. But, you know, there are other stallions like Doman, or others who breed the strength, and you know, you go after these characteristics that you want in an endurance horse, and getting that balance right between giving the strength, the density of bone, the soundness, or the heart and the recovery and the metabolics, and mixing the bloodlines and working out, you know, percentages of what you get in the offspring.
So what have we got? We've got 3.5 minutes before the next loop is underway. And that loop is the orange loop at 31.2. So by the end of the orange loop, they should do that in an hour and a half. The orange loop of 31 kilometers. The average speed at the moment is 18 kilometers per hour. By the end of the orange loop, they're halfway.
Yeah, and that is a milestone, because then on in, you know, they take their time and they get round and they pick off each loop. You've got then they do the red loop again after that, which is 21k, black loop another 21k, and at that point, you know, then we roughly know then who's still in the competition to be really competitive on that final green loop.
We'll find out.
And my guesstimate is that we will see them still bunched up at the end of the black loop.
I think we will.
And it all to play for.
Yeah. So 17.91, 17.9, 17.89 was the average speed.
Just seeing previously there, we saw them weighing in, and that's a feature here. So the horse, the riders must be 75 kilos with their tack. That's their saddle, not their bridle. And some of these riders need to add weight to get to that point, but that is then spot checked throughout the day, especially those riders who are way under 75 to begin with. They'll be checked throughout the day to make sure they're still carrying that additional weight.
There we can see up from the drone those horses getting ready to go, Harry. Crews are there, riders alongside. They haven't, most of them wouldn't have gone on the backs yet because they know they've got another 31 kilometres to go.
Did you notice, Nick, as well, they're cooling the horses while they're walking them, so they haven't done anything yet, but they're already being cooled. So the water is on the coat, it's on the skin, it helps with evaporation. It means they're not going to get as hot when they're out there running.
And they have got water points out, of course, and they've got the crew points as well. And so, you know, it's all about horse welfare. And actually, as the sun is trying to break through, could be rider welfare.
And the crowds gather there at the departure gate, waiting for these riders.
Always amazes me this, that the crowds, that you see them just behind the tape, and the horses look so calm.
There's Marijke Visser, number 100 for the Netherlands. There's His Highness Sheikh Nasser, current world champion, with Everest La Margarine. No, it was Darko Lamadri, wasn't it? In
Darko.
Budib.
Yeah.
Same stud.
Bloodlines. Yeah.
Similar bloodlines, I'm sure.
And you know, what I think is essential for the continuance of the sport of endurance is that the youth are encouraged as well. And you know, we've got the juniors and young riders still to come this year. Young horses. It's a very burgeoning sport.
Totally agree. So with the young horse and young rider championships taking place in just a few weeks' time in Sardinia.
You going?
It's a little bit logistically challenging to get there.
Yeah. Trains, planes and automobiles.
Yeah, we do have one horse qualified for the young horse, but we'll see.
Right, away we go.
Off they go.
Off we go on to loop number 3, the orange loop, 31.2 kilometres. To do, and then they're halfway. Another of the sharp left turns, taking the same route as they did on the red loop, but then they'll split.
Yep. I think almost all the loops exit similar way,
route.
and they get to a point where they then split off.
Split left and right.
Team France, off they go.
Team France.
And look at the mud.
Yeah, but they haven't broken ground, Harry. It's still sitting on the top.
Yep.
Up and above. Sharp left-hand turn and away past the farm.
So Everest Lamadri, the mount of His Highness Sheikh Nasser, the world champion, won the 160 at Windsor this year.
Not with His Highness Sheikh Nasser, because he competed in the national ride with his children.
He did. But if the horse won at Windsor, Nick, in the conditions...
In those conditions.
I mean, those conditions were
similar.
Let's,
just don't remind me. Do not remind me.
This should be a walk in the park.
Well, it pretty much was a walk in the Great Park.
Yes, it was.
At the end of it.
It was a squelch.
Yeah. So China are coming home, and they've sent 5 riders here, and that's really good to see.
The 3 Spanish riders there sticking together as well. China, again, another nation where the sport is growing exponentially. When we talked about Saudi previously, China getting there, investing heavily in the sport, but also sending riders over to Europe to ride qualified horses and get their own qualifications.
United States are away, Kelsey Russell's away, chasing the group, and one must never forget that it's where it all began, the sport of endurance riding. And they were the USA were the early winners.
Yeah, you know, initially the sport was more of a military test of horses.
Yeah.
I mean, and some will say it dates even back to the Pony Express, from, you know, being able to deliver parcels from one state to the next and who can get there the quickest.
Western Union.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then a test of strength and stamina in the cavalry. And those were the roots of the modern day sport that we see today. And I like to think endurance is still, you know, one of the more natural tests of equine and horsemanship.
That's all very, very close in the early stages of this third loop, third of the 6 loops. You know, they're 0.2, they're 200 meters apart. That leading group is about 200 meters apart front to back.
All to play for.
Austria there with their 2 riders. And Jana Cooper, Talisman.
You see the crew in the background carrying their ice. We all pre-ordered ice, Nick. We pre-ordered bags and bags of ice based on the weather forecast.
Based on the, did you really?
Yeah.
That's nice for you.
€18 a bag, I think.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I'd have been down the local spa.
The vet takes the second pulse with the stethoscope. So the first pulse is done with the machine. The horse trots away, comes back 1 minute after the first pulse. They take another one with the stethoscope. It's called the Ridgeway test, and it's there to check the horse is recovering. And if it's increased by 8 beats by doing the trot up, there's a little bit of an amber marker, and that combined with other metabolic criteria create the overall picture of whether the horse is fit and healthy to run and not dehydrated. And there we see the infrastructure of the venue here in Monpazier.
Yeah, those on the right are the hold area. That's where they go for their 40 minutes break.
And we're in the middle there somewhere.
Are we?
And then the exit lanes here, back out onto the course.
I'm really impressed with this cooling area. It has worked, and I'm learning things.
Yeah, I mean, I think having limitations on the crew is a bit challenging, but I think the use of the hard standing here means stops it becoming a quad mile,
becoming an absolute quad mile.
And asking people to use limited equipment and take it away afterwards, it means it doesn't become littered with buckets, horses having to step over things. It just creates a calmer overall atmosphere, I think.
Yeah.
And of course, these are the best of the best. These horses and riders have had to qualify through the FEI star ranking system, which culminates in 2 3-star completions. And they have to have done that as a combination.
Within 2 years?
Yep. And, well, one must be the distance of the championship over 14k an hour. The other one could be a 140. It's also a 3-star.
Nicolas électrique pour son entrée en 75e position. Nicolas avec un gars. 14, 46 sur le moyenne générale, 47 minutes 50 plus tard.
Just looking at the stats from the GPS, they picked up the paces a bit. Now that the sun is coming out, Harry, they're going to 24, 23. They have picked up the pace a bit.
That's interesting, Nick, because we saw them start this morning around 15, 16. I mean, there was a storm going on.
It was dark.
Yep.
And it wasn't just a storm, Harry. Just in the vet gate in front of us, it is Belgians Lara Lange and Oscar Nios. But they're now just asking another question.
And they might start to break away. That leading group might start to apply the pressure, start to increase the gap to the chasing pack, put the pressure on people to make the decision. Are they going to stay with that leading group? Are they going to drop back? Are they going to play it more conservatively? The Bahrain and the UAE, they have a long history of egging each other on in these competitions. We saw it in Alula, didn't we?
We did.
You know, them leading, then the UAE leading, Bahrain, UAE, Bahrain, UAE. We saw it in Badib as well. And that's what it always impresses me, the way that Spain and France, they try not to get carried away with that game playing.
And Italy.
Correct, and Italy, yeah.
And they ride their game.
Yep. So the leaders have done 62 kilometers according to the GPS.
Yeah, so they've got another 20k to go
Yep.
in this loop, on the third loop rather. Just hope they get some sunshine, because they've got another 3 days? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
There's no races on
no
Sunday,
tomorrow.
and then they pick back up again on Monday and Tuesday. So on Monday there is the 160 kilometer 3-star and the 1-star, and then on Tuesday the 120. And what a lot of people have done here is, if they have reserve horses that didn't make the cut for the championships,
Yep.
those entries have been moved to the Monday.
Okay, so you pay your money, but you only pay it once.
Correct. Yeah, and that's a decision by the organising committee, but it makes, you know, that
Makes the trip more palatable, doesn't it?
exactly. And a lot of these leading riders have multiple horses. They need to get qualified. In fact, I was talking to Carmen Roma from the Netherlands. She's riding 160 today, 160 on Monday, and 120 on Tuesday.
Oh my word. Got to be fit and supple for that, haven't you? How do you do that?
I don't know. I think I'd struggle to walk for a good amount of time after that.
And then you've got to drive the horse home.
Yeah. And you know, we should perhaps touch on that as well, the logistics involved in organising is one thing, but getting here for all of these combinations. I mean, horses have travelled from Australia via plane, via truck, via ferry. It's a huge logistical challenge that the riders take on to get their horses to a championships.
By and large, their own expense,
Yep. Yep.
isn't it? I mean, you know, it's cost you a lot of money to get your horses here, your horse here. It's cost the whole of the Brits. It's cost the Italians. It's cost,
Yep.
you know, it's not state funded, or the majority isn't state funded.
Correct.
Battery level is low. Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds. Return to home.
Looks like the drone's going back.
Yep. Battery level's low, Harry. That'll be us tonight.
L'Algérie est représentée aussi donc par Nadia. Nadia Alia de Tekla de Classon. Nadia qui vient donc faire son entrée. Donc 14,63 sur l'ensemble des deux premières étapes. Et on se retrouve donc en 76e position sur cette épreuve. 118 partants. Une fois 7-8 de retrait sur la première étape et un retrait sur la seconde étape.
for us.
Mais para a gente empurrar.
Isso é que ali estão a
Passam ali por uma fase má.我里边有啊，你买的那个。
Sim, mas esta é necessário com menos impulsão, porque eu estava a fazer para a competição. Opa, não, 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 mais. En die lange jas of zo.
As the first midfield are now well on their way on their third route, 89 horses have now come back from their second route. Kensington is now in the escape area with Maggie, going out at speed of 13.03. Hungary in 88th position, Patricia Pickett, and Anita the Juries. 87th position for Switzerland for their express and Tom Louis. 86th position, Netherlands, Carmen Romer, Indira Davin. Esther Krausevik is in 85th position with Libby. Shatan is in 84th position for China. Switzerland in 82nd position with Florence Koch. Is in 81st position for Estonia. Here an average speed of 15.59. These horses will be going off on their third route at 11.08. Third route, which is the orange loop of 31 kilometres.
Cette deuxième étape que USA, l'urgence 14 générale, et une tonne à l'heure de 33 minutes 6 secondes, donc c'est 4 par rapport à cette époque.
13.71. In your third position is Highland. Captain to the Scotland average speed of 14.27. Wiggle Run is in 92nd position, and 93rd position Nicola for Bulgaria. These riders have just completed their second loop, so they now have now completed 59 kilometers out of the 160 kilometers of these World Championships. Just making their entry for Italy, Daniel Brado. They have a speed on the loop of 12.43.
Tape des plaques, ouais. En primera posición tenemos a la banda de Abdullah Al-Arbi montando Castel Barcaraba. Pues fue. En segunda posición tenemos a la banda de Abdullah Al-Hamdi montando Morir. También. En tercera posición tenemos a la enconchemos a Sergin Hamad Al-Khalifa montando Emre Zamajuri. En cuarta posición tenemos Matic Vicens montando Shashana Vishnu. En quinta posición tenemos a Kevin Baker montando Rafael Tazaria. así que nos han dicho que los primeros han pasado el primer turno de asistencia a los 10 minutos de esta tercera etapa. Y tenemos Uruguay, Bahrein y Australia.
C'est pas ça qui nous va être quelqu'un. O David já e vem que ele precisa de qualquer coisa de ti. O David precisa de qualquer coisa de ti. Não é de ti, é do outro. Pois. Não é para ti, é para o outro. Pulou. Olha, compreendeu? E estas aqui do meio então?
Pour l'instant, nous avons donc 5 classes sur cette deuxième étape nous sommes au kilomètre 59. C'est donc 6 étapes de 160 km. On est 59, et c'est donc Susanna Bernova avec Charlie qui prend donc la 5e position. Elle réalise donc près de 0,3 de moyenne, et surtout régulière 23 minutes et 46 secondes de la tête de course et sur la tête de gauche. Et donc, ça viendra de donner l'emploi à l'Arti, qui est parti donc le premier, avec seulement 4 petites secondes d'avance sur Saïd Ahmad Rachid, emploi à
first rider to go out once again was Saeed Ahmad, Jabir Abdullah and Arabi for UAE. Saeed Ahmad, Rashid Abdullah and Shamsi was in second position. In third position for Bahrain was Sheikh Nasser bin Ahmad and Khalifa and Emirates Al-Majri. Ya tenemos 11 clasificados en esta final de segunda etapa. Y se lanzarán en la tercera etapa de 31 kilómetros de color naranja.
Men det jeg tenker at det har vært mer erfaring på det som skjer nå, det er at noen som har blitt kjent at det er så grunn av underlaget og interesse. Ja da, og det skjønner jeg jo, altså sånn sett for resten av det, sånn sett at det er litt vanskelig. har en kultur som det er det. Men det er klart, hvis du har akkumulert, nei, altså hvis du har på et vis frem til ut mot slutten, før de begynner å si at nå greier du ikke ringe fort nok til å komme til slutt closing time, så har man jo mulighet.
Jeg synes at det skulle være andre, men jeg vet så vidt hvor de sjekket det på jeg kan ikke lese det.
Jeg trodde nå at det bare var closing time, men du får jo ikke lov å ri ut på siste etappen hvis ikke de...
Nei, closing time ble bare på en av de siste.
Ja, men sånn den siste. 21, 28.
På den siste?
Ja,
nei, altså du må være i mål.
Ja. Men jeg håper å si...
Men de pleier å ha sånn closing time på... Closing time, det betyr jo egentlig at de viser deg tid
ja, hvis ikke du...
midt i. Ikke sant?
Jeg bare vet de har endret de reglene. Altså før var jo det... Før var hastigheten, altså 2 kilometer, eller hastigheten på rytte, den var... Over 14? Nei, det er vel 12. Det er 12.
Nei, altså de her, noen har de hatt 14 på, men jeg tror dette er 12 på. Da må vi ut på skrevet.
Det kjenner litt sånn at han har skrevet rett i, eller er det mye nei. Det er ikke han briller.
Cyril Vandel Nielsen, avec Mathieu, faire son entrée dans sa cinquième édition de ce championnat du monde d'endurance ici donc à Monpazier. Et on partira donc tout à l'heure après ces contrôles, après ce contrôle, 40 minutes de repos, on partira sur la troisième étape.
Eller sånn til vanlig pleier jeg aldri å gjøre det, for jeg pleier ikke å henge meg opp i det, for det er som regel så ringer jeg alltid mye fortere. Men altså, så det er klart. Det står nok ikke ifra
Vi snakker jo om det her eller i kontraktene, og da så var det vel heller ikke kommet til en annen enn at det Nei, du må de grønne skiftene, vet du. Det er lettere å bli bjerka.
Det kan ikke være closing.
Først så sto det mye biler der, og masse ledige plasser, så visste du sånn ikke... Det er som jeg sier irriterende, da når du ikke kan med, så vil du gjerne få på forklaring.
Det kan ikke være closing time på andre etappen. Fordi at det er 11.97,
Ja,
så skal videre.
nei, som er her nå, ja.
Så jeg vet ikke hvor dere fikk det.
Det er jo andre etappen, så det er ikke kommer nå.
Nei, det er ikke 4. Da er det gammelt.
Okay, that'd be great. So about 8 kilometers away, they're coming in to the end of loop number 3, the orange loop, 31.2 kilometers.
These are our leaders out on course on the orange loop.
31.3, nothing between them again as they're coming towards the crew point.
UAE leading, then Marijke Visser for the Netherlands in 2. In 3, Bahrain.
4 is, I think, the Australian Catherine Bailey, but we'll wait and see. Here comes the crew. Gathering the fluids, gathering the water. Just gives you the proportion, doesn't it? Gives you the sense, all the crews out there.
So it's bottle after bottle water, pouring the water on to cool the horses down.
And then
having a drink here, I think, and also walking.
And they're slowing down a bit, Harry.
Yeah.
And, you know, this is good to see.
Yeah.
Very shortly, on the camera right, on the right of the picture, that's Sana Sheikh Nasser. There we are. That's the leading group. Sheikh Isa, Al Khalifa just there, number 8.
And this is something that these riders have practiced at home. They'll take on as many bottles as they can at speed, let the horses rehydrate, and then on they go.
And only 2 crew members allowed out on course, Harry.
That's right, up until the 3rd loop. I think there's 3 then, from then on in for the rest of the competition.
So they're about now 7 kilometers away, something like that.
Track looks good at this point.
Does, and the horses look well.
Yep.
Left hand up. It is a narrow course, isn't it? It's all about leading groups, isn't it? It's such a narrow course.
Yep. The green hat there, Brazil, I think. So we've got Spain, Bahrain, we've got the individual Netherlands rider, and then, of course, the UAE.
Up into the sky they go. There's the loop map that you can see in main picture at the moment. And
just they approach that forest then, leaving the agricultural land behind, and they have to work through the forest. I think there's quite a few twists and turns and undulations to come before then swinging left back towards the hippodrome.
Up they go, into the forest. Those leading crews have done their job. They'll now be heading back to the venue to get ready into the hold area.
This is our second group of riders coming through. I'm wondering maybe, Nick, whether the UAE have split a little bit there and whether these two riders are with the UAE. Not 100% sure from this angle, but hard to tell.
Just looking down the stats, possibly the UAE and Spain, but we'll have to wait and see. GPS working well. You can see the GPS map. There's 80 out on the loop at the moment.
And the crews, off they go. They're off to the next point now.
Oh, there's vineyards.
A little bit of talk out there, Nick, about the minimum speed today and whether there's going to be any movement on that from the officials.
14 at the moment.
I think the word on the street is that it's already been dropped to 13, but we've got riders out there. For example, Cheryl Van Dusen is not our last rider, but the last one who is just vetted in from 2 and go on 3. She's on 11.97.
And there will be a vet gate closing time, won't there?
There will, and you know, this is something that the officials will need to consider. They're not really in the business for stopping people get that World Championship experience, but of course there comes a point where, you know, vet gates need to close for safety reasons, because how long this will go into the night if not.
If not.
And have they got the facilities to navigate that course in the dark later on at night?
Are the checkpoint stewards there? Are the traffic marshals there, etc., etc.? So it is a lot to think of. Yes, it would be great that everybody could get round, but trust me, Harry, and I do know this, those out on course are as important as those at the venue. And starting at 5:30 this morning, dropping it down to 11 kilometres an hour, 160 kilometres, they could be riding for 18-20 hours.
And sorry, the rider that's last at the moment, still on loop 2, is doing it at 9.11.
That will drop.
Yeah.
So just there we can see number 2, that's Bahrain. That's Jafar Hassan and Boldevenel on the go from the victorious team.
You see, with 2 crew, it does make it challenging, because he had his bucket in one hand and he was passing bottles with the other hand, so he was having to multitask as the crew. And off they go. He's dropped back off the pace, though. He's not with the leaders.
No, he has dropped back off the pace. Just trying to get the time check there.
Yeah, so this horse presented well, 1 minute 50 at the vet gate. Was with that leading group, so it's dropped back for some reason and not on the pace anymore.
One wonders.
Yep.
Have to wait and see in about 10-15 minutes time when they come back into the venue. You can see there on the GPS they are coming in. They're heading towards us. Not too far away.
Due back, Nick, at 11:55 local time. It's now just nearly 20 past.
So, yeah, 25 minutes.
Yep. And then at this point, I think this is when it becomes more manageable psychologically. You have got to a certain point, and then on in, you think about each loop as one. So you've got just 3 small loops to do.
Well, they've still got 68 kilometres to do after this, Harry.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
but you've done
the hard graft.
Exactly. This is when, towards this point onwards, is when the horses need to start drinking now. They can get through those first few vet gates based on the hydration they had overnight and the natural ability. Now is the true test of endurance and stamina, and where the crews really play their role in managing these horses, both in the vet gate and also out on course.
And that's where the vets and the physios come into play, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the horse care is exceptional. These teams are so professional, and the sport has evolved so much in the last 10, 20 years in sports science, and medicine, and nutrition, for example. We are in a much better place now. We know how to manage these animals in the latter stages of competition like this.
Yeah, I mean, you would feed a lot of supplements to your horses, wouldn't you?
You've got supplements for different things. Whether that's vitamin E for the muscles or sodium and electrolytes to replace that salt that's lost through sweating. And then in this latter part, you'd be starting to think about a carbohydrate syringe, an oral syringe of carbohydrates. But it's the type of thing where you have to get the balance right, because too much of a good thing can cause the horse to peak and then crash again, and you want to maintain the blood glucose levels. You don't want them to suddenly have a big spike. There's a lot of research goes into various supplements and nutrition and what to feed in the vet gates. And you see some teams doing things very simple, taking it back to basics, and others, looking always for the new product. And there's Jeremy Reynolds with treasured moments coming through the crew point. He was a favourite of the US team. We spoke about earlier of his failed attempt at Pisa because of didn't get to run. There was a horse that came over, had some shipping fever and had to therefore not start. And the whole team didn't get to start in 2019. He didn't take it to Budib. So this is the championship take 2.
Second of the group, second of the peloton coming through.
Looks like we've got France there in front. Possibly Virginak, I'm not entirely sure from this angle. And then we have in the middle, Juma, I think. There's Daniele.
Yeah.
There's Juma and Omar Blanco Rodrigo.
Thought you might spot that one.
And Brazil on the outside, maybe. And this rider with the fluorescent. 1, 2, 4 for Spain again.
Spain.
Constanza Laliscia for Italy. France. Engel Soitpol for Spain. France again.
Juma wearing the fluorescent. And I just wonder whether that was tactics from Juma this morning. Normally he's in the Juma team blue and orange. And I wonder whether that was the tactics this morning to be seen in the dark.
Maybe.
Leave nothing to chance.
So there's been a conscious decision here. The Spanish, the French have decided not to go with the UAE and the Bahrain teams, who have made a break for it in relative terms. They are ahead by, 5 minutes now?
Yeah. But it's all to play for, isn't it? Because they've still got 2 more loops. They've still got 65, 66 kilometres to go. And as we see on every single time we sit behind these microphones, Harry, behind these pictures, everything changes at the last minute.
It does. And, in Budib, UAE overcooked it on the last loop. They lost their individual and their team medal in the space of 500 metres.
Brazil again, another that went really well in Budib. The Brazilians, Andre Vidas.
Horse is having a good drink at this point now. Nice to see. Okay, and these are our European riders off again. French and the Spanish working with each other here. And the French team all together still. They haven't dropped a rider yet. All top 3 scores to count for the team medal.
So for the team gold and silver at the moment, and we must stress at the moment, it is between the UAE and Bahrain. And then you've got the French all together, the Spanish all together, and the Italians. So much can change.
I wonder if Juma has decided to go for the team medal now and realigned his kind of mission here.
Did the plans change after Maria was eliminated so early on this morning?
Was Maria the individual that they were going to push up front, and that plan didn't work, so they changed tact. They haven't gone with the UAE, so they're stuck now with the French. But we saw it in Boudib. He ended up third, but he was a long way off the pace with the Spanish team. Saw it in Alula as well.
Yeah.
Omar and Maria, I think second and third.
Second and third. It's lonely when you're out on your own, isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful French countryside to ride over, though. Looks absolutely stunning.
In the heart of the Dordogne region. A little damper than usual, though.
Yeah, we could say that after this morning. I wonder how much rain actually fell. 10, 15 millimetres, something like that.
It was pretty intense. I feel like it is starting to dry up now, but there's inevitably going to be some churn on those tracks, and the speed is slower than we were expecting for this course.
Yeah, we're averaging just maybe 19, 20 at the moment.
The running speed and
the average speed is 17.9, but
slower first loop, maybe
very
that
slow.
down.
A slower first loop. I think they're running at about 19, 20 at the moment.
Yeah. I think there's been an uptick in the pace by Bahrain UAE, and they've taken with them subject to confirmation, but Marijke Visser from the Netherlands and our Australian rider Catherine Bailey. And you can see there in the red bibs, the stewards are at the group points, checking the rules are being applied here.
Yeah, and those rules are quite clear, Harry. There is a crew start and crew end point. So, gone are the days where you could crew for miles and miles and miles. And that only 2 crew per horse.
Yep.
And they have to have the right bib on.
Yep.
Off they go. Portugal. Remember, they were Team Silver in Boudib. There we go. That's the end of the crew point. You see that on the top right of the camera. And off they go through the vineyards of the Dordogne. Sampled any of the wine here, Harry?
A little bit. Very good. So there's, I think, that shows the break. So if we say 137, it represents the UAE and Bahrain contingent. And then the 8:26.75 group there
is the French and the Spanish and the Italians.
Yeah. So they've got what? Oh, there's another jump there. I think they're stretching the field out. They're playing with the speed. Who knows?
Maybe they're 3 kilometres off, something along those lines to give you the scale. And remember, this loop at 31.2 is the second longest of the loops. Be nice if we can get some of the. Be nice if we can get some of the OC out here, Harry, to tell us how many people they've got on course, because there is an army out there with the road crossing stewards, the course marshals, and the checkpoint teams, and it's phenomenal, isn't it?
Absolutely. There's a good contingent of people out there, and you know, Nick, organising committee yourself of Rushford, Euston Park, Windsor. Endurance competitions, you know what it takes to put on an event of this scale, and also a championships. There must be a lot of pressure on the organising committee now to deliver after months of organisation and preparation.
Years.
It's years. Really.
Yeah, I think when we were awarded the championships back in 2019, I think we started 18 months out. And it never stopped. Honestly, it never stopped. Layout, catering, volunteers, jury members, etc., etc. Honestly, it takes forever, and it takes over your whole life. And then you wake up and you've got thunder and lightning.
Oh.
And you think, really?
And there's a lot of public scrutiny, you know, let's not shy away from it. Endurance is under a lot of public scrutiny, and there's certain standards that are expected, and the vets are laser focused on horse welfare.
Huge amounts of responsibility, and that's down to the International Equestrian Federation and their officials, and to the OC to make sure that everything that they require is in place, and that's essential. So they're coming through the crew points, as we've seen, and soon, I think in what do you reckon, 10 minutes?
Yeah.
Less.
Well, yeah, let's see, 10 minutes.
10 minutes, and then they'll be off loop number 3. Then they're into their 40-minute hold, and then they go off onto the red loop again, which they have ridden before, 21k, and then they go into a compulsory, don't they? It's a hold of 50 and a compulsory.
They have the compulsory on Vetgate 5.
On Vetgate 5.
So that's after the black loop. So they're going to do red again after this, 21, then black, another 21. Then they have 2 veterinary inspections. So they have to pass the first veterinary inspection, and then the vets recall all the horses 15 minutes before departure for a full check. And that's really because, you know, a horse that comes in fresh and full of adrenaline, they can trot up absolutely sound. But once that adrenaline goes away in the whole time, and, you know, once the muscles get a bit tight, then something might show. Or perhaps, you know, the horse isn't eat and drink enough in the hold, and their start metabolic parameters are not improving, and it's not showing that improving picture to the vets. There may be cause for concern.
So they're waiting in the wings. Crews will be up and about.
Here they are.
Here we go.
Our leaders. And in number 2, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa for Bahrain.
But leading the pack, as they have all the way. It is Saeed Al-Harbi and Kalsubar Kadabra. Leading.
So apart from the UAE and Bahrain, who else have we got? I think we've got Catherine Bailey,
and
just to the left of the shot.
Marika Visser.
Correct.
And that's in. And then the Brazilian of Monica Graziano. They're in the top 10, just coming past us now.
And the Q80, 87.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because Q8 really have been on the outside of Middle Eastern endurance, and now they're coming back, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They've got a lot of national competitions on in Q8. They don't always field a full team internationally, but good to see. We've also got a rider for Portugal there.
And Harry, we see the crews running away from us. That means that their information tells them that they're coming very, very quickly, very fast, and they'll be with us almost immediately as they come in. And there's nothing between them, is there?
No.
And they're all at a very nice, steady pace. They haven't started to go, have they?
No. But look at the ground. It's just mud.
But they haven't broken the ground. And
You don't think they're sinking?
I don't
Okay.
think they're. I don't think they're going through it yet, Harry. Saad Al-Habi comes in.
Catherine Bailey on the outside.
On the
here.
outside, just taking a pull.
There's Bahrain, Spain.
Salman Al-Aradi there, and Spain.
Omar Blanco
Omar.
Rodrigo.
Nice horse that, Harry. Where did it come from?
Ross and Wine. Breeder Leslie Turner, I hope he's watching.
So now they come round in, they're off. We can see them in the distance.
So
there it is.
The unsaddling area, so they cross that line, then they can remove the saddle. They're not allowed to cool the horse till they bend round the corner and enter into the hard standing area. Now the crews can start to work to cool the horse. These elite combinations will not cease, they'll not stop, they'll keep that forward motion. They'll slow up, and as you see one there having a drink and the crew's walking backwards with the bucket.
Who's going to go first?
I mean, Casablanca has been first into the vet almost every time.
Every time.
I mean, this horse must have a super heart and recovery rate. They're confident of the pulse of the horse.
And that 136 is what we're looking at. Casablanca into the cooling area.
Magic Glen Talk in the far ground there.
Far ground. And then I think Bahrain are going to go first.
They're going.
Of Everest La Majorie.
Notice he had a cursory glance around there.
Yeah, he just looked, didn't he?
He just looked.
And the UAE are going to go, are they? Looks to me like they are, yes. Casablanca there, just going forward. So now we wait.
So I think Omar and that group have just arrived and they are unsaddling, waiting to start cooling. They're just turning the bed now. Warrens Hill Chase won here in 2020 with a speed of 19 kilometres an hour.
So the average speed, Harry, coming in was 18.77. Sheikh Nasser in.
So that's the average speed, which means the loop speed was 20.7, which is
so
exactly what you said.
Exactly what we said.
Yeah.
They went slowly in the first, hardly surprising.
Yeah.
Thunder and lightning. And there is Everest La Majorie for Kingdom of Bahrain. Takes the turn. Heart rate passed, obviously.
He's doing a good job to trot to the edge of the lane because obviously the lines are getting worn now, and in the middle is a bit warm, but towards the edge is better going.
Casablanca. There's no doubt that the outside lanes are less well trodden.
They'd be better, Nick, moving the boards.
I would have thought so.
So that they put the boards down the middle of the worn track and save the ground on the other bit.
So 26 on the far left is Monica Graziano for Brazil.
Oh, looks like Catherine Bailey for Australia has just come in.
Just going in.
With homebred Razorback Targaryen. That horse has been in training with Julien Lefoy here in France. And it looks like, you can't see it on the camera, but one horse has got a penalty. I think it's for the UAE. Pulse is too high, so they've run back into the cooling area. We'll bring you an update on that as soon as we can. This is Saif Al Mazuri's horse, Magic Glen Talk for MRM Stables. He's trying to run on the side, but he's doing it so much he's having to jump the
water.
And he jumped the
jump the boards and the water and everything.
And it looks like another rider has got a penalty. Number 22, I just saw.
That's Othman Al-Wadi, Bahrain. And now we can just see in the distance off camera the other Bahraini. There we go. Just coming in. Now remember, they were in the leading group, but it is Jafar Hassan and Bolt de Vanel. So they've made the distance back up. They're they're tracking about 4 or 5 minutes behind.
Yeah, and that may well be the plan, to have a banker.
Well just have the banker.
Or maybe lost a shoe or something, or
could have been anything, couldn't it?
Yeah. But the horse looks fine. Yeah. All's good. Okay, so we've got at least two riders here who have presented once. Pulse was too high. It wasn't 64, so they've gone back into the crewing area, into the cooling area, and they will have to have a second presentation. So for them, the clock has not stopped. The riding time has not stopped. This is precious time now that they are losing.
No, that's fine. 8. That is Sheikh Isa, His Highness Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa, Bahrain. All okay? We think.
So the new leader.
Ready to go, Loop 4. So that's, what have we got, Harry? I can tell you. 2 for Bahrain, 2 for the UAE are both ready to go. Loop 4. Comes Jaffa.
So on those penalties we had 137 Zaid Mohammed Kamis Al Mahari with Al Shamain. The pulse was 69. And they're in after 4 minutes now for the second presentation, so that one needs to be brought down. And number 5,
Salman Al-Radi.
He presented in 2 minutes 21 with a pulse of 76. So again, he's back into the cooling area.
22 just coming up now.
So I think again this is another re-exam. So this horse presented first with a pulse of 68. Looks like it's okay now because it's trotting. So 3 horses in that leading pack didn't get their heart rate down and presented with a high pulse first time round.
So we've got a re-inspection for Al Mahari for the UAE. 87.
This is our Q80 rider.
Q80.
Brothers there, Caesar and Akil Donnet, trainers of this horse. For Sohaib Hamada. Et voilà des saumons. There's Warren still chasing the foreground with Omar Blanco Rodrigo for Spain. Rider number 5 was the one who had a penalty and is still in the cooling area for Bahrain. Bahrain losing out places here if they have 2 riders with a penalty. Time is ticking. Our Portuguese rider for 106 is now presenting.
But they've asked Monica Graziano to represent Latache.
So they're a compulsory re-inspection.
before.
Right. So that's 15 minutes before they leave,
Yeah.
because the vets have seen something they want to have another look at.
Yeah. And they averaged at 19.10.
So our new leader then, after this loop, purely based on the presentation time, and he went in first, is His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa with Everest Lamajri, presented in 1 minute 22 with a heart rate of 54.
57 we've just seen there, Harry. That's Salam Al Kirby and Hadir for the United Arab Emirates. I think they're okay. We'll find out in a minute.
There's Dr. Khalid, the
Dr. K,
chef de keep of the Bahrain team.
the Victoria's team. Now there's Jaffa for Bahrain, and remember he was about 4 or 5 minutes behind. And as we said, that could be their banker, that could be their, you know, one behind.
So this one had a high pulse first time round. It presented on 76.
Yeah.
In 2 minutes 21. So now they have got this one and only chance now for the heart rate to be below 64. So no point taking a gamble at this point. That's Warren Chase.
Looks fine, Harry.
Yeah, he's the type of horse, though, that has a real dish, but I'm not so sure in front. Let's see. It's quite... When a horse has a dish, and I have a horse at home like this, when the ground is this deep in the trot-up lanes, and this has happened to me at Windsor, it's really hard because it accentuates their action.
Yeah, they try, yeah.
And it makes them... They circle their legs even more, and the vets are just stood there thinking, well...
So that's Bahrain, that's Jaffers Hassan and Bolt de Venel. So the heart rate has come down. So the second back they come. Second of the large groups coming back, and this is the European group, isn't it? I think.
European plus Brazil.
The Brazilians.
Yeah.
Remember, one of the Brazilians, Monica Graciano, has gone back for a re-inspection. This is Bahrain.
Taking a long time here.
But they know the game, don't they, Harry? You know, it might take a long time to represent, but it's all about the team, isn't it? And you, at this stage, if you lose 4 or 5 minutes, that's nothing in the sport of endurance.
But what's telling, I think, here is that this track, the depth of going and the rain we've had, I think it is taking its toll. We've seen riders here present with high heart rates. They've pushed on with the speed. They've increased the speed, and it's playing out now in the stats. This Portuguese rider, though, has been riding with the front group and he's only 21 years of age, riding Najim, riding really well, and the horse looking great. So a blow to the United Arab Emirates team. Zayed Mohammed Al Mahari riding Al Shamain has failed to qualify for the next phase of the competition on a regular gate. So that is one down for the United Arab Emirates.
Still with 4 to play.
Yep. We also lost one of the Brazilian riders, Pinto Monica. Also lame. So 2 of the leading group out with a regular gate. So the leading group is now made up of
Bahrain and the UAE.
And our one rider from the Netherlands and our one rider from Australia. So there's a leading group of 7, then a gap of 2 minutes, then another gap of 2 minutes. So we have a leading group of 7 emerging. The rest of our riders from Spain now in, and Brazil and Team France just in the unsaddling area all together. all 5 riders. There's Daniele Ciroli.
And interestingly, if you looked at, we're talking about Jafar Hassan from Bahrain, who was a good 4 or 5 minutes behind. It's only 2 minutes behind now, and it's both 4 for the United Arab Emirates and 4 for the UAE in the top 10-11, isn't it? With no time at all between them.
But it's just the risk that they can take now. They lose the ability to lose, you know, if they lose another ride in the next loop and then they lose one more at the finish, they don't qualify for a team placing.
Yeah, but that's sport.
It is. It's all about balancing the risks with the potential for getting on that podium. This is our Brazilian rider, number 25. Felipe de Azevedo Morgulis.
Yes.
There's a good view there of the heart rate monitors. They're positioned both for the vets here and also at the end of the line. And we'll get to 15 seconds, then we'll get a reading. 59, all good. Horse has a nice bounce about it, and it kind of floats above that trot lane, which is really nice. And he's doing exactly what the other guy did. And
I don't blame them.
Trot down the other side.
To be perfectly honest with you. Find the best ground.
Yep. And in come Team France. And Rebecca Jane Pinder for Great Britain on the right-hand side. As do Team Spain. Juma Pontidax, Engel Soicoel. And I think in the far ground there is number 5 for Bahrain, who has taken a significant time now to present.
Long time.
In fact, he's lost his standing in the race, and he's now come down to join the second group.
Could still be all to play for, though. Let's face it.
What's interesting, Nick, is that the rider, the individual rider for Bahrain has come in, vetted with the horse Bolt de Vanels. He's vetted in 1 minute 50. He's ready to go in 11th. This horse and rider, number 5, were with the leading group.
Yep.
And he has taken that long. He still hasn't vetted. So he's, you know, the exertion he's given. So it's going to go for the full minute now. So at 50 seconds, going to go till a minute.
France.
Home nation on home soil. Melody Diolisat. But it looks like the Brazilian horse, number 25, is having a trot for a panel. Did just wonder when it was going back, whether in front it was totally balanced. Let's see. Philippe Thomas, 58.
Speed of 17.87. Rebecca Jane Pinder in 26th position for Great Britain. We have also Irazu.
Spain's in the vet. Chile's in the vet. Italy, Daniela Cirelia Well, there we are. We'll wait and see.
Oh, stumble there. You know, I commented on Warren Hill's Chase's trot not being great. He has been removed for a regular gate,
really?
Sadly. This is Angel Soycol. But Team Spain now lost 2. So if they lose a third now, they have lost the team medal. There's not a lot of room for manoeuvre now for Team Spain, our reigning,
Europeans.
Yeah, European gold medalists, individual gold medal at
Italy.
Yeah, and in Boudib. Costanza Laliscia.
Looks okay to me.
Becca Pinder there for Great Britain with the chef to keep Fiona Bloom.
Just waiting, aren't they?
Just circling, just waiting for a vet to become available. It's a busy.
Does that help or does that hinder?
It can do both. In the horse that takes a little bit longer to recover, circling the horses, letting them maybe have a pee somewhere or nibble a tiny bit of grass is no bad thing. For those horses that benefit from being in the hold area and chilling out and having their feed and their legs iced, they're losing that time by doing this. So it can play to your advantage, but it also can be a hindrance.
So it's for France, and this leaderboard is going to change after this vet gate. Look at that, just trying to avoid the difficult conditions in the vet gate. Camera left is Chile, Renata Fuentes.
And sadly, it looks like we've lost the young Portuguese rider as well, Manuel Maria Overavo, with Najim, also a regular gate. So that's now 1, 2, 3, 4 have been eliminated for gate at vet gate 3.
"17 have passed, ready to go onto the red loop. Second time for the red loop, and at the moment 2 for Spain.
They've ridden this before, it's familiar ground, but it's going to be more churned up now, having horses gone through it.
4 for the UAE.
Juma here, just in front of our commentary booth with wife Maria, having a little chat.
And 4 for Bahrain. Germany's in there. France, well, they're always knocking on the door. And they will be. They want this medal.
There's Philippe Thomas. Et puis Waka de Chelandra.
In we go.
Small but mighty horse. Was in Boudib as well as here. Kelsey Russell for the United States.
Valerie Canavi, one of the great names in the sport of endurance, the owner of that horse. So next departure is 12:18, so 18 minutes time.
Saeed Mohammed Ali Al-Kuwari, UAE 84.
Three-card trick, Harry?
Yeah.
Yep. Three-card trick for
Daniele.
Daniele.
For Australia is in 7th position. 3 minutes 59 behind our first one.
Looks okay to me, a little bit rolly behind maybe. It's hard always to see exactly what the vets are seeing stood there. I think Sharon is telling him to retrot again on a loose rein. Do not hold the head. Let's say a little bit off left 4. Okay, we've got Elizabeth Hardy on the right-hand side for Belgium. Shanti Roos in the middle.
In the orange. And Martina Oslankova for Slovakia on the left. This is honestly Shanti's first World Championships.
Double check.
Sure, she's ridden in the Worlds before. I thought. Europeans. In the hold they go. This is when they can get a chance to rest and rebalance. That's Renato Salvador's horse there.
No, it's her first WEG.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's our individual standings currently.
Yeah, Sheikh Nasser leading the way for Bahrain.
So 7 riders, all on 48, 49. And then 8th is 52, 9 on 453, 53.
So you look at it, Bahrain, the UAE definitely in the lead for Team Gold. Then Bahrain, and then we'll have to wait and see. But my guess would be France. The team standings coming in now. That's the top 12 of the individuals. And just look at that. Lots of people thronging around the vet gate. It's great to see.
Maybe because the French team have just come through on home soil. Keen to see how their team perform.
.102 Norway.
Oh dear, Spain have lost another rider.
So they're down to 2, Harry.
They're down to 2. So they've lost the opportunity to win a team medal. And I don't think where they, we never know what happens.
You never know.
Because we could lose that whole entire front group or they could all drop back.
Yeah.
But at the moment now, it is only Juma and Angel Soykol in the competition. That's a big blow for Spain. It hasn't gone well.
UAE 14.28, Bahrain 14.29, but and I think that graphic can't be right, Harry, if you say that Spain are down to 2. Because at the moment they're on 15.07, but they're showing as 15.07, but that's what we thought was their cumulative riding times. And we thought that we think France has gone into the bronze medal.
Yeah.
Because Spain are down to 2.
So
that Spain have gone.
Definitely lost Maria. We definitely lost Omar. And we have just had news that we've lost Gerard Casadeusius Rouet.
Right.
Also lame. Luke, after Route.
So that
free.
means that Spain are
Spain
down to 2.
have gone. Yeah.
Yep. So it is the battle for second and third, gold, silver, bronze. France in bronze, Bahrain in silver, and the UAE in gold, with 3 loops left to go.
There's Carmine Villani for Great Britain. He's off and walking his horse into the vet gate. His crew's saying, why don't you walk him to me?
So for France, Philippe Thomas, Clémentine Chaux, and Tielesa Melody and Virginie Actor are all 4 team members for France. So there's Great Britain. Second one in for Great Britain. Rebecca Pinder, the first of the Brits through, the British riders through, with Oso Erazu, and they'll go on to loop number 4 at 12:34.
So Farrier playing a role there in one of the Brazilian horses, just taking care of the shoes, tightening up the clenches a little bit. That horse trained in Daniele Ciroli's stable in Italy. There was great discussion on shoeing in around the stable area a few days ago, because the challenge here is grip and making sure that you have that consistent grip on this kind of wet and slippy ground. It's really important. Oof, that horse is heart rate is 65, 1 beat over in lane 10. I'm not sure which one it was, and the one nearest to us has just passed with 64 after a full minute. Elizabeth Hardy's horse, I believe.
So will they? What will happen now, Harry?
So the horse is on. This horse has passed and is trotting. The other horse has to go back out and cool down again, but it's only 1 beat over.
Sometimes it could go up though, couldn't it?
Yeah, it could, yeah. Catherine Bailey there with her husband Chris, who's the chef de keep of the Australian team. They are the owners of the Bulio stud in Australia, the breeders of some many great horses, a number sold to the Emirates. Shanty Bruce for the Netherlands. Horse trained in Brittany in France. Heart rate monitor on. This might be the horse that had the pulse of 65, not sure.
67, just having a nibble. That of Rebecca Pinder's. Irazu.
Stood in ice as well, just to help take out any inflammation in the legs from their endeavours. And the other crew member just cleaning the mud off the tack, ready for the next loop. And that takes time, it takes practice to get horses used to doing that, to being calm and standing in the ice water. Something that they will be practicing time and time again. Looks like one of the crew members has got a bit cold there.
I don't blame them. I think I'm a bit
Is
cold after this morning.
Was that a horse rug? So that's an image of the hold area. This is where the horses are coming and recuperating.
So at the moment, Harry, just to give you the update, 28 are ready to go on Loop 2, and the first horses will go out in 7 minutes' time.
So they'll start to get tacked up now, start to walk around, limber up. The track is getting cut up though around the outside of the racetrack.
Yeah, but once they'll be onto fresh ground in a minute.
Yeah.
They're going out. Actually, they're going out onto the red loop, which is the shortest of our loops, 21.3. So we'll probably see them 1:18, something like that, won't we?
Chef de keeper, the French team, Jean-Michel Grimard. Julien Lafroy, Faizi Kabirat is the horse. Being cooled now.
And right at the start, and coming back into the after the first loop, they had a problem with the heart rate, didn't they? So
they did.
But Jean-Michel, you know, nothing phases him, and he'll be saying, right.
Yeah, it was 11 minutes 56 in the first vet gate,
12
and
minutes,
the
yeah.
second one 5 minutes 22, and it was still 64. So recovery's not at the level we would perhaps expect from some of the French horses, but maybe the case here is to get this horse round, and you've got the other French riders all riding together.
Yeah, but what you want is you want as many team riders home as possible, don't you? Particularly in conditions like this.
Yep. And look, we can see now that the officials are moving the vet lanes.
I wonder if they were listening to us.
Yep. So they are moving the boards one lane over. So
to find the ground.
To run over the better ground, yeah. One horse there, most likely Everest Lamagerie for His Highness, just being limbered up, and the second horse now joining them.
And there's nothing between them in the first 6, is there?
No.
12:18:09, 12:18:13, 24, so they're all 10 seconds.
So these horses now almost ready to depart onto the red loop. They've already done the red loop, so this will be familiar territory for them.
3 minutes to go.
21.3 kilometers. Our leading group is getting smaller by the minute. We're now down to a leading pack of 7. It's likely, though, I think that maybe 1 or 2 others might speed up a little bit to catch them on this loop, but Bahrain, UAE leading strong from the front.
Yeah, so in that leading pack of 7, you've got 2 for Bahrain, 3 for the United Arab Emirates, 1 for the Netherlands, and 1 for Australia. And then, neatly following on behind, then you've got the Bahrainis and the UAE sitting in behind them.
Hedera, taking the 33rd position. An average speed on this loop of 16.62.
Als een Cordelia door.
So, Bahrain horses walking now and cooling, getting ready to run. Number 13, Sheikh Nasser's mount, Everest Lamadri. Under the watchful eye of the spectators and the officials here. Magic Glen Talk or MRM Stables, also there now in the red tack, bottom left, representing the UAE.
Tactics?
I think the UAE and Bahrain will start to egg each other on now and push a little bit. I think when one moves, the other will try and tail them. The one to watch, of course, is Sheikh Nasser, the defending world champion. He's come here with one goal.
Two? Team and team and individual.
Yeah. Let's not be greedy, but yeah.
Grand jury ready, watching. Looks cool though, doesn't he?
Yep.
There's the one that's literally Al-Shamsi just behind. Highness Sheikh Nasser. Said Al-Shamsi and Mubir.
A great number of spectators here today.
Yeah, it's really great to see, isn't it? And then Al-Harbi, Said Al-Harbi and Kasaba Kadabra for the UAE.
Off he leaves.
Looks at the watch and away we go.
.160 kilometers, 6 phases of competition.
And this 21.3 kilometers.
The 4th phase. I mean, that track looks pretty muddy there. They went down the road and then they've hit this track. It's just mixed terrain, isn't it? Magic Glen Talk looks great there, really good. Saif Al-Mazzoui is such a quiet rider. Very neat. Number 8. Sheikh Isa.
Ground is drying all the time though. But so looking, if I look at it, France very much in the hunt for the bronze at the moment. Great Britain need one more to come home, and then they've got 3 riders home. And there goes
Marika
Visser
for the Netherlands, and Catherine Bailey for Australia. Both doing very well in this leading group after an individual podium finish. Loop 4.
En primera posición tenemos Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa montando Everest Nueva York. En segunda posición por UAE tenemos Syed Hamad Rashid Abdullah Al Shamsi montando Munir. En tercera posición UAE también tenemos a Zahed Ahmed Klaber Abdullah El Adwi montando Castelbar Calabra. Siguiente tenemos Sayyid Ahmed Mohamed Ali Al Medrui montando Magic Land.
So off they go, out onto the red loop. Kuwaiti, Suab Hamada.
Tried to find out then, Nick, about minimum speed, and there isn't a definitive answer yet we've been able to track down, but we will ask again, because we noticed that a number of competitors have dropped below 14, which was the published minimum speed. So the vet gate will close, won't it, Nick, at a certain point?
It certainly will.
Are they going to reduce that?
We'll try and do some investigation fairly soon, Harry.
Yep.
Because that will knock a lot of riders out.
Yeah.
If they maintain this minimum speed of 14, but it is a World Championships.
It is, but I feel like that minimum speed was set on a track that was dry, and you know they haven't factored in necessarily the going and the conditions on the day. Maybe that needs to adapt, but as we've spoken about earlier, a lot of considerations predominantly around safety that have to factor into that decision about riders at the latter part of the competition, in the dark, on road crossings, the checkpoints, everything really. And also I think, Nick, whether it's in the interest of the horse as well to be going for quite so long, and where the cut-off point comes.
I'm just inquiring, Harry.
Very good. So number 2, Jaffa Mercer with Bolt de Vanels.
So, bit of a break. We're going to run some highlights and look at the GPS, but we are really in the thick of it in this, the FEI Endurance World Championships here in Monpazier. Bahrain, UAE, France, they're all in there.
así con alza y galarza, con una velocidad media de 17,97. Siguiendo tenemos Virginaje por Francia con Chambla Paris. En 14ª posición tenemos Sabina Arnaud con Easy Esguaira por Alemania. En 15ª posición tenemos Melody Colisa con Yara Brigena representando a Francia. En 3ª posición tenemos Gaula Posibilidad representando a España con Enrique Parazia Festival. En 17ª posición tenemos Andros Electronic con Justy de Bozul representando a él. Después tenemos por Italia Costanza Latricia con Farah de Bagdad representando a Italia.
Hello. Emir. Coaching. Emir, Bouchra. Oh, Maïd, non. Bouchra, good.
Three horse, front. Two way. Two, huh? Oh, two. Lompat. Oh, yeah, okay, finish.
Johnny? C'est bon? Leslie, c'est bon, il demande? Non? Il demande si c'est bon pour vous?
Buena, Bonifacio. Igualito, igualito.
Perfecto.
Bueno, agarran, no agarran con esta mano. Ellos cruzan a esta y agarran con esta y con esta le dan así.
Sí, pues.
Rozándolo.
Que con eso les cortan un poquito de agua, ya con eso tranquilidad.
Pues van a hacer rozados.
¿Y el caballo? ¿Trotó?
Sí, ya trató.
Sí.
¿El caballo pasó?
Sí, o sea, lo vi trotar muy bien.
La lleva trotó muy bien.
Sí. Sí, porque Ramírez se va a retirar antes de terminar.
O sea, no por el caballo él.
Aunque el otro día en Chile terminó caminando los últimos 20 kilómetros.
Cette nacelle est toute sa première position. Donc cette époque intéresse à l'aujourd'hui. Nacelle amateur le qualifiant aujourd'hui.
¿Quién?
Pour cette quatrième étape, c'est un nouveau cours de 21 km 30.
Tú te le quería ganar.
Donc il y aura 22 minutes pour le cours et sur cette quatrième étape, qui est reparti avec quelques 4 secondes de l'avance. C'est Abdullah Al-Tansi qui est mourir depuis le champion aussi par rapport à la fédération, c'est comme Saïd Zaber Abdullah Al-Arbi à 15 secondes.
Pero va a tener que apretarlo mucho. ¡Vamos! ¡Lindo trote!
la boucle rouge au niveau de 21 km/h. Et donc très très bientôt, donc il va arriver les tout premiers concurrents, donc presque 1h50 minutes. Il faudra que 21 km, donc il a dit s'il y en a qu'un, parce que le terrain et les conditions atmosphériques deviennent donc intéressantes pour les fonctions. Et le rythme va peut-être encore s'accélérer un peu, puisqu'il ne reste pas deux boucles derrière, donc la boucle noire de 21 km/h et la boucle verte de 27 km pour clore le championnat du monde. Donc juste derrière Christina, c'est Jasmine Zafi avec Valide ce qui prend donc la 55e position. La Chine reviendra en 56e avec Wing Chia et Astrid Jadot. Donc tout ça à 1h15 minutes et 12 secondes de la tête.
deixar ele entrar, não. Ligar com o lugar. En fait, quand是热的就行，无所谓。
Welcome back to the FEI Endurance World Championship here in Monpazier in France. And we are getting towards the latter stages of the fourth loop of the 6. And it is the loop that's coming in now, Harry, and it's all to play for now, isn't it?
I think what we're seeing here is the UAE just teasing the pack forwards. Sheikh Nasser there in third place for Bahrain. UAE there, and then hot on their tails, Marijke Visser for the Netherlands. They're on the red loop, 21 kilometers. They've already ridden this. This is their second time riding the red loop, the fourth phase of this 6-phase, 160-kilometer competition.
Yeah, and they're coming towards home, as you can see on the graphics there. Venue, the top end, so they'll be coming back to us, and you see bottom right, that's the crew point. That's about 8 kilometers away, something like that, 6 kilometers away, and been through that, and they will be crewing, and they'll be crewing hard, because they're coming here, they're then coming off the red loop, and then they're going into the hold, and then there's away we go again. And it's all about the teams, because the teams certainly have changed, Harry, haven't they? We've seen that the Italians and the Spanish have dropped away, so have the Brazilians, and now it's a battle for gold, silver and bronze between the UAE, between Bahrain and between France, we believe.
Yep, that's right. That last vet gate, it was all to play for, and everything seemed to change. We lost quite a few combinations to irregular gate, and you know, I think in this next vet gate it will be the same again. It could all change at the drop of a hat.
It could, couldn't it? The conditions, well, it was dreadful, and there's no exaggeration there, Harry. It was dreadful this morning, with thunder, lightning, huge amounts of rain. Conditions underfoot. They started at 5:30 this morning in the dark, and they got round and they rode that first loop really well.
The conditions this morning were incomparable to anything that I've really seen at an endurance event in terms of the electrical storm we were witnessing in the dark.
In the dark. I mean, it was quite dramatic, wasn't it?
Yeah. You know, they left with the only light being the head torches that they were riding in,
and the lightning.
And the lightning. And one of the riders said they were pleased with the lightning struck because they could see where they were going for a split second. But that has had an impact on the ground, and the ground is drying up. It's absorbing the water. Where it hasn't been churned up, it's definitely foaming up. But where it has been cut up, and we know there are a few areas where there's some agricultural land that's been ploughed through, it's deep, and that is taking its toll, and we're just starting to see that now.
Yeah, and the average completion rate in Monpazier, what, 35%, something like that? Some wonderful work from Bella Fricker and her team from Endurance Data, and it's difficult out there. It's a true test.
It really is, and it should be. This is a World Championships. It's 160 kilometres. It isn't meant to be an easy course. It's a challenge. It's a true test of endurance and stamina, and equine partnership and horsemanship. And we see the very best of equine care here in an endurance competition like this, both from the riders and also their backup team, the crews.
And I think it's worth saying, Harry, that for those of you just joining us on FEI TV, it is worth saying that no other equestrian sport has the amount of vetting procedures. So yesterday there was the pre-ride vet check. Didn't go your way. And, you know, Lee said soon as mended. And then today they'll have come in off the first loop, more vetting. Second loop, more vetting. So there's 7 or 8 stages of veterinary examination.
Yeah, and each veterinary examination, the vets have the ability to remove horses from the competition and also just keep an eye on how they are progressing throughout. You know, they're looking for any irregularities in the gait, they're looking for any dehydration markers. And, you know, this is about early intervention, either removing the horse or advising the rider, giving them a little bit of an update on the health status of that horse, like a dashboard. So if there's an amber light on something, you can go and do something about it. You've got time in the rest periods where these horses recover to go and action that, whether that's a gut sound that's a bit low, get them eating, get them drinking, or they're a little bit dehydrated and they need some electrolytes, for example. There's a variety of things, but this is about making sure that these horses finish in the best possible condition. And we should probably add that the first across the line is not necessarily the winner here. They have to also pass the veterinary inspection at the end.
They've got 20 minutes to get to that final veterinary inspection, and that's really important because that's when... and I just wonder how it's going to work here with this different style cool down area. Here we go, just looking there at the fabulous drone coverage. And that's what we were talking about, Harry. You know, difficult conditions underfoot.
Yeah, and just having that sapping effect, you know, the deeper the hoof sinks into the ground, the more energy is required to suck it back out again. And we talked about this in deep with the depth of the sand for the last World Championships. And here, it's not the sand, it's the mud in places. It's getting a bit deep and a bit churned up now at this latter part of the competition. But as we said, you know, this isn't meant to be easy. Riders need to be sensible. They need to leave enough fuel in the tank for those last few kilometres.
They really do, and let's not forget that they've still got 2 more loops. The leading group still got 2 more loops to go. They've got the black loop after a 40-minute break, and then they've got a 50-minute break, and then they're going off on the 27k on the green loop. So they've still got, I mean, they've got, what, 8-9 kilometres to go in this loop, and then they've still got another 47 kilometres to go.
And that's a long way. It's the difference between, you know, these horses who can run a fast 120 to a 160. It's a very different competition. It takes a lot of care to leave enough fuel for those 2 loops at the end.
It certainly does. So, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Netherlands and Australia and Kuwait are in the top 10. But from a team classification, it is at the moment, and we have to stress at the moment, because it is the best 3 scores out of the maximum team of 5 that count. And that is the classification. So it is at the moment, there's an awfully long way to go.
There is. So, you know, the teams that are doing really strong at the moment, the UAE, as expected, Bahrain, almost as expected. And then we lost enough of the Spanish contingent, so they dropped out, as with the Italian team. And so France doing really well. And there is some of the going.
There is some of the going. But they're going through it. They're not going deep, are they? But they're finding it hard work.
They are. I mean, you could run yourself in that going and you would start to feel tired by it and worn out. It's just not easy. The foot goes down, it slides a bit. They've got to keep their balance, use their core strength to keep them, the momentum going.
Yeah, so it'll be hard, but it's, as we keep saying, it's a true test, and it's all about horsemanship. It's all about maintaining and knowing your horse and knowing what can and can't be done. So we'll wait and see. They are coming in very shortly into the vet gate, the leading pack.
And here we go then, on the approach to vet gate number 4.
UAE, Bahrain, UAE, and
Netherlands. The leader, Saif Al-Mazroui, with Magic Glen Talk, representing MRM Stables. So we have one rider drops off then. Catherine Bailey was with that group from Australia, and she's no longer there. So she must have dropped back a little bit, fallen off the pace. We haven't got the data from the GPS at the moment, but we will update.
I just think it's struggling in these conditions, Harry, to be fair. And they are nearly in sight, because we can see from our commentary position that the crews are all getting ready. They're all just mingling, and that is a sure sign that they're coming towards us.
And the rain has started yet again. Here they are then, on the Hippodrome de Marseille in Monpazier.
All looking good though.
All looking good.
Really good. So 3 for the UAE, 2 for Bahrain, and 1 for...
As they come now alongside the spectators and the grandstand on this loop, under the arch, into the unsaddling area. The clock is still ticking until they present to the veterinary panel. And these two trailing a little bit behind, you have
Fourth team member for the UAE, third team member for the Kingdom of Bahrain.
Silver medalist, I believe, on the right-hand side, Salem.
There we are from the endurance team, the victorious Royal Endurance Team of Bahrain. That's Othman Alouadi. D'Artagnan. Just see the cloud in the distance. Oh my word. I would say that when the sun came out, they were all thinking, oh, that's nice. And then suddenly we look at the rain that is due to hit us soon. So, 2 crews. 2 crew per horse.
Keeping that forward momentum, letting everything slow down, bringing the heart rate down slowly, cooling the core temperature of these horses.
Who goes first? There's the UAE. Mariano, the team vet.
One eye on your horse, one eye on your competitor's horse. Here comes Salem Alouf Al-Kitbi, silver medalist from Boudib in 2023. With Hadir.
And took it really steadily on the last loop as well, didn't he, Salem? In Boudib. Sheikh Nasser there is Hannes Sheikh Nasser Al Khalifa.
Straight in with Everest Lamajri.
Position for Bahrain with Everest Lamajri. Going an average speed on this loop of 17.210. UAE is in second position.
Get the heart rate 64 beats and under. Metabolics and the trot and the gait. So that's the 4th one in for the UAE and the 3rd one in for Bahrain. Is it, Harry, I think?
Yep. So they're into the veterinary area now and presenting to the Veterinary Commission. Checking the heart rate.
Yeah.
Dr. Khalid there on the right.
And it's Hannes Sheikh Isa's horse, Al Khalifa's horse.
So that phase speed was a little bit slower, Nick, 17.21. So they dropped back off the pace.
Which is good, which is fine.
Yeah, and not dissimilar to the speed they did the red loop last time. So maybe the red loop is just that little bit more challenging.
There goes on the right.
Everest Lamajri.
Lamajri. And now camera right.
Castlebar Cadabra. I believe. He's walked the last 5 meters every time.
Might ask him to go again, you never know.
I think they're going to call a panel on that horse.
Do you think?
Possibly.
There's Mohammed Al-Sabusi.
Because interestingly, Nick, you can't trot twice for one vet. Even if that vet thought, it's okay, but I'd just like to see it again, that's not allowed. It has to go straight to a panel. So it may not be that they think immediately, oh, there's a lameness there, but it might be, I want another look at this horse, therefore we're going to take it to the panel. And that's a 3-card trick. They can't confer. They write down pass or fail, hand it into the ground jury, who just delivers the verdict.
A bit like a High Court judge, really, Harry. But it is, though, isn't it? I mean, you know. So I think that Everest Lamajri will just wait and see if all is okay. 5 in at the moment.
And on the horizon then comes 61.
Yep, that is Bernhard Dornsteppen.
Well done.
Germany.
And I think they're on the previous loop, so it's a little bit confusing now because we've got horses spread so far out.
So far away.
Yeah. So it looks like they're passed. There wasn't a second trot then on that horse, so that's okay. Our leaders have gone.
Yeah, so Saina Sheikh Nasser Al Khalifa will go at 14:22.25, and Saeed Al Harbi will go at 14:22.44. So there's 22 seconds between them. Out onto the fifth of the 6 loops. Just trotting there, it's the horse of Sheikh Isa's, His Highness Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa's Fiz Pajot for Bahrain. Just look, it looks almost serene, but that's water in the vet gates.
There's a big puddle. Yep.
Yeah. Here they come. Second of the group that were all bunched when they went off. Germany.
On their previous loop.
From their previous loop.
World Championship individual silver medalist from 1986. Okay, Anzac there trotting Shetana for Marijke Visser of the Netherlands. Looks fine. Owned by Sheikh Abdullah Al Qasimi of the AQ stables.
Qasimi. Sharjah.
So, Salim Al-Kitbi now presenting.
Australia, Catherine Bailey's just come in. They're into the cooling down area. Lucky number 7. See there, Harry, they have lane 10. They've obviously closed that. There's Mohammed Al Sabusi, and I'm sure he'll trot this horse. Nice loose rein.
Trainer for M7 stables, representing His Highness Sheikh Mohammed.
Based here in France for the summer season. Looks all okay?
Yep, all good. Feels like there's a bit of a gap though. Oh, okay, so there's Catherine Bailey's horse that dropped off the pace a little bit. Cooling now. But there feels a bit of a gap between our leading group and the chasing group.
Oh, for sure. So we've got definitely 2 through from Bahrain. It's going to be really interesting these times, isn't it, Harry? Because the UAE, if they pass the next 2, they're 6 and 7. They could be 7th and 8th if they pass. Bahrain just arrived. Ottoman Alawadi has just arrived. So now the team competition is really shaping up, because you've got definitely 2 from Bahrain and nothing between first to fourth, and 2 lying in second and third for the United Arab Emirates. And then comes the 2 from the United Arab Emirates and 1 from Bahrain. And remember, it's the best 3 scores that will count. Now, this is the 4th team member from Bahrain, just coming in, Jafar Hassan and Bolta Vanel, and
our other Kuwaiti rider.
Really good crowds here at the World Championships, packed around the vet gates, packed around in the grandstands. I don't blame them, it's dry in there. There's Catherine Bailey still, Harry, trying to get the heart rate down. How's the social media going, Harry? Much on the old Instagram and Facebook and TikTok?
Yeah, just a couple of people reaching out for Franz Arts, veterinarian just reaching out. We were mentioning earlier one of the German riders, Bernhard Dornsiepin, is junior and senior. I think we are allocated our stats perhaps to the senior, and we're looking at Bernhard Junior. Slightly confusing.
That would be understandable in the conditions and where we are.
But both are very talented riders, I believe. So 25 for Brazil. This rider has been very consistent. Felipe Mugulis.
I think Brazil are out of the team as well, Harry. I just have that feeling. It's really difficult to say at the moment, but I can only see... Oh, no, they still have got 3 riders in competition.
And look at this, after so many kilometres riding, Sohaib Hamada running off his horse with Voilà des Saumons.
Second of our Kuwaitis, 22. Alawadi. Bahrain.
And here's the chasing pack for France. On to the Hippodrome de Marseille.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there.
With Sabrina Arnold from Germany tucked in there, Juma Puntidax for Spain, Constanza Lalicia for Italy, and following up, Angel Soycol for Spain. Here's our Q80 rider taking his time.
And it is worth saying that only 2 for Spain, only 2 for Italy.
I think the team result is going to be something which might be won by those riders who are way down at the moment, because we were seeing riders drop from the field early on, and these riders riding in these conditions, everything could change. They could easily lose a few people here and there, and then they'd be out of the team competition. So European champion Sabrina Arnold with Easy Albahera is in 3rd place there on the outside. 2 times world European champion Juma Puntidax on the outside there with the red hat and orange and blue bridle.
He's taken his high vis off.
Leading is Melody Tierlisat for France. Clementine Chaud.
You hear the crowd.
The home crowd.
Very partisan here.
Winning their riders on. Philippe Thomas on the coloured horse.
It's great, isn't it?
It's fantastic. He's a real crowd pleaser. He is famous for his finishes doing crazy things.
Crazy things.
Sat backwards, stood up with one leg on the saddle, you name it. And his son, Pablo, is following in his footsteps.
Every sport needs characters.
It does. So within an instant, the saddle is removed from Juma's horse and Melody's horse and Clementine's horse.
Just look there at the conditions, the horses would be glad to get in here, won't they?
Yep.
Okay, so
this is taking some time then for this rider.
It is.
Because they've now been caught up by the chasing pack. This is Jaffa Mirza Hassan.
Bahrain. So where are we going with this one? Yeah, so Bahrain now have got 3 definitely through. And the UAE have got 3 through. And they've called for a re-examination from the United Arab Emirates of Saeed Shamsi and Monpazier. Yet to see Catherine come in. Have you seen Catherine Bailey come in?
Yeah,
She
she's in there. Yep. She was on her own in between the two,
okay,
two
fair
groups.
enough.
Yep.
Constanza, Galicia, Italy.
This is Philippe Thomas' horse here. It's a small but mighty horse. Very recognisable. The Q8 horse just taking a few minutes to present. Heart rate maybe a little bit sticky. Look of concern on Caesar's face, the chap leading the horse in the background there. Chef d'Equipe of Italy taking the pulse of Constanza's mount. Fava Dubatas. The racetrack looks pretty used and abused at this point. It's looking a little bit more like a rally driving track. And in there is European champion Sabrina Arnold and Easy El Bahera. This horse won in Ermelo last year at the European Championships, and it was a frantic race to the finish line. She came out on top.
Brazilian there.
This horse looks very good. 51. Virgineka's horse, Cham de la Paloute.
First of the French, and has been in the leading group the whole way.
Yep. Virgineka, a very experienced rider. Knows the French circuit incredibly well. Will be at all the big competitions. Has been on the French team many a time.
Stop.
This is Catherine Bailey. You know, we talked about the Australian rider.
Long time.
No, she's gone to the right
through,
now.
isn't she?
So we're now looking at Rebecca Pinder.
Rebecca Pinder.
For Great Britain, number 67. And Caesar de Valois de Somant has not yet presented there for Q8. Constanza
still hasn't presented. Is unusual.
Looks like that's Melody Tiolisat.
Yeah, Melody.
So everyone just taking their time a little bit here. I mean, no...
Word has got there, hasn't it?
Yeah, no need necessarily to rush. But a little bit longer than the previous vet gates, just starting to take its toll.
Shortly they'll go in. I'm sure just looking, everybody looking.
So they're waiting for their line to be allocated.
Sabrina.
Oh, so Sabrina was in, wasn't she? So she must have had a penalty then. So she's come back out again. She went in too early.
Constanza's horse goes in. Not sure, Harry.
Yeah, the stats haven't updated here, but I could. I'm sure she's gone in, and she doesn't look like she's in now.
Melody. Philippe.
Horse looks like it's done nothing. Marching him in.
So I'm just trying to get a handle on the team at the moment, and very much. So you've got Bahrain and the UAE, France.
Yeah. And then where do you go?
Portugal.
Yeah.
I think.
If Brazil, maybe. Brazil have still got 3.
Then Portugal.
Yeah.
Switzerland are knocking on the door.
And that, you know, from 38th to 39th, you've got 3 Malaysian riders all riding together at around 15.9 kilometres an hour. It's a respectable pace.
So 11 definitely ready to go on to loop number 5, and that the black loop, 20k, shortest of the loops.
FRA de Bartas then for Constanza Lalisha here trotting. Looking good.
Well, we will certainly find out in the next, what, half an hour, 40 minutes?
I think there's a problem here with this one, Nick. They haven't got the heart rate down still.
No. Kuwait?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is Juma Puntidak's horse. LG Farazia Di Shibab. A horse I haven't seen before at a major competition for Juma.
Well, let's face it. How many's he got?
Yeah, true. But normally he's on the very recognisable Echo Falls, the Appaloosa colouring.
The Appaloosa colouring.
Yeah.
So Kuwaiti goes in.
Yep.
Just taking a turn there. Spain, Omar.
Engel Soykol.
Engel.
Dusty de Boisels, the horse of Engel Soykol. And that was a panel. And here comes Cheryl Van Dusen for the United States on the previous loop, I believe.
Yeah. Updating now. So 18 have passed the vets now, Harry. Constanza the last of those, Sabrina Arnold. So France now 3 through. Bahrain 3 through.
So nobody
4
out
through.
Yet.
No, nobody yet. Catherine Bailey's been asked for a re-exam. Have you seen that, Harry? And so has Saeed Al-Shamsi for the UAE.
So trotting, I think, on the left of the screen. Previously it was Voilà de Somant, the Q80 horse. It wasn't too bad. It's 9 minutes presentation. The speed has dropped though, down to 14.29.
Rebecca Pinder and Juma Punta Dax both passed, ready to go on to loop 5.
The black loop, 21.55 kilometers. This is a tough one now. It's getting to that point in the competition where horses aren't as fresh as they were at the beginning, and you know, you've got to be sensible here. You've got to take a stock count of what you've got left in the tank. Play it carefully, because at the end of this you have a really, well, I think quite long last loop, the green loop, 27 kilometers after this, the final loop. Usually the loops get gradually smaller and smaller, but the last loop here is the third longest of all the loops today.
I just wonder, with the start and finish for all the loops going out the same way, what that will do at the end of the competition for the final riders. So that will be really hard going, won't it?
Yeah.
Difficult to get a horse to go away from home as well.
I was thinking that psychologically, you know, they come in one way, they've got to canter past the stables, which we don't see on this, but it's the stables are to the right of that camera shot. So you have to canter around there, past home, under the arch, into vetting.
Yeah.
You know, that's quite challenging psychologically for the horses.
Kuwait, that of Saab Al-Hamada and Voilà, and they are ready to go, so they've gone through.
Good.
Called for Catherine to have a re-examination. Doesn't surprise me though.
No, it was almost predictable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He dropped off the pace, horse a bit more tired, took a bit more time to present. The vets really can't see that level of detail that we can see, because they can only judge the horse that's in front of them. I mean, they can perhaps see if a horse is taking a long time in the cooling area to come in.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have seen that because their eyes are looking down the vet lanes.
And they're busy, often with horses, aren't they? So they judge it on their merits. But if you add that up with what we're seeing, it creates a picture. And that picture is that horse is getting a little bit tired. I'm not saying it won't finish, but, you know, this is the point whereby they can't take any risks, and they are going to do all the checks to make sure that those horses are safe and sound and ready to go on and continue.
Absolutely.
looks really, really nice. The crowd now are really encouraging these riders, willing them on.
Portugal's Miguel Brassar and Spirit de Cruz.
Almost. This ground, I mean, why is he not riding on the grassy bit?
Well, maybe his horse likes the deep ground. Some horses like deep ground, Harry.
Well, he nearly ended up with mud on his face.
Waving to the crowds, horse looks well.
And here's the busy hold area. This is where crews look after their horses. I mean, this horse, look, it's got its front legs and its back legs in ice. We see it again, this. Whoa! Just the one leg slipped away.
I tell you what, as one of the farriers, there'll be a lot of brushing down the grey horses tonight, won't there?
There will. This is Cheryl Van Dusen. This horse did the exact same thing on the last loop. It stopped when it got to the stables. It's too canny. And there it's going again now. But, you know, that type of fall that we just saw, you get 4 or 5 of those, or 10 of those, or whatever, they start to add up. And it only takes one jerk in the wrong direction to put a bit of pressure on a muscle, a tendon, a ligament, a joint, to get a bit of pain to trot up lame. It's not always within the rider to control that, but, you know, as the riders start to get tired themselves, they can get a bit sloppy, things happen, they make mistakes. Re-exam then for number 75 for the United Arab Emirates. So I can confirm that the Q80 horse that we were looking at just a second ago for Sohaib de Hamada, Wala de Saumont, has retired at Vegate 4, sorry. And I think we could see that the writing was on the wall for that. The horse had backed off. It took a long time to present. But, you know, credit to them. They have passed the veterinary inspection. They've made the call to say, do you know what, this horse doesn't have another 2 loops left in it. We're going to call it a day here. So a sensible decision there from the Q80 rider.
.25 ready to go, and that is divided. Now this is where it gets really confusing for us. 19 ready to go on loop 5, 6 ready to go on loop 4. So just looking definitely France in the bronze medal position at the moment.
But I'd go as far to say that the French horses look the best out of all of the horses that we're seeing in maybe the top 20. They just look fresh. They don't look like they've done much. If they have a strong finish, who knows?
Team orders.
Yep.
Jean-Maurice inevitably comes home with a medal.
Julien Lefroy approaching the vet gate for the home nation there as the crowds cheer them on. He's our final French rider out on course. He's not had the easiest route so far in this competition.
No, but they'll want to get them all home.
They will.
Points win prizes. Getting your riders home is essential.
There's a great strength of camaraderie between with all the French, and you know, we stayed at, with a French family in the south of Paris who were driving down here, 7-hour drive, because they wanted to see this. It's a World Championships on home soil. They wanted to be here. The world of endurance has come to Monpazier to support this competition, with the French contingent so big. Just 12 minutes then until our leaders head out again onto the 5th loop. 6 loops for this 160 course.
They then come back from that loop of, was it 21?
21, yep.
Come back from that loop, from the black loop, and then they go into a 50-minute hold with the compulsory re-inspection.
Yeah. I mean, as a rider, I hate the compulsory re-inspection.
Oh, I know. But you have to do it.
Yeah. But it's that nerve-wracking moment where, you know, the adrenaline has all worn off. The horse could easily have stiffened up. You've got to be on it. The crew has got to be on it all the way through that hold. walking the horses, massaging those hamstrings, making sure they're eating and drinking. You know, you really got to work hard. And then just before you go in, you need to start walking the horses again, getting them used to the movement. So the UAE horse that had the re-inspection has just come out. We haven't got the update yet from the data, but we will let you know as soon as we hear.
Looking at it on the data, still not there. That was Saad Al Shamsi and Mabir for the UAE. Now we're looking at Jean Lafeur checking the heart rate, you see, Harry, there, and on it for a long time, aren't they?
Yep.
Yep, I think so.
Okay, more water and let's go.
Andre Viditz, Brazil and Blue Jeans Endurance coming in now.
Silver medalist in 2021. So number 14, Stephanie Kunz for Austria.
We've asked Catherine Bailey to have that re-examination for Australia with Razorback Targaryen.
So they shipped that horse over from Australia, I think last year, and they placed it with Julien Lefroy for training and for breeding as well, because a collaboration between the Razorback and Beaulieu stud in Australia and the Quebec stud under the Lefroy family here in France. And the offspring, I'm sure, that mix and collaboration will be leading in the sport in the years to come. I've no doubt about it.
I think. No, I'm still looking to see what's happening to the UAE, because that will be all important on the team classification. Still not showing on ours.
I think passed. I think ready to go.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the only UAE elimination is from the previous decade.
Yeah.
So 4 riders entering the Hippodrome, looking good, looking strong. Elizabeth Hardy on the right-hand side for Belgium.
We would like to thank all these spectators for encouraging all the riders, but we would like to ask them to stop applauding them when they cross the line.
Shanti Roos from the Netherlands just behind.
I think you are just making quite excited when they are in the veterinary section. So it could ruin somebody's race. So please do not applaud the riders on the line.
Leading that group, Marion Lamoriniere. Apple du Colombia is the horse for Belgium, the 2 Belgian riders. Shanti Roos for the Netherlands Just taking her gloves off, doing her tack off.
Big smile.
Really great to have that encouragement from the crowd, though, as you come past.
Yeah, they've been incredibly supportive, haven't they?
Yeah. Julien Lafroy now trotting.
Looks okay to me, but we're not looking at it head on. Another from Portugal in the vet gate, 109, João Pedro Carpinteiro with Chalem de Cruz. Vet there on the right-hand side in the maroon, Hussein Ibarra from Qatar.
You know, I was surprised that there wasn't a fuller contingent from Qatar here. They have in previous years sent a full team.
And went very well in Alula.
They did indeed, yeah.
So now this competition is certainly opening up, Harry. That's what we would call it. It's definitely all to play for. It's Hainan Sheikh Nasser, Al Khalifa, and for Bahrain. Total riding time is 6:02.25, and then 6:02.27. I mean, there's nothing between it, is there?
No.
Is Saeed Al Shamsi, the United Arab Emirates, 2, 3, and 4. Saeed Al Harbi, Kadabra in third, and then Amrazui with Magic Glen Talk in fourth. Then Bahrain again, 6:04.50, 20 seconds behind, 2.5 minutes behind Sheikh Nasser. And then the Netherlands, Marika Visser and Salim Al-Kitbi, the United Arab Emirates. So they've got 4, and Bahrain have also got 4. So now they'll be looking at the scoreboards. They're going to go very, very shortly out onto loop number 5. They'll be looking at it and they'll be saying, dare we? Dare we go now, or do we just leave it until the last?
And we've said it before, His Highness Sheikh Nasser, he came here with a plan. He's a very, he's a top-level athlete, not just in the sport of endurance.
Ironman as well.
Ironman, and his victorious brand, if you like, crosses into triathlons, into cycling.
And there's a whole team at the stables. I mean, there's cycling track, there's triathlon track, triathlon competition venue there, and of course the Royal Stables.
And so with that, I think, comes the experience of understanding sportsmanship and working out how to play it and when to push, when not to push.
Shanti there. Hard to believe, because she's been top rider for the Netherlands for a very, very long time. This is her first World Championships.
Yep. She's always struggled to get there. There's always been a setback that's prevented it, I think.
Just a minute away before the leading pack go out. There we go.
Number 13, His Highness Sheikh Nasser's horse, being warmed up, cooled off at the same time. It seems almost the juxtaposition of the two, but you're warming the muscles up, but you're keeping the coat and the skin damp, so help evaporation out on course.
Team all together. Brazil in now. Still in with a medal chance, Harry. Still in.
Very much still in.
Yep.
Doing incredibly well.
How do you, as an endurance rider, and you've had tremendous disappointment this weekend, how do you brush yourself down and go again?
I think every endurance rider at some point in their career has had a knockback, setback, whether that be something that they were responsible for, something totally out of the blue. And the highest highs come with the highest lows in this sport, and that's just par for the course, I'm afraid. You know, the important thing is always
horse
coming
welfare.
away with a happy and sound horse, and, you know, realigning your ambition somewhere else.
Off they go.
Off they go.
On to 21.55 kilometres. The penultimate loop in this, the FEI Endurance World Championships here in Monpazier. And it's neck and neck between the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain, as it has been for so long. But very much France still in contention, as they did in Boudib, as they have done for so long in their illustrious history in endurance.
So consistent and always just riding together as a team, showing true teamwork. So our two leading riders, Bahrain, UAE, and then we have another group of Bahrain, UAE, and our Netherlands rider, Marijke Visser, shortly behind.
Catherine Bailey gets a re-examination, dropped some 17 minutes in that last loop. She gets a re-examination pretty much now at 14:24. And at the moment, 23 ready to go on to loop number 5.
Here's Zaif Al Masroui for MRM Stables.
Look at the crowds down at the start. And from an organiser's point of view, it's a strange start line, isn't it? Because they go across the line and then they turn
straight away,
immediately right,
yep.
And then they've got 100 metres up the hill, they've got a left-hand turn. But it is all about different opportunities and different strengths and weaknesses. And that's the sport.
Sheikh Kaiser.
Yep.
Now onto the track. '49 leaving on a different loop. Susanna Baranova Shimali for the Czech Republic.
And away they go. So what do we got now, Harry? 4 out on the loop. There's Marijke.
Yeah. This horse actually looking very, very fresh. Very strong. She has the experience. Silver medalist at WEG. Your previous European champion herself. Off they go.
Looks well.
Yeah, really fresh.
Great speeds.
Yep. It's always interesting as well. Totally different riding style to the Bahrain UAE team. Marijke always up on her knees.
Got to be fit, haven't you?
Yeah. It's a long time to stand up.
Yeah, isn't it?
Salem Al-Kitbi then for the UAE, the final rider of that leading group to leave. Also a previous world champion in Pisa in 2021. He came second at the World Championships, last year in Badib.
And that was topsy-turvy, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but if you remember, there were 3 or 4 riders, including Sheikh Nasser, that really pushed on in Badib, and 2 of the UAE team couldn't get their heart rate down. Salem riding Hala, I think, at the time. He pulled up. He pulled up, though. He
stopped, pretty much.
He didn't think he was. He didn't think he was going to get anything, but then ended up on the podium.
Juma was 3-4 minutes behind.
Yeah, a long way back, and he probably thought I was out of it too.
Totally out of it.
Yep.
Came home with a bronze medal. So they're going off onto loop number 5, the black loop, 21.55 kilometers. It's going to be close at the end. Still a long, long way to go. Let's have a look at some of the highlights from the FEI World Endurance Championship at Monpazier 2024.
anticiper le classement donc par équipe. Les efforts beaucoup de concurrents, des équipes complètes, mais un petit peu plus à l'arrière dans le classement, donc même les Chinois ont toujours leurs 5 victoires.
お願いします。
Porque se quiere ir. Bueno, voy solo, así que estoy bien.
parmi donc c'est écrit sur le deux fonds dedans, donc il reste belge, s'il vous plaît. Avec une inscription au... Oui, il y a eu un cadeau qui a été en compte le premier, qui a été retrouvé, et il y a eu aussi une protection dorsale noire et rose qui a été retrouvée hier, et un téléphone portable. C'était à l'heure, c'est le scénario un peu local. Avec elle, je suis bien retrouvé, c'est très sympa, merci.
Un, deux. Bonjour, Monpazier.
2024 here in the south of France that welcomes the world to the FEI Endurance World Championships. Started at 5:30 this morning. Huge field, and it is, of course, individual glory and team glory that awaits us here this afternoon, here in Monpazier, in the south of France. The glorious conditions that are now with the weather overcast at 19 degrees with a wind speed of 10 kilometers per hour. It certainly wasn't like that first thing this morning, because at the start at 5:30 this morning the weather was certainly very inclement. But we are underway with loop number 5 of 6. It is the black loop. They're halfway round. The leading group are halfway round the black loop of the 5th loop. So the teams that lined up all the way through 39 nations, 20 teams in all, with some teams having 3, some teams having 4, some teams having 5, with the best 3 scores that count in the individual and team competition. So it is very much all to play for, with the United Arab Emirates, with the Kingdom of Bahrain, and of course the world champions France, very much in play here in Monpazier in France. Huge field, 118 athletes came forward to the start line. It's a big field with some of the great names of the world of endurance. You look down that first group, you have Elizabeth Hardy from Belgium, you have Argentina as well, and of course Alexandra Toft and the Australian contingent, a very strong team for Team Australia. Then Belgium and Brazil, one of the nations that certainly is making its move in the world of endurance, and they've had some very good results. Then it is the Kingdom of Bahrain with the Royal Endurance team, with the reigning individual world champion, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa and Everest Lamajeri for Kingdom of Bahrain. Then Bulgaria and Chile. China have sent a very strong team as well to Monpazier in France, one of the emerging nations here in China. Croatia, strong nation, and the Czech Republic. Spain, one of the team favourites to come through for team glory, there is no doubt about that. Estonia, a very strong reputation in endurance, and then the reigning world champions, the very strong team from France, with Virginie Adria leading the way, and Clémentine Chaud for France. The French are certainly ones to watch out for. Good team from Great Britain as well, and they're very much all in the mix as well. Germany, Sabrina Arnold. Sabrina with some very good form. The reigning individual European champion, Sabrina, coming through for Team Germany. Huge field. And then one of the great veterans for Ireland, Tommy McGuinness, 73 years young, riding in another World Championships, and it's great to see. Italy, always in the mix. Remember, team's bronze medalist from Budip in 2023, with Constanza Lalicia and Daniele Brado for Italy, very much towards it. Jordan, another of the very good Middle Eastern nations, joining us, with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, home of the next FEI Endurance World Championships in Alula in 2026. Kuwait, sending 2 riders here. Malaysia, great to have them with us. Another championship form from Malaysia. From Mexico, from South America, and then from the Netherlands. The European Championships at Ermelo, so very strong in the Netherlands, and a first-time ride for Shanti Roos at the Championships. Great to have her. And of course, Marika Vissa for the Netherlands. Norway, the Scandinavian nations. Poland and Portugal. Portugal, the team silver medalists from Budip 2023. And we'll wait to see where they can be with us, with João Pedro Carpintero. Then Switzerland, another of the very good nations, Slovakia, and Thailand sending a team of 3. And then come one of the form teams coming into this championships with some very, very good results with the United Arab Emirates, with Al-Kitbi and Al-Mujeri, Al-Shamsi, Al-Maheri and Al-Habi. Uruguay and, of course, where it all began, the team of endurance, the sport of endurance, beginning with the Pony Express in the United States of America. So a huge start line that started at 5:30 this morning. Great crowds here in Monpazier in the Hippodrome. It was inclement this morning, but the sun is out now, and they're awaiting the finishers from loop number 5, and they'll be with us very, very shortly. The blue loop was the very first, 37.5 kilometers, and that's when they started at 5:30 this morning. With the sun out now, but it certainly wasn't sunny at 5:30 this morning. So the blue loop, 37.5, and we look at the highlights, and here it is, Harry, at 5:30 this morning.
One of the most inclement starts to a World Endurance Championships that I've ever seen. A real storm blew in. We had lightning, thunder, heavy downpours, and of course it was pitch black. All the riders had to navigate this first loop with the head torch that they were carrying, and riders were off into the darkness. 118 riders.
And you just see the bolts of lightning that we encountered this morning.
And the riders emerging out of the darkness on the first loop, and you can see the water on the ground as they approached. They were pleased to have navigated that tricky course in these conditions safely.
Yes, going off an average speed of 17 kilometers per hour in that first loop, Harry, and that was very, very sensible riding.
It is. It's a long day, 160 kilometers. It's all about looking after your horse at this point in the competition and leaving fuel in the tank for those latter stages. And the first vet gate, they were in. They've got to pass a veterinary inspection at the end of each phase of the competition. The red phase was the next loop, 21.3 kilometers. They would do this loop twice.
Yes, this is the first of those two, and this is when we saw the emergence of the leading group. It then split into two groups, didn't it? It split into the main group that we're seeing here, and then it split into the second of the peloton.
Heavily dominated by the UAE, Bahrain, and Italian riders. We had a Dutch rider, individuals going for glory, wanting to get onto the podium. We lost one UAE rider at this point. On the first loop, we'd already lost one early Spanish contingent, which really knocked the team positions, but it was a busy vet gate.
Certainly was. Then we come on to the third of the loops after their 40-minute hold. The longest of the second longest of the loops, the orange loop, and some beautiful pictures up there at the crew point, some 9 kilometers from the venue, from the Hippodrome de Monpazier. And this is when we really got the chance to see the opening group. And this is when they started to make a bit of a difference.
They did. They stretched out the field at this point, and this is when everything kind of changed at the vet gate. Some of the teams who had been in that leading group were removed by the veterinary panel, and that led to us losing some of our team favourites.
And they were asked, 3 of them on the orange loop were asked to re-inspect because the heart rates were just a bit too high.
Yeah, they pushed on that little bit harder. They'd gone into the vetting too soon, and the heart rate hadn't dropped below the magical number of 64 beats per minute. We lost 2 from Spain, 2 from Italy, and 2 from Portugal.
And then we come back to the second run of the red loop, 21.3 kilometers this. They'd had ridden it on loop 2, and this is again when the peloton started to divide, and we got to a group of 7 to 8 in the first running.
So we had the UAE leading, Bahrain.
So we're away on loop number 4. Then they came back in, and this was when the group really started to open up. France very much riding as a team. And then the Kingdom of Bahrain. Kingdom of Bahrain very much in the mix.
It started to dry out at this point, but the ground's still very sapping, and the riders having to be incredibly careful.
So the crowds are here, there's no doubt about that, and we have the 21-23 on loop number 5, that the black loop. Remember that, the second smallest of the distances, 21.55 kilometers, and we have some 32 out on loop number 4, 72 on course.
The crew here plays such a vital role, Nick. Each rider has 2 out on course crew that meet the horse, they cool it down, offer it fluids, and then 2 back here in the hold area to help after they've presented to the veterinary panel to help it eat, drink, refuel it for the next loop. And here we have our leaders approaching into a crew point where they're getting cooled down. They've now gone a significant way in this 160-kilometer World Endurance Championship.
There's the leaderboard. Sheikh Nasser leading 6:02.25.
Reigning world champion.
Reigning world champion, but very, very close behind. You look at UAE 2, 3 and 4, Shamsi Harbi and Al-Murjay in just touching distance of Sheikh Nasser. And you look there with 4 from the United Arab Emirates, 4 from the Royal Endurance Team from Bahrain, and then the 2 individuals with Marika Vissa and Azevedo Moguias for Brazil. And Brazil still getting a team in, but also the French very much in contention for that team medal.
Yeah, the French just behind this leading group, riding consistently as a group and taking a little bit more conservatively, looking after their horses. They're strong, they're on home territory, and their horses are looking fantastic.
So at the moment, Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, France, Brazil, they have the team. The United States of America still have a team, and so do Great Britain as well. And we will hopefully give you the standings when they come in. There is the team standings, and you look Malaysia, and that is a fabulous time. That's the total riding time that you've got there, 21.32 for Malaysia. They have had a World Championships before, and that actually was held at night through the dark because of the humidity all those years ago. UAE 1809, Bahrain some 9 minutes behind Team Silver, and then Team France 1859, and then Brazil and Malaysia. But Brazil, it is worth noting, I do believe, Harry, have only got 3 left. Is that right?
That's right. They can't afford to drop another. It's the top 3 scores to count.
Top 3 scores count. And Malaysia?
I mean, they are doing incredibly well. They're lying 34th, 35th, 36th, and it just shows you consistency, taking it easy, riding together, helping each other out, and they're 4th in the team's 5th in the team standings. That could all change, and Malaysia could get a medal.
Beautiful pictures of the Dordogne here in Monpazier. It really does lend itself. Those pictures, 125 kilometers. That's what they've ridden so far since 5:30 this morning, Harry.
They've done incredibly well at this point to manage their horses in really challenging conditions first thing this morning. And that heavy rain that we had first thing has really had an impact on the going. The speed's a little bit compressed to what we were expecting. But Sheikh Nasser came here with one objective. He is pushing from the front. The UAE won't let him out of their sights, though. They are chasing down that Bahrain pack.
Crew cars coming in. And new rules. We'll try and get a picture of the horses. Remember, this is about 8 kilometers away from the venue. New rules introduced over the last 18 months. Only, and specifically here, only 2 crew on course, 2 crew in the cooling area, and then 4 crew in the hold. So those are the rules, and look at that landscape. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. And the GPS telling us that the venue is the blue, but looking towards it does look, it's all very, very bunched, isn't it? Those are the horses that are out there on loop number 5, the black loop, that you can see, and we'll get some pictures of the horses as they approach us soon. Harry, have you got the speeds coming up?
The speeds so far are around 18 kilometers an hour. 18.45 is our winning speed at the moment for His Highness Sheikh Nasser. Consistently riding about 17.9, but they did a faster third loop at 20.7 and then dropped back down again to 17.2. They've got to ride to the terrain. They've got to adapt their speed. In order to be successful here, they've got to look after the horses and navigate this terrain. We've been out there. The track is very twisty, turny, undulating. The camber's not always even. And in these quite slippery conditions, you've got to be ready. You've got to keep the horse collected. You've got to make sure that you're ready for any movement. Avoid those slips and trips that could cost you a place in the veterinary inspection. So here we have the vet gate. Riders come off this loop. They will do it 6 times. Here's the cooling area where the horses will be cooled before presenting to the vet.
And we're expecting them in at 15:39, something along those lines, Harry. So maybe 20 minutes before they come in to the 5th of the 6 vet gates into the cooling area where they're allowed 2 crew. Then they come forward to the vets, and the vets will do the metabolics, the gut and the rhythmatics, if there is such a word, and then they'll do the trot, and also that all-important heart rate of 64.
Yeah, and the important thing to know is that the clock does not stop until they present to the vet. And if the heart rate is too high, it's as if the clock didn't stop. They get 2 chances, and if the heart rate is still over 64 beats per minute, then they are eliminated from the competition.
But when we get to the 6th and final loop, they then have 20 minutes.
That's right. So it's first across the line, then 20 minutes, and then they have to pass the veterinary inspection as well. So it's no good just to be first. You have to pass the veterinary inspection. And the idea there is that you can't push a horse beyond its capabilities in order to win this. It's all about conserving it, and the motto, fit to continue. Is the horse capable of doing another loop after the finish? That's what the vets are judging these horses on.
And a very difficult job that they do, because it is subjective, but then it comes down to the 3 cards.
Yeah, one vet alone cannot remove a combination from this competition, whether that's metabolics or gait. It requires 3. They'll do a 3-card trick on lameness or metabolics if they've got any concerns. That's no conferring between the vets. They'll write down on a piece of paper whether it's pass or fail, and that will be presented to the rider by the ground jury.
Here we go, coming in, and we'll watch this with interest. Loop number 5. It's coming in, and I wonder who that is, Harry, because
so potentially this could be someone making a break, Nick.
That's just what
Unless
I'm thinking.
the leaders have already gone through here.
Well, we'll see soon. Just coming down into the trot, crossing the road.
I think we've seen the leaders
come through. The leaders
so
have gone
this
through.
is a straggler, maybe the Brazilian rider, Andre Vides, who was just tagging on to this leading group. It's one of our French riders.
It's one of the French. 51.
Virgin Agga, with Cham de la Palude, the horse.
Vergine Adgar. So we must have seen, mustn't we, Harry? The leading group must have gone through.
Yeah, a lot of support for the home nation here, even at the crew points.
You wait till they come past the grandstand here. Huh?
Endurance is such a huge sport here in France. And anybody and everybody involved in the sport have come to Monpazier to support their fellow French riders.
So Vergine was lying in 11th place, is lying in 11th place, due in here at 15:55. So we must have seen the group, the leading group, come through.
Yep. And off she goes, looking really strong out there. I'm just interested about her riding tactic here, because if I'm not mistaken, she was part of a very solid French contingent out there, all riding together, and now she's on her own. I wonder if she's been told to push on a little bit to try and get, maybe they've still got a good number of riders in the race, and so she's going to push the speed a little bit.
Looking in the distance, the crews are getting ready, Harry, so, and their intelligence is sometimes better than ours, and so very, very soon they will be getting ready to cool down their horses coming in to the 5th of the 6th vet gates.
Yeah, I mean, like akin to a Formula 1 pit stop, this is when the crews jump into action to cool the horses down, bring the core body temperature down and lower the heart rate to under 64 beats per minute. They want to be into that vet gate as quickly as possible, because that's when the clock stops. Here's the other French riders then through the crew point.
And you might be able to hear the effects mic in the background as Juma for Spain, I think it was. Getting the picture, but that to me looks like Juma. For Spain, remember, bronze medalists from the World Championships last year. Well, because of COVID, should have been in 2022, but it was last year in 23. So it's now starting to get very, very interesting indeed, because this is the second of the large peloton coming through, with France lying in bronze medal position, team bronze, behind the UAE and Bahrain.
Earlier this morning, Nick, it was nose to tail, wasn't it?
Always.
This, we're now seeing it spread out, stretch out. Spain, they lost their team place. They didn't manage to keep 3 in the competition. So potentially they're going to want to push the pace forward so that they can close the gap on that leading group. We saw in our previous World Championships in Boudib that they sat back and got a medal even though they weren't in that leading group.
Great Britain's Rebecca Pinder.
Be a nice wash down, cool that horse down, keep the water on the horse's skin while it's running to increase the evaporation, keep the horse nice and cool. Previous European champion behind Costanza Lalicia for Italy. And the crew's working hard. They have to leapfrog the horse each time, so they'll crew them here, and then they'll jump in the cars, go down the road.
They'll get back to the venue, won't they?
Yeah, or go to another crew point, then another one, back to the venue. It's a long day for them.
It's a very long day. It's not just the rider and the horse, is it? It's everybody concerned.
Yeah, and this is a team sport. You know, it looks like an individual sport often, but actually each rider represents a bigger team, both those here on the day and a huge backup team at home that help prepare these horses for the ultimate athletes for this competition. So we have, I think, Angel Soycol in the lead there for Spain, then Rebecca Jane Pinder for Great Britain, and then towards the end of that group, Costanza Lalicia for Italy. All great riders with a fantastic record here, but everyone on this loop seems to be pushing and inching the pace a little bit forwards.
Getting the fluids in there. Brazil.
Renato Salvador rode a very strong race in Alula earlier this year.
Really strong, and went really well in Pisa 3 years ago now for their World Championships.
That was almost their defining moment in the sport, where we didn't expect them to come in and get a medal, but Brazil showed us what they were capable of then, and doing the same again today.
Doing the same again today. And now some horses coming in off the fourth loop, so we just see in the distance Nicky Thorne, Great Britain.
And this is it, Nick. Now the field is very strong, long and spread out. We're seeing riders coming off from preceding loops. People will be riding with different tactics at this point. You know, some of these riders are lining up on their first ever World Endurance Championships, and the first challenge is the distance and the distance alone, and the terrain and the battle against, what's ahead of you, let alone what the rest of the competitors are doing. So a successful completion means a lot to these riders.
It's everything, isn't it?
Yeah.
But also, Harry, to represent your country in anything has to be the greatest accolade as a sportsman.
It's a real honour. And in addition to that, the qualifying that has taken place to get to this point, both as a rider and as a horse, just being here represents years and years of working up the star ranking through the FEI, through the national ranking first, then the star ranking, then qualifying as a combination to be here.
Renata just slowing down the pace there. As you were saying, it is truly spread out now.
I think we're going to see things change up in this next vet gate.
I think we are.
The earlier part of this competition is going to have taken its toll. The weather we had this morning, the impact that had on the ground, it was slippy, it was wet, it was deep, and now it's drying up. The going is getting better, but are the effects already done? Are the horses already feeling the effects from the loop before and the loop before that?
Can I ask a question, Harry? That normally you would see a 20k loop, 18k loop at the end. With 27 kilometres still to come, with the green loop at 27k, would the horses be tuned to that? Because a lot of them would be used to going to a smaller distance.
Yeah, normally the last loop is fast and furious. Yeah. It's short, people can push on, but with this one they're going to have to be really careful, because 27 kilometres is too fast to push from the moment they leave this vet gate on the final loop. They'll have to ride really clever and work out when is their opportunity to brake. Have they left enough fuel in the tank, and will it get them over the line first?
That is the question. So very, very shortly we'll be expecting the leading, 5, 6. You see the chef de keeps just getting into the cool down area. You see the crews getting ready, and they'll come past us, and that's Renata still going and slowing up.
He's going to drop back, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe gone a little bit too fast too soon. There we see some feedback from the GPS. We can see where they are on the loop. The leading group probably shown by the little 100 icon there. There's a group of riders underneath that badge, and they've just got to swing round to the left through the forest and then back to the Hippodrome de Marseille here in Monpazier. They need to go round the racecourse before entering the vet gate and cooling area.
And they'll have been around there 4 times already.
Yeah.
So they know their way.
So the leader at the moment is our reigning world endurance champion, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa with Everest Lamajeri.
Individual silver medalist. It is at the moment Saeed Al-Shamsi and Mubia, and in bronze medal position Saeed Al-Habi, Abdullah Al-Habi, and Castlebar Kadabra. Those are the top 3 individually, and it's all to play for, but the UAE just getting their noses in front in the team classification.
It's really showing their dominance in the sport of endurance here, with 4 riders in the top 10. We shouldn't write out Marijke Visser, though, from the Netherlands. She's riding a very talented horse. She was second at WEG in 2014. She's a previous European champion. She's very, very capable. She knows how to ride a tactically clever race where she can make decisions, small decisions along the way that impact the horse and the way it's going, but being competitive and leaving enough fuel to really push on home in those last few kilometres.
And when we get to see them, two completely different styles of riding from the Middle East towards the European, with Marika and Sheikh Nasser.
Totally different.
Totally different.
UAE, there's nothing wrong with it. They have the kind of more known as the kind of Harley Davidson position, so the legs slightly beyond the point of vertical and leaning a little bit back. It was developed really because they're used to riding in the desert, lifting the horse physically out of the deep sand and slightly putting the weight towards the back. Whereas Marika, more traditional, up on her knees, riding in a more kind of European forward way.
Yeah.
Yep. But it's a long way. It's a long day to ride like that. You know, you have to have real strength in your legs and your back to ride up and forwards for so long.
Donc, si vous avez envie de vous restaurer, maintenant, c'est dans quelques minutes et donc, il ne sera plus vendu de tickets pour la restauration. Le volet pour rester ouvert, bien entendu, mais plus de tickets pour la restauration. Et à 16h, la restauration va s'arrêter afin de préparer.
Little under 6 minutes before we expect the leading group, and it is a leading group of 7 to join us here in the vet gate. And those leading group then, the nations, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates and the Netherlands. Those are the leading 3 nations joining us in the end of loop number 5.
Here we go then.
Here we are. So UAE just edging in front.
Reigning world champion in the middle there. The first rider, Saeed Ahmed Jabba Abdullah Al-Harbi, riding Kasabar Kadabra for the United Arab Emirates. Closely, hot on his heels, is His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa from Bahrain.
And UAE and UAE. So they are tracking, aren't they?
They're keeping their eyes firmly on that world champion. They've got him boxed in.
There's Marika in the blue on the outside. And then the second of Bahraini rider, Salman Al-Radi. So shortly, Harry, we'll hear the crowds in the Hippodrome stand.
We will. They're just at the far end now, going around the curve. Each picking the ground that suits their horse the best. It is a bit cut up in the middle now from the weather this morning. Here comes the leader into the 5th vet gate of this 160-kilometre competition.
Just trying to get a few seconds advantage before they start, but there's Sheikh Nasser.
The leading horse is the son of a world champion. Brilliant bloodlines there on show. So through the arch that they started this competition at 5:30 this morning, with cheers from the crowd, round into the vet gate.
So this is the line where the saddles can come off, yes?
This is the unsaddling area. They have to walk the horse round here, and then they can start cooling from the moment they hit the hardcore, the gravel area on the right.
And 2 allowed to crew?
2 crew. And a chef to keep and a team vet, potentially. But only two actively cooling.
2, 3, 4, 5 in that pack. And then very, very quickly we'll see the other 3.
Now the clock is still ticking at this point until they present to vet. So they'll all be keeping an eye on each other, working out who's going to go first. Because get it wrong, and it's as if the clock never stopped. You're back into the cooling area. There's Sheikh Nasser's horse, Everest Lamagerie. It won in Windsor over 160 kilometres in similar conditions, very wet.
And very similar tracks, to be fair.
There's Castlebar Cadabra for the United Arab Emirates. Beautiful looking horse.
Stunning.
The crews work to cool the horse, cool the core temperature of these horses, bring the heart rate down. They're using ice water now. All of a sudden it's got quite warm in the endurance village here in Monpazier. And they're in, they're making a move. Marika there just noticing that they were going in and they're making their charge. Final check of the heart rate by the team. They don't want to get this wrong. This is going to decide who leaves onto the last loop in which order. 1 or 2 minutes lead now can make all the difference on that final loop. So this is Saeed Al-Harbi's mount, Castlebar Cadabra, presented first, came in first, presented first.
It's been nip and tuck all the way through, hasn't it?
It has. You couldn't really split it, but this vet gate is where it can be all decided. If they get a lead going out of this vet gate, if they can maintain that lead, then it's theirs. But it is a long last loop, 27 kilometres.
It's a long last loop. They go into a 50-minute hold, and they have a compulsory re-inspection 15 minutes before they start.
Yeah, this is where, because it's the final loop, because riders might be tempted to ride competitively, the vets say, okay, we're going to inspect you now. The clock will have stopped. You go and have your rest area. You've got 50 minutes this time, but 15 minutes before you go back out, we're going to re-inspect your horse to check it hasn't stiffened up, that it's been eating, drinking, and we're happy with it before you take it on that competitive final loop.
I think that Sheikh Nasser went in first, Harry.
And on the inside there, James Dickinson for Great Britain on the preceding vet gate.
Oh, we'll just wait and see.
So the vet's listening to the guts there. They're just checking all the different types of dehydration markers, looking for any amber lights on the dashboard. Castlebar Cadabra 136 of the United Arab Emirates. Trots for the veterinarian. Mark Melee, the veterinarian there, continues to his metabolic checks. These horses, they get so much veterinary attention during their competition, don't they?
Yeah, what did we work out this morning? 9 vet checks throughout the whole competition.
Unlike any other equestrian discipline in that regard. Totally under the scrutiny of the vets. The vets are the referees in this sport.
As they should be. James, all right, do you think?
Looks okay.
Got to be on a loose rein.
71. This is Magic Glen Talk for the United Arab Emirates. Trotting lane still a bit wet from this morning.
Yeah, but not as wet as they have been.
No.
To be fair, they have moved them. They have moved them across.
That looks better.
Yeah.
It just did a little skip, didn't it, over the puddle, and I thought, oh, but actually, I think it's fine.
Don't blame them. They've been through enough mud. So, Thailand.
Sport also growing in Thailand, and they've got a number of French horses here as well.
That Looks like a 3-card trick to me, Harry.
Yeah, trotting for a panel. So the 3 vets now judging this horse. They might have seen something they're not happy with. They've got to make a decision whether it continues or not. The crew have got to stay at the shoulder of the horse. That's why he's struggling a little bit. He needs the horse to keep trotting, but he needs to stay back.
And I think that the thumbs up have gone to Castlebar Cadabra for the United Arab Emirates.
.75 now trotting. This is for the United Arab Emirates.
I'm seeing on a re-examination for Everest La Majorie. We'll just wait and see if that's actually confirmed, Harry.
Okay. They've got the compulsory check, I guess.
Well, 16, 11, 15. So where's that? Yes, it would be. Yes, that'll be the compulsory, not in this. So the heart rate was fine.
Looking at this horse for Saeed Al-Shamsi, Monpazier, not sure whether that has passed the trot up there. We'll wait to confirm. It'll require a 3-card trick by the veterinary panel if they're concerned. Marika Visa. There. And one of our other competitors taking their time on a preceding loop here. Representing Australia, Andrea Laws King.
So here we are. This is the Bahraini horse. Fiz Fagiel and Tana Shegaz Al Khalifa. And there is Belgium just completing loop number 4. Steve Peñat's horse of Anouar Ikam, 11-year-old. I think the second of the Bahraini horses is okay, yes. And Magic Glen for the UAE, Saifa Amrozrey and Magic Glen Talk, they are through, so they go for their re-examination. 2 minutes behind Sheikh Nasser.
The crowds, Nick, they are about 4 deep now, 4 or 5 deep. The grandstand is full.
Really great. Al-Shamsi there, Monpazier. What do we think of that, Harry? You were seeing that. I think it was okay, wasn't it?
Let's wait and see what they say. The vets, they can always rest assured that they've got that re-inspection.
Yep.
So if they've got a small concern, they might say, okay, we're going to give you a B gate, we'll score your gate B rather than an A, and then they can come back and reassess it afterwards.
So now they're into a 50-minute break. .57, this M7, the UAE horse.
Salam Al-Kitbi Malouf.
Yep. Hadia. .66, Harry.
We've seen this quite a bit, Sharon telling people that they need to trot at the shoulder. They can't drag the horse. You're going to have to trot again.
Switzerland. I'm not convinced about that one. They'll go on another line, I think. So, another group joining us. France. Coming in strong.
1, 2, 3. Wait till the crowd see France coming in. On the right.
I've got about 100 yards to go.
Juma Puntidax, previous world and European champion. And in the middle there, Sabrina Arnold, the current European champion, and our Brazilian rider just on the rear of that group.
Renata.
So there's 1, 2, 3, and then we just in the foreground
4
was Philippe Thomas, so that's 4 of the French riders.
Of the French.
And Virgin Acker
and
perhaps ahead.
Virgin ahead. I'm just trying to see. So, here we go. The re-examinations. So Sheikh Nasser is in the lead by 25 seconds. And then from the UAE have got 2 of them. Marika Visser lying in 4th at the moment, 2 minutes behind, 4 minutes behind the leading group. Then Bahrain. So the UAE.
Here comes Philippe Thomas for the home nation of France.
This.
Picking the ground now. And here we can hear the home nation wheeling the riders on to this final veterinary inspection.
Fabulous, isn't it? Look at the smiles.
Here they come.
That must be something else.
That must be very special.
Juma coming in.
Very advanced combinations here, all very experienced. This group riding an incredibly good tactical race. They're in, and they're not far behind the leading group. In fact, they might have closed a little bit of the gap.
Well, we'll see. I'm just looking. Still waiting to see what they're saying.
So it looks like it's a pass for 57, Salem. Malhouf Al-Kitbi with Hadir. So at the moment, the leaderboard looks like His Highness Sheikh Nasser is leading. Then Saeed Al-Harbi with Casablanca Kadabra second. Saif Al-Mazrui third. Magic Glen Talk for the UAE. And then fourth, Marika Visser.
Marika Visser for the Netherlands.
With Shaitana de Chassis.
And fifth is His Highness Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa. And sixth, as we've just seen, as you've just correctly called it, Salem Al-Ketbi and Hadir for the United Arab Emirates. UAE have got 3 in at the moment. Bahrain only 2, according to our leaderboards. So,
looks to me like the 2 other Bahraini riders have been removed, Nick, which would that take them out of the team contention? No, they still have. They're still there.
I've still got them.
Yeah, they're still there, sorry.
But they're tracking behind the French.
Yep.
So, could this now change? Could France go into silver medal position?
Very possibly. Their horses look so fresh. Really, really good for this stage in the competition. And the crew, they look calm and collected, don't they? They've done this so many times. They know the drill. This has been rehearsed. This has been practiced.
Not rushing it. And that's... Where's the chef to keep? Here we go.
For Spain,
Spain.
Angel Soykol, who's Dusty de Bouzals. The horse is looking, ears pricked. Currently lying in 13th place, Angel.
It's just no panic, is there?
Nope.
With the French.
making a move now. Calming these horses down, cooling them down. Getting the heart rate down to 64. Heart rate monitor belt on, that's giving them a live reading, telling them where they're at.
Chef to keep there, Jean-Maurice. So much experience in the French team, isn't there?
Okay, so there's Bahrain.
There's Bahrain.
They've taken a while.
It's Jafar Hassan for Bahrain.
Constanza looks like she's got a few issues there. Taking her time. She's dropped off the pace. She
Really
was with the
dropped off.
French, and she's not been able to keep that pace on this loop.
And that leading the way is, on that group, is Rebecca Pinder. Great Britain with Osa Irazu. Netherlands? Oh, Spain. Ignacy Casasvag and Fabrizio.
Trot for 51. Oh, he's
oops
on the wrong side. I think what he was trying to do was pick the best ground, but inadvertently took him to the wrong lane.
And this is where an experienced veterinary panel will look.
A nice trot back. Very nice.
Nervous times, aren't they?
Very tense. This is when a rider, the heart is in the mouth at this point. They look to that screen. They will it to be 64 or below. There's no guarantee. They do get one more chance, but of course if they get another chance, the clock hasn't stopped. They have to go back into the hold area. Looks like Philippe Thomas is struggling a little bit with the heart rate.
And Harry, apart from any other championships, a normal endurance ride, you'd never see this amount of people around a Betcave.
No.
Ever.
It's a very special atmosphere at a major ride in France. I remember, I wasn't there, but I remember seeing it.
How do you train for that?
For the crowds?
Yeah.
I think in France it's more commonplace.
Yeah.
This is what they're used to here. There is that support for the sport that perhaps there isn't in other nations. It's great to see, really great to see. Little wave from Rebecca as she comes in off the loop. Rider's enjoying a bit of sunlight for the first time today, actually, and a nice gentle breeze. It's not too hot. What a juxtaposition to the thunder and lightning we had at 5:30 a.m. this morning.
104 was Lena Hammeren and Arash for Norway. Sabrina, what do we think? Okay, well, we'll have to wait and see. Zuma.
Struggling a little bit with his heart, I think.
That's Bahrain. Jafar Hassan. And Bolt de Venel.
Looking good.
Yeah. All fine to me. But we're not seeing it head on.
So how do you think that final loop's going to play out, Nick?
I don't think they can. With what we have had today, I mean, it has been 4 seasons in a day. And the conditions, there is what, 30 seconds maybe, first to second, gold to silver. I'm not sure that they can really push. I just feel that they need to ride what they feel is underneath them.
Tend to agree. I mean, this last loop, 27 kilometres, I don't think anyone's got the fuel to go from the very beginning.
I wonder if he's brought any brandy.
I think they'll go out together. I think they'll try and maintain a pace. You might find that 1 or 2 try and push the pace a little bit faster. And maybe with 10 kilometres to go, we'll see some action.
You don't know, do you?
You never know. They could wait till they get onto the hippodrome.
They could, couldn't they? But then, can they get the heart rate down?
Yep.
Can they win?
We saw at the last World Endurance Championships in Boudib, the first 3 across the line were not the 3 on the podium.
Shane Nasser wasn't he? Was
He came third, but he won first place because he was the only one who could present with a heart rate under 64.
Ignacy Casasvac, the chef de keep for Team Spain. Now Brazil. Renato Salvador really dropped off the pace.
I mean, I don't want to say that the UAE and Bahrain are in a league of their own, because I think there are absolutely the capabilities and expertise and talent across a number of nations to send individuals who can compete against them. But actually what I think we see is those riders trying to stick with the UAE and Bahrain, but not quite having the stamina to do it in the latter stages of the competition, and then dropping back and falling off the pace. We saw it with one of the Australian riders. We've seen it now with a Brazilian rider. Rebecca Pinder for Great Britain.
We remember from Boudib, where was she lying? 5th, 6th, something like that? Certainly in medal contention.
She was first in the vet gate.
She was winning in the vet gate, and then just weighed out and on the 2 kilos or a kilo under.
Unbelievable. So all riders need to weigh 75 kilos with their saddle, and that can be spot checked at any time. And in Boudib, she was leading. They took her in a saddle, weighed her. She was underweight. She was out.
Taking her time, isn't she?
Yep. Notice she's got one eye on the vetting as well while she's doing that. Husband and trainer, Hyro, with the heart rate monitor on.
'24, Nicholas Willems from Belgium. So the re-inspections are 10 minutes away, 11 minutes away. And that's when UAE and Bahrain will come back into the vet gate, and you say you hate this, don't you? The re-inspection.
The re-inspection. It's any rider's worst nightmare. You know, you just can't relax in this hold. Normally you can go away, you can sit down, sort yourself out. When you've got a re-inspection, you know there's a chance you might not be going out again, and you've got to be so on it, keeping the horse moving, making sure they don't get stiff. There's no muscle cramps at this late stage in the competition, that they're eating, they're drinking. And the old adage, you can take a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. It's so frustrating.
Will they do the normal thing though, Harry? Put them in the water, cool the legs down. They'll do that.
They'll do that, but so the hold is 10 minutes longer than the previous holds, 50 minutes as opposed to 40 minutes. But what I would be doing is 10, 15 minutes before you go into the re-inspection. You start limbering the horse up again, you start massaging it, you start moving, and what the ideal is...
Engaging the brain.
Exactly, but also just the muscles and moving it, you know, and maybe walking with a slice of hay in one hand and the horse in the other hand so it can eat and walk at the same time.
So at the moment, just looking at this, I mean, it's so complex. It's like, what's that huge race in cycling? Is it called the Kyrian? Which nobody understands until the last minute. It's very similar to this. At the moment, there are now 13 in the hold area with their re-inspection. Spain, Bahrain, France very much in there with 3 through. So for sure, providing they get through the next 2 stages, let's face it, they're in medal contention.
So they're allowed there to come in for a re-exam at 16:11, yeah. Rebecca Pinder for Great Britain in the background, still not quite presented. Heart's a bit sticky.
I'm reliably informed, Harry, by our producer, that it's the Madison in track cycling. Thank you very much. It is the Madison, you know, because there are so many different permutations from now on in. You've got your re-inspection. Then you've got your 27 kilometers. Then you've got 20 minutes to count down. Make sure that everything is okay and the heart rate and everything comes down. And then you still don't know. So it is over the next hour and a half to 2 hours, we will find out. So we've got some highlights from here in Monpazier. So now we're back in and back on to the compulsory re-inspections very, very shortly. Harry, 16:11 is the first of the two to come in. That's the time. What, a minute away?
Yep, and we just stepped out and we can see in the rest area that they're limbering those horses up now, making sure they're moving, they're checking the heart rate. It's a full inspection, and these horses, you make sure they haven't got any cramps, any muscle stiffness, loosening them up.
That's the Chilean horse. David Fuentes, Chacan. There are the vets. And I'm sure, Harry, that the vets feel the pressure as well at this moment. They really do.
Sure, yeah. And these vets, we should add that, you know, they are qualified through the star rate ranking just as the riders are. You
top level vets, top officials for the World Championships. Been a really fabulous atmosphere all day long. No matter what the heavens have thrown at us, it has been a wonderful atmosphere. So, that is 1 minute away. They'll be called forward. And then, Harry, after the re-inspection, providing they pass Casablanca Cadabra, after they pass, what do? Do they go back to the hold and chill, or do they start to consider?
Well, they've only got, when they go in there, they've only got 15 minutes before they go back out on course.
So they've got 12, 13, 11 minutes, really.
So yeah, they need to get back out of there, get tacked up, get going. They don't want to be late for their time, especially on the final loop.
Cadabra for the United Arab Emirates, lying in second by 21 seconds. And that's nothing over 27 kilometers.
This is a nerve-wracking time. You don't want to go out now. You've put so much into it to get to this point. You can't help but let your mind just jump ahead to the finish line.
Yeah.
Fast forward the next loop.
Mariano, the head vet, just in camera shot there, and we haven't seen La Majorie join us yet.
Not yet.
The grey of His Highness Sheikh Nasser, reigning world champion.
There we see a horse in the hold area, stood in ice water, front and back. That takes some real training and practice to get them to do that and stand still.
It's the Brazilian horse, Renato Salvador's horse of Uze Trio. '61. Bernhard Dornsteppen,
Junior. There's the trot.
There's
on the right.
Casablanca Cadabra. Not seen. Just coming in is number 8 of Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa, Fiz Fagioli. And I have not seen Sheikh Nasser's yet. 136. Come back to the vets, Harry, and that's Casablanca Cadabra.
Yeah, so all horses on the final loop come back to the vet for that re-inspection 15 minutes before they leave on the final loop. So this horse is back in for its re-exam. Every single horse will do this in its final vet gate. They have to pass this re-inspection before they are allowed on the final loop. It is a tense moment for Saeed Al-Habri. But where is number 13?
Just don't know, do you? What happens if they're late for the re-examination, Harry?
So the time they give you is that's the earliest time you can go in.
It's the earliest, is it?
So it's not an issue, but it means that you're condensing the time. You have to get ready to get back out again.
So just seeing, there it is, just coming past us now, actually.
Yeah. And back out.
So, ready to go, past the re-inspection. They are looking, there's the Germany, and they are looking at Casabah Cadabra.
So Everest Lamagerie, we just saw exit the veterinary inspection lanes. You didn't see that on the camera, but we think that means it's passed the re-exam and is ready to go. We're waiting for news on second place 136, Casabah Cadabra. They are now exiting. We think that's fine, good to go. We've had confirmation that Everest is ready to go for Sheikh Nasser. We're yet to see number 71, Magic Glen Talk, for the United Arab Emirates.
I'm sure the French are in the vet gate somewhere, Harry, because there's been big cheers. Yep, Casabah Cadabra is ready to go, and they will depart at 16:26:41.
And I see a thumbs up from the MRM stables for Magic Glen Talk for UAE, so that horse also ready to go. It has passed its re-exam.
Crews will get ready now. The ice will be loaded, the water will be loaded, and they'll be ready to go. So we're looking now at 16:26:16 and 16:26:41. Those are the two start times to go out onto the sixth and final loop, the green loop of 27 kilometers.
It's a long last loop, but I have a feeling that they're going to push on pretty fast.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
We will.
Marika Visser for the Netherlands, number 100.
She's a threat to the UAE and Bahrain. They will be keeping one eye firmly on what she's up to. But she's an experienced rider. She's been in this situation before. She was silver medalist at World Championships previously, previous European champion. She knows how to ride at the championships competitively.
See the horses there.
They're just limbering up. This is what I meant. Yeah. They stop standing in ice. They start moving. They keep them eating and drinking to keep the gut mobile. The vets will be assessing the gut sounds later.
Engage the brains as well. '49. Czech Susanna Baranova. Chamali. Marika just going back to the hold area, just coming past us now.
Salam Al-Kipi's horse here, I think, 57, sorry, for the United Arab Emirates, led by Mohammed Sabusi. trainer for M7 Stables, vet Kieran O'Brien, places the heart rate monitor on, the re-inspection, re-exam. Heart rate you see there on the right hand side of the screen. 15 seconds it'll give a reading. We'd hope this was well under 64, having rested now for 40 minutes.
Okay, 51.
51, all good. Now dropped.
Ahmed Al-Sabusi, and off we go.
Quick circle to limber up and then go. A bit deep there in the middle of that lane. Looks good, apart from a little trip in the middle. But for any irregularity in gait, it has to be consistent for the 40 metres away and the 40 metres back.
So, Harry, we've got 2 for Bahrain, 2 for the UAE, 1 for the Netherlands, all past their re-inspection. So they'll be ready to go on loop number 6, the green loop. And just under, 6 minutes time before the 2 leaders depart us here. So what's he doing there, Harry? What's Kieran doing there?
He's just listening to the quadrants of the gut, checking that they're mobile. He can hear gut sounds now. He's taking a second pulse. The second pulse indicates whether the horse is recovering. If it's raised more than 8 beats, then it's a bit of a light on the dashboard that something's not quite right. And that, combined with the other dehydration markers, creates this overall picture of well-being. Is that horse coping with what we're asking it to do? It's all about early intervention here. They are checking that there's nothing that's going to hinder that horse. And the motto that they go by is the horse fit to continue.
I think so. I think the thumbs are up there, don't you?
All good.
So that's now 3 for the United Arab Emirates. They've come here with a mission, there's no doubt about it, Harry, to reclaim their world title.
Yeah, because Bahrain and the UAE, friendly nations, neighbours. His Highness Sheikh Nasser is married to Sheikh Mohammed of Dubai's daughter, I believe.
Daughter.
But still, rivals on the field.
Totally.
Sheikh Nasser wants to retain his World Championship title. The UAE want to reclaim it from the years gone by when they've been so dominant in this sport. We've got the Netherlands on the left-hand side, Carmen Roma.
And Esther Kalsbeek as well. And away they go. So the French now coming back in for their compulsory re-inspections. Six now ready to go out.
All to play for. UAE, Bahrain, or the Netherlands. Riker Visser is riding a horse owned by the AQ stables, trained in Dubai and also based in Belgium, nearby to the Netherlands, trained by Anzac Mahmoud. Horse very capable, has competed both locally to them and also in the Emirates and in Alula.
So some more highlights from this, the FEI Endurance World Championship here in Monpazier, a countdown is getting there. It's underway towards the final stages. So off they go, on to the next and final 27 kilometres.
So Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa has just left. This is Salam Kitmi Al Malouf, ready and raring to go. Off he goes. Sorry, Saeed Al Harbi.
So now it's all to play for, Harry. There's the loop, there's the green loop, 27 kilometres.
It's got a steep descent at one point on this loop, and it's quite an undulating and twisting loop for a final part of the competition. They're going to have to treat this like any other loop, I think, up until the last few kilometres.
They are, and you think that they're going to go for it? I think that they will be a little bit steadier.
I think they're going to be steady for the majority of this loop. I think they need to work together as a team. There's no point one person pushing on as an individual here. They need to be consistent.
An hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15?
Yeah, something like that. Hour and 10, hour and 15, maybe. If they can work together, and then they get to a point where they'll hit the flat ground as they approach the hippodrome, it's all to play for.
So who have we got now?
Saif Al Mazroui with Magic Glen Talk. This horse, winner of the Sheikh Mohammed Cup and the Dubai Crown Prince Cup in the Emirates. Very capable at speed. Saif, very neat, tidy rider. Out he goes, on to his final loop of this 160 kilometers World Endurance Championship.
Just shows off the magnificence of this countryside, doesn't it? But it's going to be tricky. Thailand just going out on their 5th loop.
He looks like he's moving at a pace now. He needs to catch the other two, re-establish that peloton. So he moves on, he opens the rein, he asks a little more. And for the Netherlands, Marijke Visser, about to leave. She will have her eyes dead set on the horse in front of her and will look to close that gap. Smiles all round here. Calling the horse.
Can't believe the crowds here, Harry. I really can't.
French endurance is something else. It's so special. It's great to have this support.
So Marijke goes at 16:30.26. So what? 20 seconds still to go.
20 seconds. She's got a bit of a gap now. You see that 1 or 2 minutes makes all the difference on the track. If you think Saif was the last rider, he's already gone round up to the top of the racecourse, turned back,
2 minutes
gone
in
down
front.
the road.
2.5 minutes in front.
Can she close down 2.5 minutes? Off she goes. With a roar of cheers from the crowd, onto the final loop.
Visser is away. Next up will be the second of the Bahraini riders, Hana Sheikh Isa Al Khalifa. They go at 16:30.46, so 10 seconds left.
Now Marijke, well, she needs to close this gap. She doesn't want to burn too much energy too soon, though. There's 27 kilometres to catch that gap. But she needs to get back with them so that she can tag onto the end of that peloton. The horse won't be working as hard. Sheikh Isa, off he goes.
And then it is the third rider from the United Arab Emirates, Salem Al-Kitbi and Hadia. They go in, what, 3 minutes time?
So I think Salem, he's not going to catch the others, but I think he is the team player. He needs to just keep it consistent.
Just look there, Harry, the way the ground is cut up here in the venue.
I mean, the weather could not be more different than this morning.
No.
We had a huge electrical storm just as the horses started. We were sat in a small white tent with a load of electrical equipment.
Yeah.
Maybe not the best place to be.
So 5 out on the final loop.
Can he close 3 minutes? It has been known.
It has been known, but there is still that 20 minutes left at the end of the loop.
So in order to close the 3 minutes, this horse has to work that bit harder, and then it has to maintain the speed and overtake them to win and pass the veterinary inspection. And that's why having that quicker recovery in this final vet gate made all the difference to those leaders who are now out on course many minutes ago.
So we have the United Arab Emirates, we have Bahrain, and we have France in with medal contentions. That is
for the team.
For the team, gold, silver, and bronze at the moment, because 3 French combinations have all passed their re-inspections, and they will be ready to go. And the first of the French, there's not a lot between them, and I wonder whether they'll allow them to close the gap, because they're going off at 16:40, 16:41, and 16:43. So will they, as Hadia goes off for the UAE, will they just hang back? Will the 2 in front for France hang back and wait for their third team member, Clémentine Chaud and D'Artagnan, to join them to ride together as a team, as they have done pretty much since 5:30 this morning?
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. We never know. The leading group of 5 might end up a leading group of 2, 1 after the final vet inspection, and France could be in with an individual chance. If they push too hard on this 27-kilometre loop, they need to treat that course with the respect it deserves. It's not easy.
And off they go. Really is fascinating, isn't it? It's difficult to go out on your own, and there it is.
There's our 6.
There's our 6. Bahrain, UAE, and the Netherlands.
So, current world champion is leading, fighting to retain his title.
And that is their total riding time. That's when they set off at 5:30. That's not including all the 40 and the 4 40-minute holds and the 1 50-minute hold.
Yep.
So here are the teams. We believe. There it is. So UAE well out in front, 13 minutes in front from Bahrain, and then France 25 minutes behind.
Not much.
Not much in this game. Because France, let's not forget, have still got their total team.
Yeah, they can afford a drop score.
UAE have lost 1 and Bahrain have lost 1.
Yep.
So 2 teams of 4 plays 1 team of 5. It's a game of poker, isn't it?
It is. If I was a betting man in terms of the individual, I'd say the best looking horses leaving here was Almas Ruiz, Magic Glen Talk, the Bay, or the 2 bays, and Marika Visser's horse, Chaitana. I think those horses look fresh. They had real power, stamina. But who knows? They weren't in front.
So, but let's cast our minds back, Harry, to Boudib in February 23. And Sheikh Nasser went off 3rd, stayed 3rd, but actually the horse came home the strongest.
Yep.
So we'll just have to wait and see.
We will.
It's a very, very, very long way to play.
What I do know is that, you know, they will fight tooth and nail for this. It means the world to them. And they will put up a strong fight. If it's neck and neck, they will take it to the line.
But will they remember what happened in Boudib?
Will they have learned?
Of course they will. Because anything can happen. You know, Juma came from 8th to finish in bronze medal position.
The other thing to factor in is that this racetrack is not in the best condition now. It was totally saturated with surface water this morning.
Was it?
It's been churned up a bit. It's a bit slippy. To race at full speed around here, you know, it's a bit risky. Andrea Laws King for Australia leaves on her penultimate loop. Loop 5. Off she goes, representing Australia.
So waiting in the wings. Just about now, Brazil will be away. Larzac and Felipe Margues, and then the French. There we go, as if by magic. French are a team, aren't they? There's no doubting that.
They are a team, and they are willed on by every Frenchman in this stadium. And I don't know if that atmosphere or that camaraderie is replicable anywhere else in the world at the moment. The French, the team spirit here, it lifts the atmosphere. This venue has had its challenges in the last 24 hours. But the spectators weren't put off by the rain. They weren't put off by the lightning. They've come, all the mud on the ground. They've come in their droves to support Team France and to see a World Championship on home ground. Here. He thinks he's got a chance.
Well, as we saw in Alula in February, Harry, they did have a chance and they did ride quite brilliantly.
Alcée de Larzac from the famous Larzac stables in southern France.
Sabrina Arnold just tucked in the middle there between the two French.
Wife of Jean-Pierre Francis. JPF lives and trains in France. Fluent in French. Off she goes.
Allez la France, allez les Bleus.
Calmly away, picking the ground. Cham de la Paloute is the horse. Melody Tiolisat, 56, is the next one to lead. The horse raring to go. She takes a pull round the corner. It's desperate to catch its friend. And then Sabrina Arnold for Germany with Easy El Behera, the current European champion, is hot on their heels.
So next to go will be D'Artagnan and Clémentine Chaud for France at 16:43, so a minute to go. And that's when I'm asking, Harry, will they, and then the third of the Bahraini riders, will they wait or will they just push on?
I think the French tactic will be very much one of teamwork. I think they will want to put on a show of dominance here, to have all 5 riders crossing that line together. That would be an incredible moment for the French endurance spectators here. Let's see. Let's see. At the same time, I don't think those leading riders are going to slow up too much. Clémentine Chaud.
D'Artagnan.
What time does she leave?
Any minute now. Any minute now. 16:30, 16.
43, 24. So now.
Yeah. And then very, very closely, it'll be the third of the Bahraini riders, Jafar Hassan and Bolt de Venel. So that'll be their third team member away for Bahrain.
This horse owned by the French chef de keep, Jean-Michel Grimard. So, we wait and see. Sadly, we haven't got the live feed on the data coming from the riders in terms of speed that we had this morning. If we get an update, we will let you know. Let's have a look, Nick, at some of the other teams and how they're getting on further down the field. Malaysia previously were doing very well, weren't they, in the kind of mid-30s. Looks like they may have dropped one of the riders. USA, Kelsey Russell in 29th. We lost Jeremy Reynolds with Treasured Moment, sadly, after the third loop. Still in there, Shanti Roos from the Netherlands. Her first World Championships, lying in 30th. The second Dutch rider. The Dutch still have a full team in contention, 4 riders.
So do Malaysia.
And Great Britain still with 5 riders in the competition.
So do China. And Switzerland as well, Belgium. So
some getting a bit close to the minimum speed though. The minimum speed 13.
So the minimum speed, when we talk about the minimum speed, Harry, let's go into the complexities of the sport. On this ride, it is 14 kilometers per hour.
13 for this. It's usually 14 for championship.
Have they changed it?
They've changed it to 13.
Have they?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time that they can be in is 9:28 p.m. tonight.
It's a long day, isn't it?
It is a long day. But I think that, you know, this course is not the fastest course.
So at the moment, Harry, we've got 12 out on the 6th and final loop, and it has been a day of surprises, a day of drama, and let's have a look at some of those highlights. So, some tremendous shots there from the highlights of the FEI Endurance World Championships here in Monpazier. And they are out, and they started the 6th and final loop at 16:26. So they've been out for 25 minutes, Harry Ingram alongside me, international endurance rider, superstar, and the font of all knowledge. Harry, 16:59.25 is the time exactly at the moment. They've been going for 25 minutes. We think an hour and 10 minutes, an hour and 15 for the 27K loop. And at the moment, we've got some 16 out on the loop. The French, very much in contention for a medal. So are the United Arab Emirates for the team medal, and the Kingdom of Bahrain. But just in the middle, lying in 4th spot, is for the Netherlands, for the individual classification, Marika Visser. So it is very much in contention, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's very exciting. There is a huge crowd here gathered, waiting for a glimpse of the leading horse to come back to the Hippodrome de Marseille here in Monpazier. The ETA, according to the GPS, is 5:52, but that is based on their average speed, which is 18.2.
Yeah.
And we know they're going to go faster than that.
They are, and I think the re-inspection there, remember we're into the 5th hold, the re-inspection of Julien Lefeu and Fazet Cabaret.
He seems to have claimed it back a little bit.
Yeah, because he was lost 11 minutes on that first loop, didn't he? Couldn't get the heart rate done.
No, and you know, I was reading his body language. I didn't think it was going well to begin with, but he seems to have picked up the horse. They've got it back in control. He's a banker for the French team. He's a little bit off the pace of the other 4, but he's a banker. He just needs to get round.
So they will go at 17:12, 11 minutes time. Coming in for the re-inspection, it is Miguel Brassau, Spirit de Cruz for Portugal, and the 4th Bahraini rider, 22, that of Othman Alawadi and Hermine D'Artagnan.
Chantiroux is shot there, 99, with Frippon Oi. The horse trained by Clervy Moka in Brittany.
Isn't it a difference from from this morning with the sun now beating down?
It's beautiful out there. It's not too hot. There's a gentle breeze. The ground is drying up.
Yeah, I mean, those vet gates were full of water this morning. There were puddles everywhere.
Yep. The Hippodrome is pretty greasy still, though, especially where there's a walkway where there's people crossing the track. But I think, as you said this morning, Nick, when I say cut up, it's like the mud has risen to the surface, but it isn't deep, and the hooves, I don't think, have gone really through the grass too much. It's just a bit sticky and a bit tacky. But we could be expecting these horses and riders to be giving it some welly when they come into this Hippodrome for the final sprint finish, perhaps, of the World Endurance Championships.
And reminder of the individual classifications. It's Bahrain leading, UAE second, UAE third, Netherlands in 4th, Bahrain in 5th. But there's so many different permutations.
Yeah, top 3 scores to count towards the team placing. Total riding time. We wait and see.
Here in front of us, here in the vet gate, the horses having their compulsory re-inspections, ready to go off onto loop number 6, the 6th and final of the loops, 27 kilometers, green loop.
Speed, the average speed of the lead is 18.29.
They
haven't pushed on too much, have they? They haven't pushed, you know, we've seen championships before, we've seen Alula, they were doing, you know, mid-20s. I mean, even in Windsor earlier this year when the ground was
really bad.
Really, really bad. They were pushing on from the front.
21, 22, weren't they?
Yeah, last loop 27.
Yeah.
We just haven't seen that here. And maybe that's because they feel they've got the space in that leading group. They don't need to push on any further. There is no one behind them apart from that French group, and they're far enough behind not to be too concerned.
Only they know what's underneath them.
So dry and sunny, 21 degrees. If you'd have told me that this morning, I wouldn't have believed you.
We'd have taken it all day long after the thunder and lightning.
There was a point in it where we were saying off air, we don't know if this event is going to run for the rest of the day, because it was biblical.
Yeah, we were, and fair play to the organisers and the huge army of marshals, checkpoint stewards, road crossing stewards. It is an army out there, all for the benefit of this incredible sport of endurance that can turn on a penny, can't it?
Yep. And I was having flashbacks to Euston Park, 2012.
2012.
World Championships there.
When it absolutely tipped it down.
Yeah, other way around. It wasn't the start of the day,
No, it was
but
the end.
Last loop, the cloud, it just went black, didn't it?
We'd had that glorious opening ceremony the night before in front of Euston Hall, and then off we went to the championships. Started off in weather very similar today. We all thought perfect riding conditions, perfect endurance conditions, and then, well, I mean, 26, 27 millimeters of rain.
And the event was, I mean, the leaders had just crossed the line, but the event was cancelled for everyone else, wasn't it? They weren't allowed to leave the last vet gate.
Yeah, and still a true test of endurance, Harry.
Yeah, absolutely. They were still awarded their place, though, up to that point.
Absolutely, and rightly so.
Yeah. Trion also, maybe let's not go there,
Let's
but
not go
also
there.
affected by a storm.
So coming up to one of the crew points out on course.
Doesn't look like this is our leading group. I think these are just heading out, actually, out of the
venue.
Out of the venue. This was the training track which I rode a few days ago. Looks a lot more cut up than when we were down there. But it's almost just over a little bridge there. It'll rise and then fall on the other side. And this then comes into the hippodrome. They're coming back towards the venue. And we talked about the psychology of the horses. The horses have to go all the way round, past the hold area where they've been having a break. The friends might be there, past the stables where they've been staying since Wednesday, and then back round to almost a full circle, full lap into the vet area. So riders 39 on the right, Boni Viado di Vivero for Chile. I think he was a bronze medalist individual in Pisa in 2021. And on the near side for 46.
China.
You can say that one, Nick.
Jiquang Wang. Wang of China, one of the emerging nations, and not easy. And it would have to be said because of African horse sickness, so the horses have to remain outside China. They have to train, and
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So if they take the horse there, does that mean they can't take it out?
6 months quarantine.
Okay. Because they do have competitions now in China.
Yeah.
But I did wonder because they have a lot of horses outside of China where they are in training in Europe, and the riders who perhaps have qualified over here are the ones representing the nation and not necessarily the ones back home, but who knows.
So just waiting 17:12, sort of 3.5 minutes before the fifth and final French rider of Julien Lefebvre, Fazet Cabaret, going out onto the sixth and final loop.
And then the party starts. I mean, the band starts, I think, at 7:30 until late.
Does it?
It does. The audience, everyone here is, you know, there is a great atmosphere. The French really know how to put on an occasion. It's not just a competition, it's an occasion. They've all come to socialise.
That wonderful opening ceremony in the market square of Monpazier.
Beautiful old
beautiful
town.
Founded in 1264.
Wow.
I want to see where Tommy McGuinness is. For Ireland, let's just have a look. Oldest in the field, and he's still out, due back in, and the French very much saluting the other nations. I mean, I have, in all my life, Harry, never seen quite an atmosphere like this at an endurance ride before.
Me neither. I mean, I've seen it on video. I remember in Florac in 2011, I saw the crowds gathered there. And, you know, it's a bit like when the Tour de France comes to town.
Yeah.
When they ride through the villages.
Absolutely.
The French, they come out, they clap the riders.
Yeah.
A brilliant atmosphere and something, you know, we should look to replicate around the world.
And one of the things that I really have enjoyed here are the nations and the names of the athletes on their bibs, because that is a way to encourage and enhance endurance. Expensive for the organising committee, there's no doubt about that. To produce individual bibs each time is quite expensive. You know, each bib is maybe 12, 15 euro. So that's quite expensive. You're looking at, you know, another £2,000 worth of cost.
Yep.
But it does open the sport up, and this is a sport that needs opening up. It needs explaining, and it needs opening up to the wider public.
And a nice memento at the end of the day for those riders. Their name printed on those bibs.
If it's not too filthy after today. So now the horses coming back in for their re-inspections. 117 we've just seen come past us.
Now you've seen it, oh sorry, it's gone off again, but the stables, the whole infrastructure of this event, and you know what it takes to organise an event of this scale. It really is a huge undertaking.
And a lot of money these days with health and safety. You need your road crossing stewards, you need your checkpoint stewards, you need your crew point stewards, you need your car parking stewards. They might be all volunteers, but you've got to feed them, you've got to look after them, you've got to make sure that they're rested and everything. And it's a big family, but that family costs money.
Yep. And we are lucky, I think, in this sport that we've got good sponsors on board.
Really good sponsors.
And, you know, we need to embrace that.
How do we open it up, Harry? There's a leading question.
I think we need to make more of these riders who put their heart and soul into the sport, into our young riders who are the future, and support them and develop them and nurture that talent, spot that talent early when it's you know, maybe at a 40k, 50k, and take them through the grades, use the experience that we have and broaden our base of riders, but be confident and allow aspiration to go up the levels and be competitive. You know, there's no harm in being competitive. We shy away from it, but we can see we can be competitive within the confines of the veterinary criteria who ensure great horse welfare. The two are compatible. I could talk all day about it.
And it's a way of encouraging that. But also, one of the things that I really, really want to do, and I haven't been brave enough to do it, and it will take a lot of work, is to make sure that the leaders after each loop are given, and going back to the cycling analogy, you've mentioned the Tour de France and the huge numbers of people, or the Tour of Belgium, or the Tour of Britain, the huge numbers of people, or the Ladies Tour, or the, you know, any of those tours. I would love to see the yellow jersey go out on the leader of the loop. I really would. because to me that then you automatically know we're looking from these tremendous drone pictures and pictures from around the venue for the numbers, but actually if you've got a yellow, a green and a purple bib,
yep,
which you can do very, very quickly.
I think the things that have changed in recent times is, you know, how many of these TV broadcasts have we done now? And you know, we are trying to bring it to people at home. We're trying to bring them the atmosphere. We've got the technology now that enables us to look at the data and bring it to life so that we can explain and understand what's going on in front of us. But I think what the French really excel at is they make it a social occasion. Okay, first horses.
Oh my word, here we go, Harry. And they're neck and neck.
So we've got UAE and the current world champion, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. They left together pretty much, and they have stayed together.
Stayed all the way, haven't they? Back into the forests.
Saeed Hamid Jabbar Abdullah Al Khabi with Castlebar Kadabra.
These the crew cars? Yes, they are.
And His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa and Everest La Madjari.
And as you said earlier on, the horse didn't win it with him on board at Windsor, but won at Windsor in similar conditions.
Yeah, challenging conditions, really challenging conditions. So the horse is capable. It can go, it can be trained in the desert environment, it can compete in Europe, it can compete in bad weather. La Madjari stud has produced champion after champion. His Highness was champion in Budi with Darko La Madjari, now on Everest La Madjari.
Just wonder, with all these vehicles, where's the next group? Because you're looking at UAE and the Netherlands for the next, and we haven't seen them in picture yet.
No. It looks like a two-man fight to the finish line.
Certainly does.
And, you know, this is a spectator sport out on the track as much as it is back here at the venue for these guys. You know, there needs to be respect with the riders when two of the, you know, as in the crew track interacts with the riders, but they will be able to see the riders from the road and vice versa, and it's just reminiscent of the Tour de France.
It certainly is. Just, I'd like to know where that third and fourth are. Just curious. So we've seen the leading group now in the vet gate, 117. That is Slovakia's Martina Oslankova, and that number 16, Elizabeth Hardy for Belgium.
Jaca do Inquisidor.
Both the Belgians have just had their re-inspections. Have the final one of those.
Elizabeth is a very, you know, well-versed trainer now in the sport. I remember competing with her in Budib in, I think, maybe 2013. We were both pretty fresh, and it was one of our first international competitions, and she has since gone on to work for Bahrain and train horses for them.
So maybe one of the things coming back to progressing the sport, as we look at Steve Peña and Ican for Belgium, coming back into the cooling area. Maybe one of the things is, I don't know, for the FEI or for the riding organisers to join together to do, I mean, we saw it in Alula in February, some really educational videos and graphics about cooling, vetting, re-inspections, all that sort of stuff. And actually, to me, that is how you open the sport up. Use the assets that we have. Use the stars of endurance, Sheikh Nasser and Saeed and Marika, and you use those stars and you build on that.
I agree, and I think, you know, I speak from a perspective coming from Great Britain, but other nations where the sport isn't as big, I think they need to get out here. These young riders, they need that. They need to be inspired. They need to look up to somebody in the sport who's competing at that top level, where they see, you know, potential. There is the ability to climb up the pathways in endurance and compete on a world stage. There is nothing quite as exhilarating as starting in the dark with the headlamps, like we saw this morning at 5:30.
One of the things is cost, obviously.
Yep.
It is an expensive sport, but that can be recouped and regained. You know, the French have led the way. They had a very good sale here 2 nights ago of horses. So there is money. People say to me, my word, the cost of a show jumper, the cost of an event horse, the cost of a dressage horse. There's a lot of money, but you can recoup that.
Yeah, and you know, the other equestrian disciplines, I think, would bite Endurance's hand off for some of the sponsors who are willing to invest in the sport, not necessarily in their own nation, but overseas as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, what about endurance circuit, a little bit similar to the GCL? You know, a funded series of rides, which has their own league, you know, and there is investment around the world in a separate league. We see Alula developing and growing in Saudi Arabia, for example, as one example.
Here we go.
So these are our other 2 riders. On the left, Saif Al-Mazrui, and on the right is Salam Al-Kibi. He's made up some really good time.
And Marika is just behind.
She hasn't quite got the turn of pace here to keep with them, and I think she's probably made that decision that she can see that they're going and just isn't going to respond. But she's, you know, she's done a really good job.
5th individually at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, who knows, that might change later.
So the leaderboard, big smile.
Big smile as she carries on in that forward seat she's been in all day.
And shortly they'll turn and head towards the vet gates. Head towards the crew points, rather. Just look at the the brown surface of the hippodrome.
And the rally cars were on here.
Yeah, they were. Stock car racing.
Yeah. This is going to be an exciting finish. They are going to give it all their might. They've got to be careful on that bend, though, at the top in these slippy conditions.
Really careful, haven't they? And we've seen that before.
Yep. Do you think they dug the gravel out of the pond, or do you think the pond was always there?
You wouldn't know.
No, it just looks like a big hole. But, anyway, I digress.
Maybe that's where the water goes back, and that's where it comes back out for recycling purposes.
Maybe. Water, you know, you wouldn't have thought it today with the downpours we've had, but French endurance has been, you know, really hit by issues of water scarcity in different regions, and the limitations that the mayors in the local regions have placed on event organisers. And the way they've responded to that is to adapt the rules in France. You know, they've changed the rules.
And well done.
2 people per, they've said for every race, obviously this is a championship, it's a little bit different, so every race 2 people. And, you know, they will provide water, you can bring your buckets, then take your buckets away. But different to how we might run it in Great Britain, where we don't have the same issue per se, where we have 4 crew.
Well, we certainly haven't done this summer, but we have done in the past.
Yeah.
Look at the crowds.
They love it. They love it. The atmosphere, and the French are so good at doing this. And I think, you know, at every ride, there could be a bar, there could be a restaurant. It's another income stream as well for the ride organisers.
So they're saying 15:55, the average.
Yeah.
But looking at the two leaders coming in, they've picked up the pace.
Yeah, I'd say they're doing about 24 at the moment, 25 kph coming down that road.
Have to wait and see, won't we? Crowds turn back towards the home straight, waiting. And we'll just wait and see.
The suspense builds.
Certainly does. The
anticipation.
And it is an empty vet gate at the moment. And it will be. And it has to be said, Harry, you know, these officials have been on duty since 5:30 this morning. They've got to go until, what, 9:20 tonight?
Yep.
That's a very, very long day.
It is an incredibly long day. And, there is a pressure on them to make good decisions. This is a World Championships. There's a lot riding on it for a lot of people. They've invested a lot of money and time to be here. They have to make good decisions. And they've been on the go for a long time now.
Not everybody's, it's not a job for everybody, but they are trained by the FEI, and one must also observe exactly what their decisions are. And there's no doubt about that.
In a day of being an endurance official, you must watch, how many horses trot up, assessing the gate. They know what is normal, they know what isn't normal.
Just trying to work out, in my mind, yeah, definitely France. They're strong. Italy are out. Belgium, maybe. United States, maybe.
Great Britain still got 5 horses and riders in the competition.
Certainly have. And Dayun Fu just leaving us from the venue for China. One of the early leaders, Catherine Bailey and Razorback for Australia, they really have dropped off the pace because they were in the leading pack right at the start, weren't they? All the way through. First 3 loops.
I think they came here to win this. I think they were out from the front. The crowd waiting for the final riders, but willing on any rider coming on from the previous laps. I remember in Belgium in 2017, all the spectators were waiting for the finish, and they were about to lap myself and the fellow riders as we crossed the finish line coming into the vet gate. And the crowd erupted, and there's a picture of me with the biggest smile on my face, and it's that type of atmosphere willing you to do well. It absolutely means the world to these competitors.
Can I ask you a question, Harry, as an international endurance rider? One of my thoughts, my crazy OC thoughts of endurance is that perhaps we should look at a Grand Prix, an F1. Look at it; it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, there's my wife.
Oh, there's Alice. Yeah. And the Dutch are in there as well. It's a really international flavour here. And I wonder, here is a thought, a bit like Euston 2012, when we had to, well, thank the Lord it was the FEI had to say, enough's enough, we're going to do a Grand Prix finish. And you look at Formula One, or you look at the Tour, or you look, and there is a Grand Prix finish. Now I just wonder whether you're leading 10 that have passed the final vetting after the 20, and then they say, right, you finish in your classification. I don't know. Here they come. Another group coming. And that's the French. We can see them. Here they are.
Here they are.
And Sabrina just tucked up behind in the slipstream. Look at the smiles.
For the camera. It means the world to them.
The horses look well, don't
they? They do.
So, what do you think?
I think it's all down to the sprint finish now between the UAE and Bahrain.
Yeah, but what do you think of the Grand Prix finish? It works in Formula One. It works in cycling.
I think the bottom line is everything's on the table. I think the future of endurance is dependent on evolving and being seen to evolve and respond. And we have to learn from the nations where it does well. You know, how can France attract so many people here? And what can we learn and take away to our other competitions around the world?
Lots of cheering here, so one wonders what's happening in the final.
The UAE tent is emptying as riders make the support teams make their way and the followers to the finish line. There are rows and rows of people around the finish line and the vetting area.
And we've got to remember that 118 started this morning at 5:30. Well,
there are 41 out on loop and there are 4 in the vet gate ready to go. 54 have been removed from the competition or failed to qualify.
For all different types of reasons.
Absolutely. 1, 2, 6. Audrey Acquista Pace for Switzerland with Come On Luvarel.
Yeah, I think it is coming back to the sport. It is all to play for. It really is.
And I think, you know, if we look at other equestrian sports and the pressures that they are under, I think endurance, it really takes equestrian sport back to its roots. What we're asking horses to do is not, obviously getting on a horse is not natural, but what we're asking a horse to do is similar to what they would do in the wild. You know, the horses that can run for natural selection, they would be, you know, the fittest animals, and we are testing that innate stamina of these wonderful creatures. You can see as well, you've got the red of Bahrain, the white of the UAE,
they're waiting.
and they're waiting at the entrance point. They might grab a flag, maybe. We saw that in Alula.
Oh, we've seen it at all the championships, haven't we? 17:33. I think the next 5-10 minutes they'll be with us.
Yeah. The question is, have they made the break already, or are they going to make the break?
Well, I think the first two have.
But are they individually going to make the break? You know, who's going to go first? Can the other one keep up? Look at the smiles. Smiles all round, and it lifts the horses' emotions as well.
The UA and the Bahraini pavilions alongside us here in the vet gate have certainly entered, left. And Bahraini film crew there, waiting in the red. Just, you can feel it building, Harry.
It is absolutely palpable in the Hippodrome de Marseille.
Just have to wait and see. It is a waiting game, and let's face it, it's been a waiting game since 5:30 this morning.
It's 5:30 this afternoon.
So tactical, isn't it?
It is.
If we're going to get some shots from the drone cams.
We've got the drones, I think, looking at those feeds, we've got the drones set up ready, waiting. They're in the sky.
You can hear it in the background, can't you? Certainly brings a smile to our faces.
There's Tom McGuinness.
There's Tommy, 73 years young.
Well done by the crowds. Good job, Tom. Just one more loop to do.
As they say.
Here we are. I know where that is. I've been out on the training loop. They are seconds away from entering the racetrack. On the near side, His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Or is that a different rider? Sorry, apologies. No, it's not His Highness. Too excited here. That may be Nicola Thorne on the far side, actually.
They're not far away, I can promise you that much, because the crews have all left.
So Nicola Thorne on the far side. Not sure who's on the near side. They're coming towards their final vet gate, the final veterinary inspection.
I think he got bunched out earlier on this morning. I think it was on the first loop, was it?
Yeah, lost a stirrup.
Lost a stirrup,
yep.
And yeah. So off we go for Nicky Thorne. They can't be far away, Harry. I can promise you that much. So at the moment, and as I can see in the distance, the three trainers leaving the UAE pavilion, so they know that they're imminent. At the moment, the UAE have got 3 in the leading 4. But that's for the team. But for the individual classification, it is neck and neck between the United Arab Emirates and the Kingdom of Bahrain.
So it is indeed Nicola Thorne on the left-hand side, 69 for Great Britain. And David Ramirez Fuentes for Chile on the far side, riding Shakan. Looking good.
Eager anticipation.
There's Tommy. Horseware HLM Fontana is the horse. I think here we go. That is them. That is our leader. That is definitely Sheikh Nasser.
Sheikh Nasser. And then...
where is our other UAE rider?
Just there. There's 3 of them.
No.
No?
They're not the same. He's made a break for it, Nick.
He certainly has, and here we go.
His Highness Sheikh Nasser bin Hamad Al Khalifa from Bahrain to retain the World Endurance Championship. The final straight. He left with the UAE, but they haven't responded. He makes a break for it in the last few kilometers.
We'll wait and see, Harry. We'll wait and see. We've got to remind ourselves, haven't we, that the 20 minutes is all important.
Here he is. He's already celebrating, Nick. That's what it means to him.
He's made the break.
Horse
and
looks
now
fresh.
we've got to wait and see. Now we've got to wait and see.
He looks over his shoulder. They aren't there.
Sees daylight. Here we go. There's another.
There he is.
Another chat as they come in.
The UAE here pushing on, but can he catch him? I don't think he can. I think Sheikh Nasser has already made his move.
Al-Harbi and Bar Kadabra in silver medal position.
He says no.
Al-Harbi. But, Harry, as we must remind ourselves, it is not over. It is not over until they've got through that final vetting.
Sheikh Nasser.
Sheikh Nasser. He'll be first across the line. He's saying, get out of the way, I'm coming. Big smile. And that's what you want in the sport. You want characters. The flag is there, ready.
To the finish line, he's done it. Sheikh Nasser, the World Endurance Champion, 2023 and now 2024.
Oops. Will he want to go through the finish? So lucky number 13 for Sheikh Nasser.
Now, just the veterinary inspection to go.
Now, here we go. Bar Kadabra.
Saeed Al-Harbi for the United Arab Emirates, second place. He just didn't have the fight, and you can see the disappointment.
After all that time, 12 hours, 12 minutes, Harry.
Second place. Here he comes. That's how close it came down to.
Now they have to get across the line, take the saddle off.
20 minutes now from crossing the inflatable arch. They have 20 minutes now to present to the veterinary panel. The heart rate must be 64, no second chances, no representations, just straight in. 20 minutes. Their side of His Highness congratulating each other.
Yeah, but Now the clock starts to count.
That bow is his new favourite move.
En première place, donc Kefren Assertin, Ahmad Al-Khalifa et donc Sid Ahmad Zaber Abdullah Al-Arfi.
Ya tenemos los dos primeros concursantes que han llegado en este final de 160 kilómetros. Y en primera posición tenemos Sid Nasreddin Ahmad Al-Khalifa por Congo.
It took him 9 attempts, didn't it, Nick?
It took him 9 attempts, and then he got 2 because he got the Young Horse Championship and then the Seniors World Championship, all in the same year.
Yep.
Now wait and see. What's going through your mind, Harry, at this stage? What is going through your mind? Is it nerves, or is it relief, or is it...
I think there's a degree of elation at this point, but I wouldn't be starting doing the interviews. I mean, where is his horse? I would be going with the horse, keeping away for a minute, because he does have to pass the veterinary inspection, but, you know, there's a degree of confidence he can have. This is a fantastic horse. He's clearly led in those last few kilometres. He didn't come in at any great speed like we saw in Budib. They didn't have to push hard, so the heart rate shouldn't be too elevated. Should be just a case of bringing the horse's heart rate down as per the previous veterinary inspections. And he's got to be sound.
Wow.
And now we wait for Maraika, the other two UAE riders, and then the French. And this place is going to
it's
erupt
going to go mad,
when
isn't it?
the French come in. There's June Tate on the left for Great Britain, 68.
And 50 is Tavik Tik, Estonia's one competitor, and Merlin. Estonia, one of the training bases, it would have to be said, for the United Arab Emirates, and a lot of rides these days in Estonia. See bottom camera, still waiting to go back out.
Yep.
And I just wonder whether the Grand Prix finish, and I know it might be contentious, but I just wonder whether...
I think the issue is that people, you know, in endurance, not everybody's considering where the first rider is. It's a bit like running your first marathon and getting the medal at the end of the finish line.
That's a very good analogy, but I do wonder how we're going to take this to the wider public, because it is a fantastic sport.
Yep.
When it's done well, there isn't better. Now, crowds are assembling around the vet gate.
Yep. And His Highness Sheikh Nasser, we can see, is reunited with his mount, Everest Lamajeri.
It's done from here.
There it is.
And no chances being taken here. Checking the feet. No, kind of a stone in there. We need to make sure. No, nothing's going to throw this off course at this late stage.
Khalid Royal on the right, the chef de keep for the victorious team. The royal team of Bahrain.
Are they into vet already? They've gone in.
I think they have.
Straight in.
Straight in. Now let's see if we can get a camera shot of the heart rate, because you know you've gone in what, 3, 4, 5 minutes, 4 minutes?
Feels like even less.
Here we go. Harry, let's look at the monitor.
Look at the monitor. All eyes on that pulse. 15 seconds, we'll get a reading. If it's under 64, we get a green light, and then it's all down to the trot.
we go. Go green. Green 58.
What an incredible recovery.
Wow. Now, what do we do now? We've checked the heart rate, Harry.
Now they have to wait for a panel of 3 vets to assess the horse at the end.
So the heart's fine.
Everest Lamadri, the father of Everest Lamadri, is Baltic d'Ors, the same father as his previous champion, Darko Lamadri, in Budib.
Is he a double world champion?
I think so. Let's see.
He hopes. He hopes.
He's trotting away. Let's see if we can see the trot on the way back.
See the trot back.
Thank you very much.
There we go. The horse looks great. 160 kilometers.
Nasser.
The grand jury take the slips from the vets.
Oh, Harry.
They've got to complete the metabolic checks.
Out they go. On to the 6th and final loop.
Or is this return? This might be return.
Is it
James,
return?
James Dickinson
James
at the
Dickinson
back.
at the back, isn't it?
That one.
Yeah.
I think then the other 2 are the Dutch riders, Carmen Roma and one other. I'm too sure.
Here we go. What's happening, Harry? Have they? They're coming back in.
This is the same.
I think so. What do you think?
I think they've taken the horse away from that lane to trot it on the better ground. It may be a decision that they're going to save some trotting lanes till the end to not get them too chopped up. So they've used the file trotting line. They've come back to the lane that they were
this is the
assessed.
metabolics. Look.
Yeah, this is the final metabolic
This is
test.
Hussein Abara.
Yep.
There's Sheikh Nasser. There's Dr. Khalid on the left.
Tense moment.
Very tense. We'll wait and see. Good heart rate. The UAE come in yet? Yes, I think so, Harry.
Right. Crown jury's going to give the nod.
Slips.
Has he done it?
He's the world champion.
He's retained this title.
Champion. Sheikh Nasser.
2 years in a row. The world endurance champion.
And isn't that a picture? Straight to his horse. Mabruk.
Your Highness, you have just defended your World Championship title. How do you feel?
Well, I'm over the moon. I don't have any words to describe. We say Alhamdulillah. Yesterday I was out of voice. I couldn't even talk. I was so nervous. You know, coming here as a world champion is big burden on your back. Defending it is difficult. Performing as one is difficult. Winning it is even more difficult. I'm thankful. I couldn't say anything else, but my team, my family, everyone whom are here with me, following me through my journey, from cutting my weight, from training my horse, through coming here, fighting the battle today. It was one kind of a battle. The weather, the terrain, everything, the competitors, everyone was aggressive. But I told you yesterday, high risk, high reward. We fought hard.
You've just done it. Congratulations again, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
What a great sentiment from our
And there
world
is your
champion.
ambassador.
He's done it. He's made sacrifices along the way. He felt the pressure of being the world champion with all eyes on him. Could he maintain the title for a second year in the row? And yes, he could.
The second championship in a row. So now we go back into the 2-year cycle.
Yep.
Because of course, COVID, the Pisa, the Budib. Okay, fine, it was 18 months ago, Budib. Now it's now we go look forward to Alula in February 2026.
We do indeed. It'll be interesting to see if Sheikh Nasser arrives at the test event in Alula later. I think it's later this year, or maybe January.
I think it's January next year.
Yeah, it's earlier, isn't it?
Yeah.
To test the different environment.
Well, they'll be smiling in the Bahraini pavilion, and will they be smiling in the United Arab Emirates pavilion? Because we'll wait and see for the teams, because now it's all about...
Looks like Salam Al-Kitbi is off the horse and needing it. He just didn't have enough fuel in the tank. He couldn't respond to the dominance of Sheikh Nasser and Everest Lamajuri.
Here we are. So they have presented. They know that the individual is gone, and that's Saeed Al-Harbi and Kasaba Kadabra.
So, 1-3-6. Kasaba Kadabra is in the vetting area. He's got to have his heart rate taken, despite the celebrations in the Bahrain camp just behind. Let's watch the board. This isn't helping them right now.
No.
Although maybe with the stethoscope in their ears, maybe the first heart rate's been done.
Yeah.
What are we seeing now? The French, I think, coming onto the finish line. There they are. 56. Melody Dionisat. She's overtaken Salam Al-Kitbi for 3rd place. She's done it. She's on the podium.
Well, wow. It's happening here, Harry.
And that'll mean so much to the French spectators here. And who else do we have on the finish line now? Marika Visa.
So Saeed has arrived. Melody is in 4th at the moment, and Marika in 5th. So that's 1:36. That's Kasaba Kadabra for the United Arab Emirates. Now we wait and see. Marika Visa charging up to the finish line, as we just saw in the distance there. Kuwait just on the near side of the picture, on the right-hand side of the picture. Well, I don't know. We've got definitely silver medalist for Kasaba Kadabra, and Saeed Al-Harbi coming in. It'll be 71. 71 in 3rd in bronze medal at the moment. 71's Al-Muzray.
I think 3rd place is actually the French rider, Melody Dionisat.